Hey, just want to give you a heads up before we get into the episode today. These are all stories that you have more than likely already heard, unless you're completely new to this channel. These are all just deep wood stories, camping and hiking stories, park ranger stories. Everything that kind of happens in the woods is all put together because that seems to be kind of the theme that is liked most on my channel, at least that I picked up on. So just wanted to give you a heads up. If that's not what you're into, if you don't want to hear duplicate stories, then don't listen to this episode. All right, that's it. I will shut up and let you get into the episode, and I'll see you for the brand new episode, more than likely on Wednesday. Missing 411, otherwise known as the Can-Am Project, is the first comprehensive data collection of missing person cases, specifically located within the national park areas. This project was originally spearheaded by David Pilates, a police officer turned investigator. A tip from a park ranger turned Pilates onto the idea that there could be a connection between the thousands of people that go missing every year, not just in one park, but all of them. He's since compiled a staggering amount of cases that all share eerily similar details. Pilates still acts as the head researcher, but the missing 411 phenomenon has taken on a life of its own now. Curious minds all over the country have taken up the mantle to try to piece together some of the most mind-boggling mysteries we can imagine. In 1995, my wife and I took a holiday weekend into the backcountry of Arizona. We followed the Beeline Highway through the desert and up into the mountains, where bristling pine and oak trees rolled out as far as the eye could see. My wife and I like camping, hiking, all the fair weather outdoor activities. Being from Phoenix, we weren't familiar with a lot of the high country, but we knew some areas in the Mogollon Mountains that would be perfect. These spots were pretty rural, all things considered, but still got a lot of use out of the tourist. We found a place around Forest Road 300, which is a local hotspot for all the outdoorsy types. It's a dirt road that stretches from one side of the mountain range all the way to Highway 260 on the other side. It's a major access point for many of the ponds, lakes, and lookout spots throughout the rim. Again, it's rural by definition. It's a dirt road through the mountain range. But at the end of the day, it isn't a common place for someone to get lost. There's tons of campers and hikers along this road, so even if you were a little deep on a trail hike, there would be still someone within a mile or two of you. My wife and I never believed we'd be in the vicinity of where a person would go missing forever. The weekend itself was ideal. Great temperatures, great climate, not too overcrowded. We got to do everything that we planned on, and just lounged around camp on that infamous Sunday morning. We could hear it at first, rumbling way far off. Then other camps around us started buzzing with talk. We weren't sure what, but we knew something was going on. Sure enough, it came tearing down the 300 road. A huge stock white semi with a full trailer behind it. 18 wheels of chaos, and it's far from anywhere it should be. The nearest highway is 30 miles away, maybe even more. The nearest paved road is just as far. There's nowhere to turn around. My wife and I sat in our camping chairs in pure shock as this thing rolled on by. We couldn't believe it. People started to gather, mostly the surrounding campers and hikers that saw it come through. Everyone was saying the same thing, that it was crazy he was trying to drive through here. After a while, we realized we could still hear the engine, and we started walking down the road. We were all talking about the possibilities. The general consensus was it had to be stolen, or at the very least, a hijacking. There wasn't a scenario that made sense wherein this trucker would take a dirt road to a mountain pass. A few of the more reserved said maybe it had to do with drugs or simply bad directions. We didn't go for more than 10 minutes before the semi comes barreling back in our direction. At this point, people start running back into the trees or back down the road, as something is clearly wrong. I'll never forget how fast he sped by us, and his emotionless face behind the windshield. He looked vacant, soulless, like there wasn't any thought to what he was doing. No reaction. Those of us that remained just got out of the way, cleared to either side of the road. And it was a good thing too, because this guy didn't slow down or try to clear us at all. He didn't even look at us. And on top of that, we could see that he was alone in the cab. I guess there could have been a person hiding behind him where the sleeping space is, but he looked alone to me. He barreled back the way he came and disappeared from sight. My wife and I hurried after him, worried he'd get panicky and start running campsites over, and we weren't that far off. When we got back to the dispersed camping area, others were talking and milling around. They said the truck kept going back down the way it came, but somehow got off the road and stalled in a field. He went on. The guy emerged from the cab and wandered around the area for a bit. He was definitely by himself, and he was muttering about how they made him do it, and why did he listen to them. What stuck out to my wife and I was that he allegedly said, "I'm going to jail now," when he stumbled around that field. That told us he had some kind of awareness, you know? It wasn't just mindless, crazy, agitated driving. He wasn't definitely being held against his will either. It was just a random act of chaos, or so my wife was inclined to believe. She asked the man we were speaking to if he had any luck getting the vehicle unstuck or what the plan of action was. "No one knows where he is," came the response. I can honestly tell you I've never felt more uncomfortable in a single moment. This guy was driving batshit crazy around the mountainside and then just abandons a semi in the middle of the woods. It's gotten even crazier. "Yeah," the guy went on. "He drove his truck right through someone's camp, got the semi stuck, and then wandered off into the woods." That was a very chilling development. My wife and I slowly turned at one another, eyes wide with horror. Our camp lay down the road for just a few hundred feet, and somewhat out in the woods, a maniac was skulking around. I didn't like the idea of being in some flimsy nylon with a deranged person so close to us. As more people heard about what was going on, we watched them literally pack up and leave right then and there. Others stuck around, out of curiosity or sheer determination to see their weekend through. I couldn't be sure. My wife and I were curious and decided to stick around. Like most Arizona natives, we were packing a gun like usual. The sheriff showed up later in the afternoon as word got around the mountainside. This was pre-cell phone, so someone would have had to go back to town to make a report. We heard the sheriff say he honestly heard a rumor and was just coming to check it out. He got the cab of the semi open, as it had been locked. It was totally intact, clean, organized. No sign of struggle or any drug use. It didn't even smell like cigarette smoke, and smoking was common for a trucker in the 90s. The sheriff said that he was convinced this guy was clean, even had all the proper insurance and paperwork in the glove box. He ventured the idea that maybe this guy had simply had an episode, gone a little crazy and just went off course. Then he went around back and jimmied the trailer door open. We were bewildered to see pallet after pallet of strawberries and fresh lettuce. It was a cold box trailer, so it held a certain temperature, had a vent system, the whole 9 yards. This really turned the sheriff on his head. He must have been expecting illegal cargo of some kind, but again, only found straight-lace evidence. He was stumped. For a trucker to walk away from his cargo was one thing, but to leave behind his truck and expensive trailer, whoever this person was abandoned their entire livelihood out there in the Tonto wilderness. He started getting statements from everyone in the area. A couple of groups made reports that this renegade truck driver literally barreled right through their campsite, ran over some of their belongings too. Another couple came forward and said that they were driving down 300 Road when the semi came roaring at them. They stopped thinking the big rig would do the same, but soon realized this truck wasn't going to slow down at all. They proceeded to throw the car in reverse and speed backwards in an effort to get away. Fortunately, they found a small turnout and just managed to get out of his way before he ran them over too. It was a true wonder this guy hadn't killed anybody. My wife and I finished out the day with little else to report. The sheriff deputies were in and out of the area throughout the afternoon, and of course, a wrecker came up to take a look at the truck to see if it could even be towed out. The truck and the trailer remained that night, ominous throughout the trees. We think the sheriff wanted the truck left in place, almost like a lure. Maybe this guy would regain a little coherence and come back to his truck. To my knowledge, no one ever saw him again. My wife saw the story pop up on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries or some such show, and the details were uncanny. We learned the guy's name was Devin. He had a family back in Kansas, a mortgage. He was exactly what the sheriff pegged him for that day, a totally normal, average Joe. We still wonder why he went off the rails that day, because the program had very little in the way of answers. I planned to hike along the Buck Springs in the summer of 1995, long before the disappearance of Devin Williams, the trucker who went into the woods. I hadn't even heard the story until I got into Payson and stopped to gas up my truck. The clerk at the counter asked me if I was in town to help find the missing maniac. Intrigued, I asked what they were talking about, and I'll never forget the clerk's face. She was just overjoyed to meet someone who hadn't heard the story yet. She went on at length. A man named Devin Williams had taken his big rig and trailer off the highway onto Forest Road 300. This was a familiar area to me, and the thought of an 18-wheeler trying to navigate the skinny hairpin turns of that road was insane. It wasn't possible, to which the clerk nodded. She explained that he got the rig stuck and no one had seen him since. He disappeared over Memorial Weekend, and I was rolling into town on Tuesday, just 48 hours after he vanished. I know it sounds crazy, but my life went on. I didn't really give it any more thought as I rolled up the mountain and towards the trailhead. It wasn't until I hit 300 Road that I started seeing search and rescue flagging, neon vests out in the woodland. They were actually looking for someone. I was expecting to get stopped by local law enforcement, but that never happened. What looked like a checkpoint was really just a surveillance point along the road, keeping an eye on people in the area. Once I got to the trailhead, I started prepping for my day hike. I got even more information. Had I kept driving along 300, I would have come upon the truck and the trailer itself, apparently left mirrored in a field due to mud. Flatlands in the area are notorious for holding standing water for days and days on end. All of this was relayed to me by a couple in the parking lot who showed up because of the missing person case. They were keen to help find Devin Williams, as he'd been reported missing the morning prior. The license plate, the truck, it all belonged to this Devin fellow. He was a cross-country trucker out of Kansas. The couple went on and on. They said apparently the driver got his rig stalled. He wandered around the field for an hour or two, talking to himself. He was saying over and over that someone made him drive out there, and now he was going to jail. This made me scratch my head as it added a whole layer of extra to whatever mystery was at hand. That being said, the campers in the area that weekend said no one else ever got out of the truck, so as to who could have made Devin do this, I couldn't tell you. Again, I left all of this back at the parking lot and just started my hike. I was leaving from Barbershop Trailhead and moved north through the forest. After ascending a steady incline, I would start splintering off to the east to get to Buck Springs area, which is more isolated than the other locations. It's rugged and there isn't room for vehicles, so the only people I would encounter would likely be on foot. I planned this trip on purpose though, since it was a couple of days after Memorial Weekend. The place was pretty much empty. All the weekenders had already packed up, so there wasn't many cars in the parking lot. I'd seen more search and rescue operators than anyone else, and even then they weren't combing back this far from the truck yet. Little did they know that they should have been. I made it about 3 miles before coming up on a highline trail and cresting a ridge. The lookout was beautiful, so I decided to take a moment and relax in the shade for a bit. I broke out the lunch that I packed, kicked my feet out beneath a towering pine tree, and just soaked it all in. Missing person or not, this is exactly what I was looking for. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear a helicopter making laps. After eating a snack, I relaced my boots and started pushing into the Buck Springs area. I was coming in from the west side, so opposite from the cabin trailhead area. I was making the rugged, rural ascent, not using the road like other people usually do. It afforded much better views and isolation. It also made for great shed hunting, which is a pastime of mine. I look for discarded antlers from both deer and elk in the off seasons. After another hour or two, and navigating some crazy up and down ravines, I called it quits. It'd been a 4-hour jaunt back to the truck, and it was starting to press into the afternoon. I got reoriented, crunched the little time and energy that it would take me to get back, and decided to reroute my course a bit. It'd be faster if I took the more traveled trails back to the parking lot. I cinched my gear up, started hoofing it due south instead of west, the way I came. Due south of me, there was a couple of things. The 300 road, for starters, but also more wild up and down terrain, unending forestry, and the SAR operators. There were also some dispersed campgrounds, a cow pond, and somewhere, the big empty big rig, nestled in that muddy field. As I was making my way back, I let my mind wander a bit and thought about what could have happened. Everyone was so keen to say that foul play was the answer, but my gut feeling was drugs or some kind of mental illness, especially after hearing those final details. He was manic, simply out of his mind. Had a touch of psychosis, and it explains almost all the other behaviors. As I was walking along, thinking about that guy, I looked up and took in the area. I was going to need to turn hard west soon, whenever I felt like I was getting even with the trailhead area. As I'm looking around, something catches my eye between the branches. I do a double take and start to slow down. It looks like fabric hanging from the tree. As I squint and really take it in, I see boots, a frame, hands. I see eyes looking right back at me. I came to a dead stop, deer in headlights type of thing. I try to discern who or what I'm looking at, but there's too much in the way. Pine needles and branches, the place was thick with it. I turned to face them and started creeping over. "Hello?" I said loud and deep. My stomach felt crazy, all of me did. It took me a few steps to realize that I was holding my breath and I'm about to make myself pass out. The adrenaline wasn't having a good effect on me. No response, but I was getting closer and I could see that it was a man. I don't know how else to say it, but he was obviously the missing man. He literally looked like the stereotypical trucker. A little bit of a belly, mustache, jeans. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked. "Are you Devin?" Still no response. I step into the clearing where he's standing, and now I can see that something's really wrong with him. First off, he's dirty as hell. His feet are bare of any shoes or socks. Somehow they look fine, when in reality, this was a treacherous area with lots of rocks and underbrush. I expected them to be swollen or cut to ribbons. There are some scratches on his face, probably from the branches, but it could be his own doing, I guess. He had jeans on, a black t-shirt, but one of his arms was through the head hole instead of the armhole, so it was pulled kind of sideways like Tarzan or something. I stood there for a minute. There was at least 20 feet between us, but I was still being very cautious. The entire encounter had me on edge. As from what I'd heard, the sky was a little bit unpredictable. That's when I noticed the strange position that he was standing in. His arms were outstretched over his head, kind of bent outwards, and he was balancing on one foot with the other bent up at the knee behind him. I started to get uncomfortable as he wasn't moving at all and almost seemed to be looking right past me. I took a step forward, but at an angle. Sure enough, his eyes didn't move at all. He was looking off into the wilderness with this almost emotionless face. There was just a touch of a grin on his lips, and I could tell because he had this goatee kind of thing going. I could see where his hair bent around the lips. I don't know any other way to describe it other than it looked like he was pretending to be a tree. That man was beyond still. I can't describe it. If he'd been standing there for any decent length of time, his muscles should have been rattling like a sheet in the wind, but nothing disturbed him. At this point, I crossed a little clearing. I got within 5 or so feet of him. I was gently talking to him the whole time that I approached, trying to make it clear that I didn't mean him any harm. He never moved. Once I got that close, I kind of freaked myself out again, so I just stayed put for a minute. Devin had still not looked at me, and for some reason that creeped me out more than anything. I actually turned back once to see if there was something that put him in shock, and of course there was nothing there but trees. I said his name again, waved a hand in front of his face. Nothing. Not even a blink. Just as I was getting ready to turn around and get back to a comfortable distance, the unthinkable happened. His face moved. For a brief moment, the little grin turned into a half smile. His eyes flashed over and looked directly into mine. My skin turned to ice and I backpedaled as quickly as I could. This guy was totally aware of me and maybe even trying to lure me in close. "Hey, are you okay? There's a lot of people looking for you," I explained. "Your truck is parked just at the bottom of the hill." But he went still again, but that half smile remained. He gave me one more flickering glance and went back to pretending to be a tree. I could no longer handle it. I needed to get the hell out of here. I said that I'd bring help back the second I got to the trailhead, and with that, I turned and started marching west, maybe a little southwest. I was moving instinctually, just to get away from this guy. I didn't get more than 50 feet before I heard something. Something other than my own breathing and my own heart slamming into my ears. I held my breath for only a second before I placed it. It was another voice. It was coming from behind me. I turned back and guess who it is? Devin Williams, muttering something from his tree pose. At this point, I'm committed. I can't leave this guy if he needs help, and by the sound of it, he's changed his mind. I start walking back into the clearing to better hear what he's saying. It's total nonsense, though. Indiscernible gibberish. There was something about it, though. A weird kind of cadence, a rhythm. This may or may not be important later. I didn't get any closer because I didn't need to. This guy was nuts and proving it in real time. He wasn't making any sense. So I returned to the original mission. Bring folks more qualified to deal with this. I was a good 2 or 3 hours from the truck still, and needed to start putting some ground behind me. "I'm gonna be back in a few hours, so please just wait," I said before I was interrupted. Devin started to move as I spoke. He reached into his pocket and threw something at me. Still to this day, I don't know what it was. It could have been a rock, a wallet, I have no clue. I stepped backwards so quickly I tripped myself up and fell down. As I was falling, Devin flashed that crazy smile. My ass hit the ground and Devin started running at me. Now my adrenaline had purpose. I jumped up and started sprinting through the trees. My gear was tight, ready for quickness, and my boots were literally built for this. I took a peek behind me and saw that he was still chasing me, arms pumping all crazy, eyes going wild. It was something out of a horror movie for sure. My assumptions about his bare feet were correct, as he couldn't keep pace with me for very long. I ran for about a quarter of a mile, which was nothing for me as a trail runner. After that, I couldn't see him behind me, but I could still hear something moving around in the brush. I kept going at a jog, but after a while decided to conserve my energy. This guy might be crazy, but he certainly isn't magic. I walked the rest of the way at a pretty good clip, till I stumbled back into the parking lot from the total opposite side. I'd overshot a little bit, but used the terrain to guide me right back to the truck. There was no one there, so quickly packed up and tore back down 300 Road. I knew there would be search and rescue, Gila County sheriffs, somebody to tell. It's sundown at this point, and starting to cool off. I want to relay the message as quickly as possible. Sure enough, I see a group out in the woods, maybe a quarter of a mile. I stopped right there in the road and hopped out of my truck so fast that I left the door swinging open behind me, yelling, waving my arms, and then I raced over to them. Within 20 minutes, I told the story to both search and rescue and law enforcement. Everyone was rapidly showing up to our location and pressuring me to lead them to where I found him. I was exhausted at this point and a little shocked that they would make the request of me when I could just as well show them on a map. But my gear and clothing probably gave me away as a decent hiker. So I did what they asked of me and humped my way back up the hill, the short side, the way I descended. The guys lit up the area in every direction with headlamps, flashlights, all kinds of cool stuff. Naturally, nothing turned up on the return journey. We got all the way to the clearing, or as near as I could remember, and there wasn't a trace of him. I made an official statement with the sheriff back at the parking lot, where I was allowed to start the long drive back home. I never got a return call or any follow-up information, but I did learn more details later on my own. There was a story a couple told about coming across Devin the day before I did, and we were officially the last people to ever see him alive. They came across him on the side of the road in their car and asked him if he needed help. From what they said, Devin acted much the same, standing rigid, talking nonsense to himself. Then he said it was time to light the grill and began striking a $20 bill with a rock. The couple got a little closer in their vehicle, asked him if he needed help again, at which point he grew agitated and threw the rock at their car. They drove off and Devin chased them for a moment or two. It was almost the exact same encounter that I had. Now to the muttering sounds that I heard, it had a cadence and a pattern to it, but I didn't hear anything that I would call comparable until a few years later. I came across something called the Sierra Sounds, which is a recording out of California by a guy named Ron Moorhead. Ron claims they are recordings of a Sasquatch, to which I don't personally believe, but the sounds themselves stood out to me. It was the same guttural sound that Devin had been mumbling, gibberish, monkey talk. Some people have called the Sierra Sounds the samurai chatter, as the cadence of their voices apparently reminds them of Japanese speech patterns. The recordings never reminded me of the Japanese. They remind me of old Native American language and dialects from all over the American Southwest. I'm not trying to make any kind of connection. I frankly don't buy into Bigfoot, but it is the most similar gibberish to what I heard that afternoon. Do with what you will, as I can tell you the man in front of me certainly wasn't an ape. The noises were similar, and that's all I can say. Back in 1997, I worked as a bartender in a small town, tucked into the foothills of the Mogollon Mountains. 2 years prior, when I started the job, a crazy story shook the local communities. A truck driver had crashed his truck somewhere out in the forest, then totally vanished. The first few days, we all heard the same things, but going on for 2 weeks after he disappeared, people kept coming in with these weird stories. Sightings of a guy being strange out in the woods. The first people to encounter him said he was distraught, but not aggressive in any way. He refused help from anyone that offered, explained that he was forced to do what he did, and was headed to prison. He made no effort to detain anyone, or coerce them in any way. He sounded harmless and confused, but we weren't there to see him. As the week went on, the stories got more and more wild, mostly with aggression. People that were running into him were getting things thrown at them, yelled at, all kinds of crazy stuff. Fast forward to 1997, early May. A string of hikers come stumbling into the bar. It's not uncommon for my neck of the woods, but this group looked different. Instead of tired and drowsy, they were wide-eyed and almost flighty. They plopped down to the bar and ordered a round of beers. They were talking amongst themselves as I poured, and when I went to serve them, I made a joke that opened a can of worms, so to speak. "You all look like you just saw a ghost," I said. They all went pale. Slowly, after a sip of beer, they spoke up and told me about what happened. They went on a day hike just up the mountain, just north of Forest Road 300. It's a stretch of mountain service road that all the weekenders used to camp, shoot, fish, and hike. Apparently, these guys were hiking a pass from one service road to the other, which were splintered roads off 300. Apparently halfway through their trek, at the bottom of a gully, they stumbled upon the top half of a skull. In complete disbelief, they almost left it behind, but decided to leave a person with it instead. That way, there was no missing it when they came back with the deputy. They got to the nearest phone and called the sheriff's department, who came out to collect it. The hikers weren't aware of the missing trucker to my knowledge, so probably weren't really looking for him. The sheriff told them about Devin Williams and the tragedy that occurred when he disappeared. From what everyone knew, Devin was a stand-up family man who went any distance to provide for his family, literally. He had a wife and kids, a house he just bought. The more that came out, the sadder it became. And now it was over, from what these hikers told me. Case closed, as they never found a trace of him over those 2 years. His truck was removed, as was any and all evidence of him in the area. His skull was the last thing to ever be found out there in the rim. It wasn't until a few months after those hikers came in that we all started to hear the details. The dental records were a match. It was 100% Devin Williams. Some people weren't convinced at first, but now it was undeniable. The strangest thing was that his skull was clean and totally undamaged, zero trauma. Considering it had been out in the elements for so long and almost certainly scavenged upon, I didn't understand how that could even be possible. There was a lot of buzz with theories, and one of the biggest had to do with the gas station drugs that were commonly used by truckers. This was the 90s, so I'm sure you remember some of these little pouches of pills that were behind the glass or just hanging under the counter at the convenience stores. They'd be called Leopard Jazz 5000 or Wild Night Steam Engine, with some crackpot advertising reminiscent of the Animorphs cover. These pills were sold as energy pills, but were literally known to be legal speed. They'd crank your heart rate, make you grind your teeth if you took enough of them. We had truckers blow through town all the time, and half of them were hooked on some kind of stimulant. That being said, everything we heard about Devin contradicted this. He worked for a reputable trucking organization out in Kansas, so got regularly drug tested. He never once failed or refused to take one. He was just known as a level-headed guy with no history of drug abuse or any mental illness. There was another theory that actually hit the headlines in the Arizona Republic. Frankly, I was astonished at the idea. There had been a flap of UFO sightings around the rim that summer of 1995. Someone put two and two together, said maybe Devin had been abducted. There was and still is zero evidence to support this, but I think the Travis Walton case still lingered in some locals' minds. Walton, of course, was the logger who vanished in '75, and not far up the road by any means. When his skull turned up, that UFO theory was out the window. The only other logical thing I've ever heard was maybe he had a diabetic episode and went into some kind of psychosis. Even then, he had no history of diabetes, and was going into such a delusional state in just one episode doesn't sound logical to me. Then again, I'm a bartender, not a doctor. I just hear what hikers come through and tell to me. I'd like to start this by saying that Devin Williams is by all means a good, innocent guy. I don't think he meant to hurt anybody when he had this episode. Something uncommon happened to a common man, and he wasn't fit to handle the issues that arose. As the stories from all the witnesses show, Devin had no history of drug use. He was actually called into his trucking headquarters regularly to keep them updated in regard to route and arrival times. Not once did he sound under the influence in any way, shape, or form. He was a hardworking individual and shouldn't be seen as a psychotic or ill-intentioned person. I've never met the guy, but I've done a lot of deep diving into his case, so that's all I have to say. The disappearance of Devin Williams has always been mysterious to me, partly because I live only 30 miles from where the incident took place. Like stated previously, Forest Road 300 is a high-traffic area for what is widely considered the wilderness. I grew up camping along the mountain ridge, overlooking the valley below. It is the last place a reasonable person would drive a semi-truck. I remember hearing about Devin first in a YouTube video, then later in an episode of Unsolved Mysteries. I remember hearing the location and turned to look out my window. The trees that I could see would eventually lead me to the same trees that those hikers found his skull in. The same trees that shrouded his missing semi from the rest of the world. It was unbelievable that one of these cases happened so close to home. I heard about him in 2018 and planned my first venture into the area not long after. I acquired the alleged coordinates from a local contact and framed my exploration around that. This is what I can tell you after seeing the area firsthand. It is gridlocked with pine trees, so overgrown that it blocks a lot of line of sight between the areas, especially with terrain changes. Devin was wearing dark clothing and was partially evading other people, based on available reports. He had no interest in receiving help or communicating at all. The tree and brush cover would be sufficient for a person to stay out of sight for extended periods of time. His behavior is absolutely in line with psychosis. The part that stands out most to me is the act of striking a $20 bill with a rock. It reminds me of people hallucinating on LSD or mushrooms. The thought is there, I can almost see the pattern he's trying to make, but all of it is disconnected from reality. Time to start the grill. He attempts to make a fire. Okay, not the craziest connection. It tells me that his brain was firing as if in a dream state. Like the bartender, I'm not a doctor, but I've dealt with psychosis in family members, and that kind of behavior totally fits the bill. This is what I believe happened after he crashed the truck, because no amount of research will ever solve what happened up until that point. However, after he crashed, we know he wandered around the clearing. He spoke to people in the area about being forced to drive off the road, and that he was going to prison. Devin knew he was in the wrong with his actions, so was still operating with a little reason. I suspect that his delusions of being manipulated by some unseen force and the looming threat of going to jail devolved into a deep, deep paranoia. As that took over his psyche, he retreated into the Tonto forest in a state of disconnect, like when he was driving that truck. I don't believe Devin really knew where he was. He may have been seeing something else entirely, which would account for his reckless actions behind the wheel. People reported that he didn't react to them waving or standing in the road, like he literally couldn't see them. Psychosis can make a person think that they're in a totally different place than where they really are. Over the next few days, Devin wanders around the mountainside, having his brief encounters with hikers here and there. These encounters probably reinforce whatever insane paranoia his brain is cooking up, further diluted by the starvation setting in. The lack of food likely contributed to his irritated, irrational state of mind. A random piece of knowledge is this: depending on the seasonal temperatures and rainfall, a variety of mushrooms are known to grow in this area. Many of them are toxic, very few are edible, and a select few will send you into hallucinations. And of those, several can kill you during those hallucinations. It's possible that Devin ate some of these during his days in the wilderness, and further deepened his mental hole that he found himself in. This is all pure speculation, but might account for some of his strange behaviors shortly after disappearing. As time went on, Devin likely got more desperate. The area that they found his skull in, and where he was sighted before that, has a lot of jagged ridges. There are several cliffs and drops in the ground where an unsuspecting traveler could fall to their death. I believe that Devin was walking around at nighttime, navigating the area in the dark, took a spill over one of these cliffs, and that might explain the undamaged nature of his skull, especially if he landed feet first. After that, animals would have gotten to his corpse and scavenged it. Bigger critters like mountain lions and coyotes could actually drag the body parts for several miles. I think the roundness of his skull helped it roll to the bottom of the ravine during a good rain, and the rest of his body was dispersed through deeper wilderness. There are probably bones in dens, caves, up in trees, the larger deposit hidden somewhere under a blanket of leaves and pine needles. This is the most logical explanation that I can come up with. This has been a missing 411 story. It has its inexplicable factors, and many take those at face value. I'm a long-time local, so I've heard all the stories about creepy things that live in the woods. For Arizona, skinwalkers definitely sit at the top of the list. You can take all of this as complete speculation, but I'll share the most out there theory that I've ever heard. It's a little known fact that Tonto means dumb, moron, or fool. It gets used in a lot of pop culture as a native name or term of endearment, but it's actually something of an insult to many early tribes. This might be meaningless, but there is value in what early people name things. Look at Iceland and Greenland, an old and commonly known example of culture using to a name to trick outsiders. This was explained to me by a forest ranger. It's fitting that the forests around here are named Tonto, the last gift from the tribe that the settlers ran off or executed. It's like gifting a house to your enemy at 666 Haunted Avenue. The warning is in the label. It rides the idea of a sacred native land. What better gift for your conquerors than a cursed wilderness with a fitting name to boot? Come live in the big dumb forest where you can be haunted always. The theory is this: something thought it would be funny to confuse this trucker as he drove through Tonto Forest and divert him off course. He finally crashes the truck and disappears, only to be spotted all over the side of the mountain for the next week. He's making weird sounds, making no sense, and he doesn't know how to be human. The joke would be the cargo. What a moron for leaving so much fresh produce out in the middle of nowhere. It was explained to me that the cargo was potentially a sacrifice for the tribes long lost in the area. They played a little joke and in exchange got to scare the communities living atop their bones and harvest sweet fruit for their afterlife. There is even a town called Strawberry, just 25 miles where Devon's skull was found. This was a theory that I heard in a bar one afternoon, many years ago. I don't put much stock in it, but because this is missing 411, I feel like some of the information is worth mentioning. Ultimately, only Devon's skull was found. I still go out periodically to see if any more of him can be found. Whatever diverted him off course that day, I hope I never encounter it. Growing up, I was always into off-roading and 4x4 recreation of any kind. A couple of years ago, I was dating a lady, and she got me convinced that we needed a Razor, one of those side-by-side off-road golf carts. I've always liked them, and I've always thought they were kind of badass. All I needed was a little encouragement to get one inside my garage. Well, when we bought it, it was all the rage in my family. My folks loved it, my brother and sister thought it was super cool, and everyone mentioned it every time they spoke to me. It became commonplace for me to be giving someone a ride at least once a week, whether it was my uncle, my girlfriend's family, or whoever was close, and just wanted to go for a spin. Honestly, I loved that thing. It was loud, it turned heads, and I blacked the whole thing out, so it looked like a Batmobile. My nieces and nephews really liked that part. As for me, I was doing a lot more off-roading now than ever, so much so that I started exploring lots of places, offshoots that splintered off into the Blue Ridge Parkway. If that part didn't give it away, I live in South Carolina. One of these trails really piqued my interest, as the trail network was complex, and the wilderness was dense, and I felt like there was maybe some old, potentially undiscovered Indian sites out there. I was spending more and more time rooting around, driving from ridge to ridge, seeing what there was to see. I got a call from my sister one week. She asked if she could drop her son off at my house, who at the time was about 2 years old. His name is Josh, and I was the on-call babysitter. Josh and I got along great. He was a little picky about who he spent his time with, so whenever my sister needed a minute, she would call and just dump him off at my place. My girlfriend and I, Tara, were just getting ready to go hit the hills, and I told this to my sister, who said that was fine. Josh would love to go bounce around in the Batmobile. I wasn't against this, as I stated prior. I love giving my friends and family a ride in the Razor. And yes, before you get too concerned, I had multiple car seats that I could install in the back. They're called bump seats. I had a couple for different ages and sizes. Josh rode in the little one and absolutely loved it. We got out to my stretch of the woods, started bumping around the trails. Just easy at first, but soon I was doing wild vertical climbs. Josh was squawking and laughing the entire time in the back. Even Tara was screaming like we were on a roller coaster, arms in the air and everything. The trail eventually forked, and I had only explored the eastern path. The little bramble trail that went off to the left was totally foreign to me, and wanted to keep up the good time, so I chose to go that way this time. It would keep the terrain fresh and exciting, force me to make some good off-road maneuvers. Little did I know, I was driving into one of the worst nightmares of my entire life. The trail led up and over a hillside, then dropped into a little rolling valley. I could see the trails crisscrossing in every direction. Trees flanked us on all sides, and down at the bottom, a little water glistened back up at us. I couldn't tell if it was flowing or just a pond, but either way, I was excited to find some new terrain. I hit the pedal and dropped us deeper into the valley. All in all, it was a great day. We kept exploring and found some neat stuff, before finally deciding to break for lunch. I found a nice flat spot in the clearing, and when I killed the engine, I could hear the murmur of a creek nearby. Birds and bugs made all kinds of noises around us. Josh clapped and cooed at all of it. The place itself was serene, so I set up some chairs, a little table, and all the snacks that we had brought. This would be our little hangout spot until we got bored and wanted to keep moving on. Tara loved chilling out in the deep woods, and Josh and I liked pedaling around on foot, looking at rocks and minerals. Maybe we'd even find an arrowhead. Everything happened so quickly. I distinctly remember playing with Josh, chasing him around the clearing. Then we all settled down for a snack, and then went back to playing. We were talking while playing with Josh, so I got distracted for just a moment. It couldn't have been more than a minute. We were both looking around and asking each other where the kid was. We could actually hear him stomping around, so at first we didn't panic. He had to be close. Even so, neither of us could get an eye on this kid for like 15 minutes. As we were moving around and searching, shouting his name, the sweats start to come and go. We start to panic a little. I mean, what the hell? Why can't we find him? I start thinking about the conversation I had with my sister. Yeah, we went outside and all of a sudden he was gone. I just turned around and boom, couldn't find him. I'm sure he's out there somewhere and we'll get a call soon. All of a sudden, he was gone. That phrase was ringing in my head so loud that I could hardly see. It wasn't that I lost my own child, but someone else's. I would have to explain this to someone and hope they understand if they didn't get it figured out quickly. "Hey!" Tara screamed. I think I see him." I went barreling through the brush, got my face and clothes all scratched to hell just so I could follow her voice more closely. I saw where Tara was looking. Sure enough, there was Josh. He had his back to us and he was walking in the other direction. Like I said, Josh was barely 2 at the time, but he was very mobile. He had these little boots that he could run in, and even now, he was putting some ground behind him. I kicked it up a notch. Now that I could see him, this was my chance to put my anxiety to bed and correct this whole situation. I fought through the brush and brambles until finally, I reached out and snagged his little flannel. He bowed and then fell on his little butt, snapped and looked back up at me. "Hey, little man," I said. "What are you doing back here?" "Mom," he said, then pointed into the woods. "No, your mom is back home. It's just me and Aunt Tara out here," I explained. "No, Mom," he said again. I shook my head and laughed, and just as I did, I just happened to look up. There was a person out in the trees, not 20 feet from us. She was standing behind a big, thick trunk, poking out to look at us. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. My legs started to get loose and wobbly as I had 2 realizations. 1, this was obviously why Josh was saying, "Mom, there was a woman out here." And 2, she had to have been luring him out into the forest. Why else would he have been running away from us so fast? I was in a complete state of shock. I hardly noticed that Josh had wiggled out of my grasp and resumed his mission toward this weirdo. She saw him walking, so she slipped out from behind the tree and started approaching him. I watched in disbelief as this woman bent down, scooped Josh up beneath her arms, and hoisted him onto her shoulder. Her eyes then shot to me. She smiled and then started darting through the trees. Josh was laughing, none the wiser to what was really going on. "Hey!" I finally barked. I turned, but Tara was there, tearing through the bushes like a banshee. She had been coming up from behind me, just in time to see what happened, and so sprang into action. I sized up the woman in front of us, who honestly wasn't gaining any ground. She was clearly crazy, probably homeless of some kind, and just found herself drifting on the trails. It's not that uncommon in the area. Some strange people end up in the backcountry. There was a problem though. Tara went around one side of the tree, and I went around the other. We flanked that gal, forced her to stop. Josh didn't seem as entertained now. You could see the panic on our faces. He started to squirm and resist, and even began to cry a little bit. "The hell are you doing, lady?" I barked at her. "What are you doing out here?" "Nothing, I thought he was lost," she replied. I could tell by the shifty look in her eyes that she was full of it. "I didn't want him lost out here." She set Josh on the ground at this point. He walked over to Tara and climbed up into her arms. She began taking steps backward toward the clearing where we left the razor. "You hiking or even camping?" I asked. The woman just laughed and then nodded. total craziness in this lady's eyes, like they almost felt black. I'm going back to our day camp and I'm calling the police. If you're still out here when they arrive, it's the end of the road for you. Get it? Said. It was a bold threat, especially for being in the middle of nowhere. This woman wasn't fazed in the slightest though. She actually mocked me. With that, she turned and then wandered off in the direction of the creek. I assumed she had to be a drifter and had some kind of camp set up along the waterway. She probably used it to go back and forth between the nearby town, where she could loot dumpsters and steal who knows what. We hightailed it out of there, barely packed up all of our supplies. We made sure to strap Josh in first thing, so he couldn't wander off or be lured off again by someone. Tara and I threw everything in the Razor and hit those trails back to the main road. In the rear view, I swear to God, I saw that same woman lurking along the tree line. She was alone, smiling, and then offered a single wave before disappearing back over the ridge of the hill. I told my sister a very loose version of these events, to which she was just relieved that it turned out to be nothing. I've been extra careful since that incident, and if you're off-road anywhere in South Carolina, look out for child abducting weirdos, deep, deep in the wilderness. My brother and I are competitive when it comes to just about everything. Racing, lifting, fighting, drinking, you name it, we'll argue about it. Neither of us are the best at any of this stuff though. We just want to be better than the other. Kevin, my brother, is older than me by 4 years. One thing we always took seriously was hunting and fishing. We grew up doing it, and it really became ingrained in us. We'd always relish in the days when one of us would get a kill or a catch and the other didn't. It was almost like a true testament of our manhood. Silly boy stuff, I know, but it was part of growing up, and it made us better to whatever we put our minds to. Well, later on in life, we went our different ways, and for a long time too. At one point though, I had an opportunity to move out to Colorado, to a town that was near where Kevin lived. I decided, what the hell, when else would I get an opportunity like this? I made that leap, and we were catching up in no time. I moved during the summer, just before fall, so deer season was coming up quick. My brother asked me if I had any plans to hunt this year. I had just moved here, didn't know anything about the area. I'd only scouted a couple of places to fish, but hadn't even cast a line yet. Kevin told me it was done and done. He went hunting every year. I had a routine that he went by. It was a perfect excursion to break into the local wildlife. I said I was looking forward to it. I would have my gear ready. Well, the season came, and we went on Kev's ritual retreat. It started with a 90-minute boat ride that snaked to the very back of this reservoir. The front edge of the water was trafficked pretty well by the locals, but the rest of the lake could only be explored if you had a boat. The canyon walls didn't provide a shore, just a steep wall with thick tree stands. Once you got past that first dam, things would start to open up. The water turned from a narrow pond to a big, beautiful lake, and the forest flattened out, offered more mannered of hiking areas. All of it was secluded. Secret to us though. There were a few fishermen with boats here and there, but most of them seemed to linger near the dam, or even go in the other direction, entirely from the launch dock. The further back that we went, the less and less of people that we saw. Eventually, the reservoir narrowed up again, and the water started to get shallow. We were coming to the back end of the water, just as Kevin planned. We came around a bend to find this little rocky shore, where the water petered out. The shore led up to a steep embankment, and beyond that, what looked like an endless trees. It was quiet, secluded, perfect for a week away. We immediately began divvying out our equipment and buck up the hillside and into those trees. Kevin said there was a clearing for camp just at the top. I grabbed my tent bag and started to shoulder the strap. "Aw, come on, man," Kevin pestered. "You need to sleep in a lunchbox at night?" "I'm just packing what you brought, dude," I explained. "Well," Kevin said, "there isn't supposed to be any weather this week. It's just a precaution." I arched an eyebrow. "What do you say we leave the tent in the boat? Rough it for old time's sake," he asked. I nodded. "Sounds like fun. first one to bitch out has to cook the rest of the trip," I added. We shook hands and started that first slog up the hill. I just took my pack, my bedroll, and a rifle that first trip. I wasn't sure what we would find waiting for us at the top. It was honestly unbelievable. Kevin had built a roughneck campsite out of logs and timber that he whittled with axes and a chainsaw. There was a table, chairs, and more chairs around a massive fire pit. There was a shelving system between a trio of trees, and even a bathroom post deeper in the thicket. It was one of the most impressive campsites that I've ever seen, still to this day. Seeing that it was secure, I dumped off my stuff and went back for the rest. After 2 trips each and 4 trips total, we shouldered everything up that ridge and into the campsite. Next, we set to the chores, gathering firewood, splitting logs, and getting the kitchen set up. Kevin even had a speaker system that he hung from some trees to play music when he felt like it. The first day was entirely just for chores, and after 6 hours of getting everything in place, the sun was going down, starting to cool off. We had a healthy campfire going, which we had our feet up by as we drank our first of many beers. We cooked up some brats, some chili, and ate like kings in those big hand-carved chairs that Kevin had made himself. With the stars shining up above me and the tall trees dancing in the firelight, it almost felt like a movie. I was so at peace. I forgot that we were even out there to do anything except relax. Being so disarmed with the beauty and the conversation, neither of us noticed the clouds blowing in, nor the dip in the temperature. Drinking 6 or 7 beers probably didn't help either. So when we crawled up into our sleeping bags by the fire that night, we had no idea what we were in for. It was light at first, just enough to make me roll over and pull the bag up over my head. By the time it woke me up, it was at a full downpour. Everything was getting soaked. I looked up and could see Kevin's sleeping form. I could actually hear him snoring through the patter of rain. "Dude, wake up, it's pouring," I yelled. He snapped upright immediately. "Noah in a piss pot," he yelled back. "How long has it been raining?" "I don't know, man. We gotta find some cover though." We both hopped up and did the first logical thing, got some lights going. Kev fired up a pair of lanterns and I got us some flashlights. He happened to have a tarp in the box that he kept there at the camp, so we grabbed that and set the strapping it amongst some trees. After we got that hanging, we scrambled up to get everything underneath it, all of our supplies and equipment. We were getting soaked to the bone, but at least our sleeping bags had a place to get out of the rain. Meanwhile, the coals in the fire hissed beneath the downpour, and smoke sizzled up and filled the whole clearing. I remember it feeling really ominous, but I don't really know why. Anyway, after we got everything that we could out of the rain, we decided it was time to get the tent. Kev told me to run down there and start unloading it. He'd come and meet me in a minute. He wanted to get his speakers down before they were totally ruined. I worked my way through the trees and got out of the slope that led me down to the boat. The hillside was lit up by a silver moonlight. Plus the flashlight I had, I could see the boat pulled ashore, as well as everything inside it. There's something else though, down there, standing before the lip of the boat. It was an inky black figure. Definitely had to be a man, but just hard enough to make out otherwise. He was going through our stuff, as well as dragging the boat out into the water. I blinked and rubbed the rain out of my eyes. I couldn't believe it. As I looked on, I realized whoever was down there was huge. They looked to be shy of 7 feet tall. The boat my brother had was a pretty good size too, and with the added weight of the leftover equipment inside, it weighed quite a bit. This person was manhandling the thing by the shore, all by themselves, no issue. A very large and very strong person. Why they needed the boat, I have no idea. "Hey! Hey!" I screamed down the hill, going through the lightning and the rain. "Get the hell out of here!" In my pocket was the micro 9mm, which I pulled and pointed right at our midnight visitor. They reacted the moment that I yelled, and I could finally get a look at them. Whatever they were wearing was black from the rain, maybe jeans and a flannel, or even a pullover sweater. They had tons of hair, bearded, almost like they lived out in the woods. Honestly, it kind of looked like a miner from the old black and white photos that you see. Black eyes and big bushy beard, ashy looking. He dropped the boat and started scrambling across the rocks, walking in a really bizarre way. arms outstretched overhead, as if he had no balance, hopscotching from one stone to the next. Maybe he had no shoes on or something. All I know is that it looked super weird to me. Then he darted off into the brush and disappeared. Kevin came up behind me with the flashlight and scanned the slope himself. "What's going on, man?" he asked. "There's somebody down here messing with our boat. You ever see people out here before?" I asked. "Messing with the boat? There's no one out here, dude. We're miles and miles from any kind of parking lot." He pulled out his .357. We began the slow descent to the boat, using the flashlights to scan for any sign of that tall guy. We no longer saw him, and I kept relaying what I'd seen to Kevin. He didn't really believe me, I could tell, which in retrospect I understood, but damn, if it didn't bug me to no end. I know what I saw, but because of the nature of our relationship, he thought I was messing with him. "Look, man, I've never been out here, and I've got my gun drawn," I explained. "I'm not pulling your leg on this. There was somebody down here with me." I gestured to the boat as we made it all the way down. "Look at it. Somebody moved it a good 6 feet back from the shore." That was true. The thing was in a totally different position from where we left it, and the gear inside was thrown helter-skelter, like someone had thrown it around. Kevin then squinted through the rain and nodded. "All right," he said. "Let's just get the tent set up." We unloaded what we needed and started the slog back up the hill. It was only a couple of feet, but the steep incline made it an ass kicker, as well as the rain making the terrain unstable. We split the gear between us and slung it over our shoulders so we could keep sweeping the area with our flashlights. Nothing came out, but some jaw-dropping lightning hit the place up and gave us a great couple of seconds to inspect it all. No tall guy lurking in the trees, much to our relief. Kev also made a point to tie up the boat, now that he thought maybe there was somebody out there. We woke up and it was gone. We'd be in some serious trouble trying to get back. We got up to the clearing and started setting up the tent beneath the cover of the tarp. This way we could keep it dry while we got it structured. After it was secure, we moved it out so only the entrance was underneath the tarp. Then we started funneling our sleeping stuff inside the tent. Next, we got a secondary fire going beneath that tarp, but in a dry place where it could ventilate the smoke around the flap. It was tiny, just enough to start drying our boots and our clothes out. It was going to be a slow process, so we fired up the cooking unit and got a pot of coffee going as well. Whatever sleep that we gotten was what we got, as the list of chores for that morning were now long. Plus, I think deep down we both wanted to keep an eye out for that guy snooping around the boat. My brother never thought there could be a person out there so far without a boat of some kind of their own. The rain stopped the next morning. The sun came out to burn off a lot of the excess cloud cover. We were tired, but camp was now secure. We even tapped into a cache of dry wood that Kevin had stored in a rock outcropping. Things were dry, we had some food, and we had cover from the dripping canopy above us. It wasn't ideal, but we were prepared and adapted. "So much for no rain," I said. "Yeah," he commented. "To hell with it though. Let's go hunting." We set out that first morning and found a whole lot of nothing. There were tracks everywhere, overlapping in every direction, but the rain had washed them out too bad for us to be able to tell what they were. Some were obvious, and those tracks weren't anything that we were trying to kill. There was a gully that took us back into a meadow. Kevin said it was good for deer. We followed it back and got high up on the hillside. Spent an hour or two casing the clearing and watching for any signs. No luck. But there was something north of us. We could both hear it. Nothing else to do and needing to head back to camp soon, we decided to just go take a look. The meadow got narrow again and then turned into a gulch that snaked back into the forest. As we moved into the pass, a breeze pushed past us, and it carried the smell of death with it. One of the worst smells that I've ever encountered, and it stopped me dead in my tracks. I turned back and looked at Kevin. He'd put a bandana over his nose. His eyes were wide. He was now shaking his head too. Any idea?" I asked. "No," he admitted. "I have no idea what the hell is going on." "Something dead is back here, dude," I said. "No shit," Kevin confirmed. He nodded backward, signaling us to turn back for camp, and I followed his lead. but I couldn't help looking over my shoulder. I couldn't place the noise still, nor that smell. I guess, but I knew it was all off. There was something weird about all of it. Neither of us talked much on the way back to camp, still on the lookout potentially for any deer in the area. Or just on the lookout for something, I guess. That smell really put me off. I've never had any kind of experience like that in the wild. Then add that shadowy weirdo that we saw the night before. I was just about ready to break camp and take the boat ride home. When we got back to camp, Kevin gave me the breakdown. It was a den of some kind, predator territory. Since I've been gone since the last season, something must have moved in and started dragging kills back there. Who knows what it could be, but the air was heavy back there, man. Still, I've been in mountain lion country before, and the area had that same kind of energy. You could cut the air with a knife, it's so thick. Bugs aren't even making a sound. It all made sense to me. One whiff and I was all locked up. I wanted to run in the other direction instinctually. We started up a fire and got dinner going, then cracked the first beers of the afternoon. As we hung out and cooked, the sun dropped and the darkness came unnaturally fast. We both noticed how dark it was, even mentioned it to each other. "It's almost like you brought me somewhere cursed, man," I joked. "Ah, this place is one of the best. It's just been a weird week," Kevin reflected. We ate and put our boots up by the fire. The trees all but vanished into the black maw of the sky. Not a single star penetrated the eerie cloud cover. Even the campfire seemed to struggle to stay alight. The darkness chewed away at the glow around us. It was almost like the canyon was trying to swallow us itself. And then it started, a rain of a different kind. At first a rock, then a pine cone, rock, acorn, another pine cone. All kinds of crap started sailing out of the darkness and landing at our feet or in the fire. We lit those trees up with the flashlights, but there wasn't anybody. We watched in complete disbelief as projectiles came flying out of the tops of the trees, as if someone climbed up and was just throwing it from there. "Maybe it's raccoons," Kevin said, shaking his head. "There aren't ever campers this deep, so they don't know what to do. They're throwing stuff to ward us off," he reasoned. I didn't buy it, but it was a theory. I mean, I could see right in front of me that whatever was throwing the stuff was somewhat small and could climb a tree. We couldn't see it from its perch, so whatever it was. We did the one thing that we could do, send a few rounds into the air around us. One with a 30-30 and a bunch with my 9mm. It got our ears ringing, but also served to stifle whatever was tossing that stuff at us. At least for a little bit. After dinner and then close to bedtime, stuff began flying into camp again. We didn't want to get our hearts going again with any gunfire, so we just decided to turn in for the night. We kept flashlights and handguns inside the tent, very near just in case, but it didn't matter. All through the night, there was a pitter-patter against the nylon of the tent, as random stuff bounced off the side wall. When we awoke the next morning, there was a pile of pine cones and acorns lying on the ground beside the tent. We got up early and decided to just get right into the hunt. Murdered a quick pot of coffee, nitro as we like to call it, and we used the double amount of grounds you should. Didn't add anything else. We got our boots on and moved off into the forest. Kevin took us in a different direction this time, away from the gully in the meadow. We walked along the basin, then a steep foothill. There were mushrooms growing everywhere, thick, red, gummy ones that I knew were toxic. I've read that death by mushrooms is particularly awful, so I made sure to give them a wide berth anytime I came upon any. And then we saw what we were after. A group of muleys moved through a tree line. Kevin immediately took a knee, shouldered his rifle, and dialed his sight in. I didn't even have time to get my hearing protection on before he took a shot and dropped a healthy buck at about 300 yards. There was plenty of time left in the day, so we didn't break our necks trying to get the deer cleaned. We took our time skinning and making the initial cuts, then removing all the organs. Only after it was empty could we butcher it properly and then take it back to camp. While we worked though, I started to get that weird feeling again. And sure enough, just as we were starting to pull the organs out, I heard a weird sound. I can't really describe it other than like a strange whooshing sound. My brother and I both stop, take a look around. and we spot the opening of a cave maybe 15 yards from us. I guess it really wasn't a cave, more like a big mouse hole in the base of some rocks. It was maybe as big around as a chimney chute, laid horizontally into the stone. It was dark and tapered back at a slight angle, sloping deeper and deeper into the earth. Somewhere far back in that hole was where the sound was emitting. Subtle, but slowly speeding up. Kevin had no idea what to make of it, and neither did I. And then the smell came. The exact same scent of death from the meadow the day before. It was uncanny, and it put Kevin on edge instantly. He just kept shaking his head, looking around, asking himself over and over, "What the hell?" I could tell this was all out of place. He spent many, many seasons rooting around this area. Never had anything so strange happen to him like this. "It's like your curse, dude," he said to me as we butchered the last of the deer. We had the majority of it loaded onto Kevin's pack, as it was his kill. He'd do the honor of hauling it all back to camp. No, I think you just brought me to a bunk hunting unit," I explained. Then we both turned to the mouth of the cave. It wasn't movement. It wasn't a push of air. We heard a voice. No doubt about it. It caught me so off guard that I actually turned on my knee as I was on the ground when I heard it and started to crawl over to the entrance of that chasm. "Yo, what the hell are you doing?" Kevin said. "I want to know what this is, man. Quit being a bitch." I bellied over and pulled out some of the leaves away from the opening. It was deep, far deeper than I anticipated. I was expecting a little den, maybe a coyote or a badger would come out and run. I shined a light into the darkness and found the chasm so deep that I couldn't even see the end. The whole time, that whooshing sound got louder and louder. Kevin came up behind me, pistol drawn, and asked me what I saw. Before I could even answer, we heard a voice. "Go!" We both moved backwards so fast that we tripped each other up. I rolled backwards and into some brush. My brother fell on his ass against a tree. We were both expecting someone to come crawling out of that cave. That's how close that voice sounded. "All right, what the hell, man?" I asked. "Let's just get back to camp," was all Kevin said. We didn't waste any more time breaking the deer down, packed it up and started huffing back to camp. The late morning transitioned into the afternoon. The sun drifted by overhead. Clouds threatened to roll in a storm, so we kept one foot in front of the other, just in case it was going to rain again. The whole hike we didn't hear a single animal, not a bird or a bee. The wind didn't even dare disturb the stillness of that area. It was creepy as hell. Since he tagged out, we cut the hunting trip short for that season, just because everything was just so creepy. We lingered that night, drank some beer, and theorized what was happening in those woods, but neither of us had a really good theory. Too many weird things were happening for us to be able to account for it all. It was a long, quiet night. We put the deer meat in an airtight cold box, then strung it up in a tree to keep the bears away, or whatever predator was lurking out there. We went to bed and had an uneventful night of sleep. Broke everything down in camp the following morning. It didn't take long, and soon everything was carried over the lip and down onto the boat. We get back to the parking lot, load everything up, and didn't have any more issues. We never heard any more about people lurking out there in the woods. The strange smell that didn't follow us home. I will say this though, the deer that Kevin killed wasn't good. The meat wasn't spoiled, but all of it tasted bad. It didn't even taste like deer. He ended up throwing it all away. He never went back to that area either, despite having so many years and many hours invested in making it what it was. The strangeness of the time that he took me out there put him off from ever wanting to go back out there. We still both go hunting, but we make sure to do it in less extreme areas, or if something happens, we might be able to get help to us. We just had one weird trip is all. My roommate and I didn't really handle COVID very well. We had way too much free time on our hands. Add to the fact that all the businesses were closed meant that there was literally nothing for us to do. We started walking from one side of the town to the other. Soon that led to exploring the little green belts in between neighborhoods. Then finally, full-fledged hiking. We basically lived in the woods during quarantine. We'd spend the days out there, storm or shine, drinking beers, picking up trash, swimming, just goofing around. We started doing something that sounds odd to say out loud, but at the time kept us really sane. We'd get into the woods, strip off our socks and shoes, and hike in silence to this little lagoon we'd lay out at. It was insanely meditative, and I absolutely loved just barefoot wandering. It felt satisfying in this primal sort of way. So anyway, the more we roamed like that, the more in tune that we got with the woods around us. Without the chatter between us and the careless stomping of booted feet, we'd become part of the woods in this weird kind of way. It also definitely helped that I was stoned out of my mind half the time. We'd end up surprising people pretty often without even meaning to, passing within a couple of feet before they even noticed us. It was like our guts started calling the shots. We could feel storms brewing. All the creatures seemed to stop minding us when we walked like that. So whenever the woods went silent, we knew something was coming. It was one of those days. Thick skies and that kind of electricity in the air. It had been stormy for a few days, and the woods were all but empty. We'd only seen maybe 2 other souls all day long. Darkness had started to creep in, quicker than normal. We were headed out of the woods, barefoot and knocking back the dregs of some warm, shitty beer, chatting about absolutely nothing. I remember we were coming up this hill, then all of a sudden it was like I'd swallowed a snowball. I looked up at my friend and she was frozen mid-laugh. Something was wrong. The woods were off. We were surrounded by murky shadows and dead fucking silence. Heavy silence. Tense silence. Then we heard it. It was this metallic sort of sound. A kind of clanging that we couldn't really make out. Metal striking stone over and over, a bit further down the trail, squarely in between us and the way out. We both stood like statues, tucked behind some trees, just listening. It was a shovel. Someone was digging. As we crept closer, I remember how the sound made my palms itch. My friend's face was flushed rose red. I told myself that I was just being stupid. In fact, inside my backpack, I had a little spade that we used to plant flowers and dig up rocks and such. Who was I to even judge this person? But then again, that was just a little garden spade. As we got closer, it became clear that this person had a full-on shovel and was digging in the middle of the trail. I kept trying to explain it to myself. This person was just digging. Sure, it was a dusk and a lightning storm, and it was hastening our way out, but we all cope with quarantine differently, I suppose. Sure, it's odd to carry a big shovel this deep into the woods, but maybe they're burying a beloved pet. And sure, that really doesn't make sense that they'd bury their pet in the middle of the trail, but maybe they're digging a bike jump. And yeah, maybe they don't have a bike, but on and on and on like that. My mind churning out all these reasons and scenarios. All the while the knots in my gut wouldn't loosen. We were almost upon them now, and I'm pretty sure it was a him, though they were wearing a hat, scarf, and heavy clothes. All black. Bit odd for summer. But again, he might be mourning his sweet Fido, who would love that spot in the middle of nowhere in a dirt trail. With every step, my stomach hurt more. We were both shining in sweat, and that sound of metal striking earth and stone seemed to be deafening. It's almost a primal sort of fear, isn't it? Rooted deep within our guts, completely deaf to every excuse that I was handing it. We were just waltzing along one minute, cracking jokes and slugging beer. Then suddenly, it was like every neuron was firing, every muscle tight enough to snap. My mind was racing, and I was taking stock of everything around me. 2 girls, barefoot, in swimsuits and overalls, 2 empty beer cans. I had a bag found of trash and a backpack of random shit. My friend was holding out our bucket of rocks, though we picked some skinny flat ones for skipping, not self-defense. I had a can of pepper spray buried somewhere in my bag, but much to my mother's dismay, I'll bet, I couldn't easily access it. It feels so insane looking back now. I've never even been in a fight. I've never even raised my voice. I spent most of my days talking to toddlers about emotional regulation. And yet here, suddenly I was, tallying up what I had on hand that could be used as a weapon against a total stranger. All those excuses that I'd fashioned for him had fallen away, and only one of them stuck. Maybe this gut feeling is wrong. Maybe he's doing any one of a million things. Maybe he'd feel awkward or embarrassed seeing us bolt away. But what if that feeling is right? What is the cost if it's right? If we walk past and he swings that shovel, what then? What would those excuses cost us? Something shifted. I really don't know what. It felt like a high voltage situation, a single spark in a gas-choked room. My friend went white, and the first words that we exchanged the whole time: "Don't look at him, just run." We ran, crashed down into the woods and off the trail, close to the water. We could jump in if he chased us. We sprinted, leaping over boulders, ducking under trees, thorns and stones sticking into bare soles. I didn't even feel them, didn't notice the blood on my feet till we broke out of the tree line. There was nobody behind us. Whoever we stumbled upon hadn't given us any kind of chase. And that was good, because we were still clinging to the hope that whatever they were doing was totally normal. We lingered by that tree line, in the buffer between the forest and the town, waited to see if he'd come out. He never did. We caught our breath and walked a more mild speed on our way back home. Later on, we tried to piece it all together, try to understand what happened. We were cucumber cool ordinarily, and definitely felt a sense of invincibility sneaking around those woods. It wasn't till we were home and safe, and bandaging our feet, that we figured it out. As far as we ever could, at least. The spark had been silence. He'd been shoveling. And safe at home, I admitted that I'd look back. Just a glance for a split second. He did stop shoveling, and he did start walking toward us. When he stopped shoveling and turned, I could see the rest of his tools scattered in the dirt around him. He had a shovel, but there was a little handpick too, and a 5-gallon bucket with all kinds of odds and ends hanging out of it. There was a stained wad of sheets resting beside the bucket. It was wrapped around something, but as to what, I'll never be sure. The sheets itself were dingy, discolored, and absolutely disgusting looking. Whatever the case, my roommate and I got out of there, and we never saw that man again. We went back into the woods, but nothing weird popped up. Even the place that he was digging at returned to the same stillness as before. Neither of us had the guts to try to unearth whatever he was burying. So whatever it was is still sitting out there, hidden beneath the ground. There are few places more out of the way than McCarthy, Alaska. Over 200 miles east of Anchorage, the hyper-rural community stands as a testament to the fortitude of the human psyche. There is no easy way in or out of the bush. Temperatures can fluctuate well over 100 degrees during the seasons. Summers get as high as 90, and winters plummet to over 50 degrees below zero. It's located smack dab in the middle of Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve. The park itself is 6 times larger than Yellowstone. The magnitude of this wilderness is lost on those who haven't seen it. Millions of acres, endless forest, and 4 individual mountain ranges that come together in the park to form 9 of the 16 highest peaks in the country. The average snowfall is around 52 inches per year. This isn't just rough backcountry, it's some of the most unforgiving terrain in the entire world. What brought settlers to such a nowhere destination was the discovery of copper high in the ridges of the foothills. Kennecott was founded, then its sister township of McCarthy, but neither community would survive very long. The ore quickly depleted, the price of copper plummeted, so both the mine and the town were abandoned. Even the railroad that carried the copper from the mine to the refinery succumbed to disrepair. Besides the railroad, airplanes were a common method of travel in and out of McCarthy, like many other rural Alaskan towns. There was also an old gravel road that led from McCarthy to the next town, over 60 miles of washboards and culverts. Either way, no one lives there anymore, But in 1983, McCarthy was home to 22 citizens. The road wasn't used as much, as a major flood had washed out the bridge on the east end of the road. Between locals and the state departments, no effort has ever been made to rebuild the bridge, so the only way in by land was by way of the hand-powered tram. McCarthy, Alaska was a place people could go to be alone. Everyone there was antisocial in their own way. Hell, they lived hundreds of miles away from the next major population center. It took a unique individual to call such a place home. Mostly survivor types. People who genuinely wanted to live in balance with nature, build their own structure, cut their own firewood, hunt their own food, everything by the book. Maxine Edwards and her husband Jimmy were two such homesteaders living in the Kennecott Valley. They stayed in their own cabin just west of the Kennecott River, which they built themselves in 1953. Each spouse was 52 years old, and a perfect dichotomy of a McCarthy resident. Maxine was known as diligent by the locals in the area. She could be seen working her property for up to 10 to 12 hours a day. It wasn't uncommon for Maxine to use a bulldozer all afternoon, only to have a dinner party with Lennon and Crystal by nightfall. The Edwards were tough, rugged Alaskan homesteaders who knew what it took to survive in the seasons out in the middle of nowhere. The Heglands were two more McCarthy homesteaders who had lived in Alaska for 27 years. They moved to McCarthy in 1967, where they learned the community didn't have a post office of any kind. Once a week, an airplane would fly into McCarthy, bringing the mail and grocery orders. So if a person wasn't there for pickup on that specific day, their mail and goods would be sent back and brought again next week. It was very inconvenient, but served as a way of life for those in McCarthy. The Heglands had a solution, though. They built an addition on the front of their home, complete with a cubby storage system, then hauled the unclaimed mail and goods back to their house. They would put all the stuff in the appropriate cubby, whoever the stuff belonged to, and that person could come pick it up at any time. The outbuilding wasn't insulated, so cold goods would stay frozen, and it didn't have a lock, so locals could just pick up their stuff, even in the middle of the night. Over the decades, McCarthy residents came to consider the Heglands the unofficial postmasters of the village. They served McCarthy in other ways too. The Heglands had a small meteorological site at their home, wherein they would make weather observations and relay them to the FAA flight service station in Cordova, Alaska. Being in such an outlier position, this was valuable weather information for air traffic teams all over the sea. The Heglands had the only two-way radio in the area, powerful enough to get over the mountains of Wrangell St. Elias. Without their radio, McCarthy was totally cut off from the rest of the world. Harley King had lived in Alaska almost his entire life. He worked as a wolf hunter in the Predator Control Program, wherein he had quotas to fill in the wild Alaskan bush. He worked alongside another guide, a man named Jay Hammond, who would go on to become the governor of Alaska during his career. After hunting one of the most dangerous predators, Harley transitioned into boat work and became a commercial fisherman out of Cordova. This was just as dangerous. Fighting with nets and rope and rigging in a storm can lead to an accident, even drowning. The seas get rough and capsize boats all the time. To retire as an Alaskan fisherman is no small feat. When Harley retired, he moved with his wife into the isolation of McCarthy. He liked to hunt, ride a snowmobile, and live hermetically away from the buzz of townships. Harley and Joe King lived on a homestead just 15 miles west of McCarthy, tucked into the quiet backcountry. Two newlyweds had just married back in the lower 48 and returned to their newly completed cabin in the McCarthy area. They were Tim and Amy Nash. Tim had lived in McCarthy for 7 years, but had originally moved there with a different woman. During the construction of their cabin, Tim had gone through a divorce and decided to work on his trade as a construction worker and finish his own home. While improving his craft and saving money and making progress on his cabin, he just so happened to meet a woman, Amy, who was a tourist passing through McCarthy. Tim and Amy hit it off and were married and living in the cabin not much later. Again, this isn't a place where you just fall backwards into a rental. No one lives here by chance. There is no housing market, no real estate office. And if you live in McCarthy, you build your own home, install your own electric wiring if you have it, the whole 9 yards. Louis D. Hastings was another resident of McCarthy. He was originally a computer program at Stanford University, but was growing rapidly disillusioned with the life in the city. The huge industrial developments were suffocating to Lou, who decided his lifestyle wasn't working for him and sought to venture somewhere new. By 1980, him and his wife had decided on Alaska and moved into a duplex on the east side of town. Lou kept up with the industry that he was in, opened up a computer services company that ran out of his home. Despite his involvement with technology, his experiences in the city of California had soured any positive looks that he may have had for it. Lou wanted to be somewhere where technology didn't matter, life without it, and future development would be non-existent. Instead, what he found was Alaska in the throes of a big business boom, particularly Anchorage. This was partially due to the opening of the Trans-Alaska Oil Pipeline. It was an $8 billion investment, a service line over 800 miles long. It would be responsible for relocating 25% of all U.S. oil production. This didn't bode well for the vision Lou had, and on top of the budding business prospects growing around him every day, his own computer company was failing badly, as was his marriage. The couple had bought a summer cabin in the Kennecott Valley, very much near McCarthy, and Lou found himself spending more and more time out there. This way he could be alone and have some semblance of the life that he wanted. Having lived in California, Lou Hastings had actually volunteered to clean oil-soaked animals that were washing up on the coast from any oil spills. He resented the substance and everything that it represented: money, wealth, pollution. Not long after moving to Anchorage and discovering the booming economy from the pending pipeline, Lou decided he had one option: attack the oil line and destroy it before it could ever be used. As his life crumbled apart, Lou retreated to the Kennecott cabin, where he spent the better part of a year planning this attack. According to a psychiatric report, Hastings was disturbed by the population growth, an influx of money into the state, and determined the best way to interrupt this was to destroy the pipeline, thus cut off Alaska's wealth and consequent growth. Chris Richards, 29, lived in a very modest cabin that had no modern appliances, no running water of any kind. Chris worked as a construction worker throughout the summers, like many Alaskan citizens, and collected unemployment checks and food stamps through the winter to make ends meet. Chris was a very simple guy. He'd lived in McCarthy for some time and was known as a good guy amongst his peers. On the morning of March 1st, Chris was lounging around his cabin, preparing for breakfast for himself. Through his back door, he could see Lou Hastings approaching through the trees, one of his local neighbors that lived in the area. Chris was preparing for breakfast over a fire, so everything was hot and delicate and required more attention than his normal range would. When Chris got his breakfast to a point that he could turn away from it, he looked back to shout a hello to his neighbor Lou. Before he could speak, though, something struck his right cheek, shattering his glasses into pieces right there on his face. He ducked instinctually, drawing his face behind one hand, when something else glanced off the top of his head. Chris looked up now and saw Lou stepping into his cabin with a rifle in hand. The two men began struggling back and forth, grappling for the weapon and striking each other. "Stop! What the hell are you doing?" Chris screamed, yanking on the gun. "Look, Chris, you're already dead," Lou said, calm as stone. "If you'll just quit fighting, I'll make it easy for you. Finish you off quick." Blood continued to pour down Chris's face. He realized Lou had already likely shot him, at least once, and the wound was worse than he thought. Adrenaline was keeping him upright. Now he needed to get away. He glanced back and caught sight of a kitchen knife resting by the drain of the sink, the one that he used to prep his breakfast with. The breakfast that was burning on the stove behind him. Rage fumed up inside Chris, and he let go of the rifle with one hand and took the knife and buried it into Lou's shoulder. "Maybe I'll make it easy on you," Chris said, as he yanked the blood-stained blade out of the wound. Lou grumbled, made sounds only a wounded man can make, and just as Chris stabbed him once again in the right leg. This one wasn't as deep though, but it still opened up a wound throughout Lou's jeans. Chris wasted no time. He took the momentary distraction the knife had brought him and disappeared through the open back door, only wearing a t-shirt, corduroy pants, and a single slipper. He wouldn't last long in the brutal icy temperatures, however. This was it though, the beginning of Lou Hastings' onslaught. It was supposed to start with Chris Richards, someone who was a bit of a hermit and didn't have any close neighbors. Chris was a young, harmless guy who didn't have much in the way of an outside life, so didn't frequent the mail pickups or the social get-togethers. He was supposed to be an easy target, but proved more crafty than Lou had given him credit for. While Chris escaped, Lou took a moment to reload his rifle, a .223 caliber Ruger Mini 14, and began to try to treat his own wounds. This was a suicide mission. He knew that, and incorporated it into his plan. But this was way too soon to be wounded. There were 20 more people to murder, and Lou needed to be intact in order to do that. Most, if not every citizen in McCarthy had a gun of some kind. Lou needed to keep the element of surprise before the killing turned into an open firefight. His plan hinged on everyone being dead, not just one or two of them. But alas, even Lou's smoldering corpse would turn up by the end. Meanwhile, Chris barreled through 3/4 of a mile of snowy backcountry, up a steep hill until he reached his nearest neighbor, which was an unoccupied cabin. Chris didn't hesitate to break in and hide inside the building, listening for his would-be killer in the forest. When no one came stalking out of the trees, Chris took to tearing the cabin apart for supplies. This was life or death, so he knew his neighbor would understand. That was, if he even survived. He found a parka, snow bibs, boots, and snowshoes. Now resting and properly outfitted, Chris knew he only needed to make it another 1/4 mile before he'd reach people, real occupied properties. As long as he kept Lou behind him and at a good distance, he should be able to make it into the heart of the town without being seen. The snowshoes would be a huge help in gaining ground and even covering his tracks. Just down the hill, Tim and Amy Nash were having a peaceful morning. Their cabin was situated on the trail that connected the villages of Kennecott and McCarthy. As the crisp morning air brightened underneath the sun, something else broke the air with much more tenacity. The newlyweds could hear it from the inside of their house, so Tim stepped out to see what the commotion was all about. It was Chris Richards, barreling through the snowy woodland, screaming for help. His head looked like it was painted with blood, as was his parka. Tim got his boots on and ran out to help him, and once he got a hold of him, hauled him right inside the house. Tim and Amy wasted no time in lending him a hand. Amy started treating his wounds. Tim got him something to drink, and Chris did his best to explain what happened. He had just been cooking breakfast when suddenly, Lou started taking pot shots at him with a rifle. They fought back and forth, and Chris got him with a knife. Now, here he was. Tim and Amy were in complete shock. Yes, they'd just seen Lou marching onto McCarthy just 20 minutes ago. Didn't think anything about it. Little did they know that he just started his killing spree, and their house was one of the next on the path. It came to Chris Richards then. He told the Nashes to arm themselves, then get down to the airstrip as quickly as possible. It was the only thing that made sense. It was midday, Tuesday, so Lou was likely working his way back, starting with those lounging at home until he got to the mail plane. Everyone would be standing in a line out in the snow, literally sitting ducks. Lou could lay down at 100 yards, pick them all off one by one in less than 20 seconds. They chose a different plan, however. Tim fired up their snow machine, hooked up a sled to the back, which they tucked Chris into. Tim and Amy hopped on the snowmobile and began roaring towards the airstrip. Tim white-knuckled a 12-gauge shotgun, packed full of buckshot. The first person they came upon was Gary Green, a local pilot who was cleaning snow from his airplane. Tim, Amy, and Chris came screaming into the parking lot, waving their arms over their heads. Gary came over immediately to see what the trouble was. They laid everything on him, from Chris's first initial encounter to his flight through the trees. Gary's eyes were wide, face ghost white, simply nodding along to everything they said. As near as we can tell, he's gonna kill the other outliers before circling back to shoot up everyone waiting for their mail," Chris explained. "No," Gary said. No. I saw Lou walking too. He wasn't headed for your place. He was going to the Heglands, I'm sure of it," Gary said. Everyone went silent at this development. The Heglands, the postmasters. That was the other place to hang out on a Tuesday. If someone missed the airplane, they could get it later at the makeshift post office. These were two of the most populated places on a Tuesday, and Gary was certain that he'd seen Lou marching in that exact direction. Now they needed to come up with another plan, and quickly. There was only one thing that made sense. Tim Nash would go check on the Heglands. Amy would continue on to the main office and warn everybody. And Gary would fire up his airplane to get Chris to the next town over and get medical treatment for his wounds. While Gary taxied onto the runway, he caught sight of something. It was Amy and Tim crashing through the forest together. There was no doubt about it. They were coming straight for the airplane. Worried that the situation had gotten worse and they needed help, he instructed Chris to wait with the plane at the end of the runway. Meanwhile, Gary hopped out and ran over to meet the fleeing couple. The story was now getting crazier. Tim had gone to the Heglands just as they planned. He took a straight path that wasn't as trafficked, stayed out of sight to the best of his ability. When he came upon the cabin, he could tell that something was wrong. The front door was open and looked like it had been kicked in. Slowly and cautiously, Tim slipped through the front mailroom into the Heglands' residence. Right away, he could smell the strong concentration of gun smoke and powder. Someone had rapidly discharged a firearm within that building. They'd done so within the last few minutes as well. Blood streaked up and down the walls, but oddly enough, there weren't any bodies anywhere. It almost seemed like someone had taken preliminary measures to start cleaning up the scene. Bodies have seemed to be moved, and it looked like someone had even started mopping all the blood off the floor and countertops. Tim didn't know what to make of it, but he assumed anyone who was at the Heglands was dead. There was simply too much blood, too many holes in the walls for there to be any other outcome. He didn't see any tracks in the snow fleeing into the forest. Whatever happened in the Hegland home was contained. Then he heard it. Footsteps along the back porch. Tim Nash had approached the Hegland home with complete caution. He had entered in total silence. Even now, after moving from room to room and standing in the kitchen, he hadn't made a sound. Tim knew that there was a killer lurking somewhere in town, and now seeing the blood and hearing the footsteps, he knew this person was close. Through the open back door, Tim caught a glimpse of Lou Hastings, casually pacing from one end of the porch to the other, as if he were waiting for more neighbors to show up. The Mini 14 lay in his arms, across his chest, ready to reap more life from the quiet, sleepy citizens of McCarthy. Tim chose to take matters into his own hands, literally. Armed with that 12 gauge, he shouldered the shotgun and pulled the trigger, but did so a second too soon. The buckshot lodged mostly into the wall and door frame and just barely grazing Lou. Lou shouldered his own rifle and returned fire, struck Tim in the leg with a round from his .223. After the initial barrage, Tim used the shotgun to create some distance, housing down the back wall of the house and forcing Lou to take cover. Once he did, Tim turned, and despite the hole in his leg, took off at a full sprint back to town. He needed to let everyone know that the Heglands were now dead. Maxine Edwards was also dead on the property as well. Now that they confirmed Lou's plan of murdering the whole community, they solidified their plan. Gary would get his plane in the air, where he would make radio contact with other planes in the area and get a message out for help. He would also carry Chris to the next town for medical treatment, as he'd been struck by multiple rounds. Gary climbed back into the plane and got her up in the air, just in time to make a chance spotting of Lou, who was slinking along the unused dog sled trail. He'd backtracked all the way from the Heglands, rifle in hand, to finish what he'd started. The issue was, Gary was already in the air. He had no way of warning Tim and Amy. We're standing out in the open, down on the airstrip. Hastings and the dog sled trail were hidden by a thick brush and a huge mound of plowed snow. so he had plenty of time to slowly crest that snow pile and get into a position. Gary and Chris looked down in horror as Hastings laid down and shouldered the rifle and opened fire on the exposed newlyweds. They went down quickly, didn't even have time to react, before Lou popped up and closed in with his rifle. He'd taken his first shots at about 250 yards, so when he reached 100 yards, he brought the rifle up and shot both Tim and Amy 2 more times. Once he was within 50 yards, he shot them both again, this time right in the head, execution style. Gary and Chris couldn't believe what they just witnessed, as the airplane did a final lap of the valley on its way to the next town. Gary made contact with the mail plane, told them about the situation. Meanwhile, Chris watched as Lou dragged the dead bodies of Tim and Amy up the snowbank. Lou didn't stop with the killing of Tim and Amy, though. He stashed both of their bodies, just as he did at the Hegland residence, and laid in waiting with his rifle. The hours were slipping by, the bodies were stacking up. Whoever was left would soon be congregated right in front of him, right here at the airstrip. A lone engine cut out over the frosty mountain air when Harley King came right over the ridge on his snow machine. Donna Byram rode in the back, being dragged along in a sled, much like Chris Richards had earlier with the Nashes. It was common for one local to pick up another if they found them on a walk, as half the population regularly zipped around on the snowmobiles. Harley and Donna had no clue what was going on in McCarthy, or the trouble that had befallen their friends. They rode parallel to the airstrip, as Donna looked around for the usual smiling faces, or any sign of the mail plane. She saw something else instead, though. Lou Hastings, stalking along the snow ridge a few hundred yards away. When they came upon the site where the Nashes had been shot and killed together, the bodies were gone, but what looked like gallons of blood painted the area. There was even a little trail from where the kill had clearly been dragged off. Donna thought to herself how strange it was for someone to be shooting animals on the airstrip, and yet stranger, they would butcher it right there on the landing strip. That's when the first few bullets started to hit the snow around them, and then began to rattle off the snow machine beneath Harley. Reports cut through the air, and Donna was sure of it. Lou Hastings was shooting at them from across the clearing. Based on the blood, he must have already ambushed someone, right there where they're riding. One of those bullets struck Harley, and Donna knew because he jerked the snow machine in every direction before regaining control. It looked as if he'd been shot in the leg, and based on the loud bark of the rifle, Donna assumed the bones in Harley's leg were likely shattered from that impact. She would be correct. With a bum leg, which happens during snowmobiling, driving the machine becomes a difficult task. However, Harley punched the gas and sent the machine roaring for cover. This is when Donna got clipped and found soft flesh of her shoulder beneath the coats and parka. She did her best to hang onto the sled as she and Harley struggled to get out of the gunfire. It didn't matter though, as the high speed of the snow machine and Harley's broken leg got the better of him. He lost all control of the vehicle. Both Harley and Donna were thrown into the snow, blood leaking from their wounds as they realized their fate. Donna wasted no time. She sprung up and did her best to drag Harley over to the snowmobile and load him into the back. She looked up just in time to see Lou hustle over from his place on the ridge, start jogging over to them, rifle across his chest. Donna froze in that moment, petrified in fear, as she stared at the man who was about to kill her. Her breath started to fade as she accepted death out there in the tundra. "Hey," Harley wheezed. "Hey, you gotta go." Donna turned and tried to blink away the tears. She remembered where she was and what she was doing, and went back to loading a friend onto the tilted snow machine. "No," Harley said, shaking his head. "Don't bother, your arm is shot. I can't move. You're never gonna get me back on this thing." "What do we do?" Donna asked. "You gotta run. Get to Les and Flo's house, use the radio. Get the law out here as quickly as you can." Donna didn't move, and soon they could both hear loose footsteps crunching through the snow. "I'm serious, I can't move my legs. Save yourself and see if you can save anyone else." "Go, Donna, go," Harley said, pointing down the nearest trail. It just happened to be the trail that connected the Heglin's house to the airstrip. "I'm sorry," Donna breathed, before turning and hustling into the spruce woodland. Just as she disappeared through the thicket, Lou came over the last snowdrift, separating him from his prey. As Donna ran, she could hear muffled voices, then 2 sharp gunshots. She started to sprint, careless of the bullet hole in her arm, until she spotted the Heglin's house up ahead. Like Tim, though, she could tell something was off right away. Bullet holes in the walls, the front door was kicked in. Nothing good would be waiting for her inside, so instead, Donna simply ran around back and hid behind a nearby greenhouse. As she caught her breath and squeezed the bloody mess under her sleeve to help staunch the bleeding, she could hear Lou's footsteps coming into the clearing. He stomped up the steps, crossed the porch, and then into the house. He went from room to room, then back outside, down the stairs, and then started exploring the property. He was approaching the greenhouse when he stopped, yanked a tarp off the snowmobile, then fired up the engine. Donna couldn't believe her luck when she heard Lou drive off into the wilderness. He'd only been a few feet from discovering her. To put it simply, Lou's plan was coming apart at the seams. When he envisioned a simple task, it turned out to be far more work than he realized. The residents of McCarthy were tough, rugged folks. This wasn't a secret. He hadn't accounted for all their hardened ability to fight back, as half of those that he encountered immediately put up a struggle. The citizens had pieced the plan together pretty well. Lou was going to start with the locals of McCarthy and Kennecott, picking off the outliers, and then the mail crew exactly as Chris and Tim had surmised. From there, Lou was going to hijack the mail plane, kill the pilot, and fly 80 miles west of McCarthy, land at a pump station where the pipeline intersected. He'd rigged the plane to take off with no one at the controls, which would hopefully create a distraction. After that, he would use the fuel truck to ram into the pipeline, all while spraying bullets through the windshield in an effort to rupture the pipe. He hoped the cold weather would congeal the oil, causing minimal environmental damage, and the tanker would explode and his body would be charred beyond all recognition. In Lou's mind, this would conjure a truly fearful narrative, and even create the illusion that there was still a killer on the loose. Hopefully, that effect would lower interest to tourism in Alaska, as well as less incoming business due to the horrific murders. It was all for the sake of preserving the integrity of the state, as well as the environment that Hastings so desperately idolized. From the start, though, Lou had botched the mission. Now, with so much time gone by, and so many residents of McCarthy knowing what was going on and scattered to the woodland, Lou's options were limited. If he had any hope to escape or finish his plan of sabotaging the pipeline, he needed to get out of town immediately. Hastings assumed the local authorities would respond in a fixed-wing aircraft, something that could hold more men and more weapons, so he wanted to get away from the McCarthy airfield. He came upon the Heglin house again, where he found there wasn't anyone there, decided to use their snow machine to disappear into the Alaskan backcountry. The police didn't respond in a fixed-wing airplane, though. Instead, launched an unmarked helicopter to deliver a quick response time. It also kept them closer to the ground, offered more maneuverability, and wouldn't give them away as law enforcement. They spotted Hastings heading west on the snowmobile, tearing through the forest. The troopers found a clearing, landed, and surrounded the fleeing snowmobile. Hastings stopped the machine, hopped off, and waved. He offered no resistance whatsoever. He screamed over the whack of the helicopter blades. "Thank God you're here." "Put your weapons down," an officer hollered, pointing to Hastings' rifle. Lou unslung the Ruger and let it fall to the snow. "I'm getting out of McCarthy. Someone went berserk back there and started shooting up the whole town," Hastings explained. The officers furrowed a brow and talked amongst themselves. "What's your name?" they asked him. "Chris Richards," Lou Hastings lied. He was pretending to be his first would-be victim in an attempt to throw off the police. He knew none of the responding troopers actually knew what any of the residents looked like, so he decided to take a gamble. It didn't work. The troopers already had a description radioed in, to which Lou matched every part of. They kept their weapons on him and cuffed him and loaded him into the chopper, to take back to the station. Only after they were in the air did Lou say, "You got me. I'm your man." Lou Hastings was something of an eco-terrorist. Even the prosecuting attorney in the case referred to him as a very bright guy, a nerdy academic whose wig is on probably a little too tight. There's a lot of parallels to this guy, Kaczynski, that's the Unabomber. Like Kaczynski, Hastings had fled from his relatively normal life in the city for this idyllic existence in the wilderness. When they found out that this daydream was unobtainable due to some villainous political or corporate organization, they turned to violence to create a conspiracy of fear in order to protect something they considered sacred. In both cases, the sacred belonging was nature. Instead of using bombs though, like the Unabomber, Lou settled on the Ruger Mini 14 and a silenced .22 caliber pistol. The pistol is what he shot Chris Richards with, which is why the wounds weren't fatal and why he couldn't hear them being discharged. One of Hastings' public defenders was quoted saying, "If you really distill it down, Mr. Hastings thought he was going to be the savior of the Alaskan wilderness." After listening to the few camping episodes from this channel, I knew that I needed to share my experience from my childhood. I hope you guys enjoy this weird memory of mine. Many years ago, our parents would take us on weekend camping trips in the summer and autumn. Generally, these were in the same area, which I remember as follows. We'd take a country road out of town for about 30 miles until it would intersect with a dirt road that very clearly went up a mountain. This whole area was ripe for various forms of outdoor activities like dirt biking, shooting, hiking, whatever a person might want to do. We'd follow this road up into the forest, where other roads would splinter off to some other piece of nowhere. Well, if you followed that road deep enough, it would eventually come upon an old abandoned quarry. Nothing huge, but a couple of big blast holes and several pieces of piles of shattered granite. This was a neat old piece of history, and it gave my sister and I a cool place to play during those camping trips. For whatever reason, not many people went beyond this quarry. I think it had a lot of weekend visitors and believed it was still active, or maybe there was an industrial zone back there or something. Whatever the reason, once you passed through the quarry, it was nothing but open camping spaces. We would always choose the best one, the most flat one, and have that whole area to ourselves. This trip was no different than the others. It was all sunshine and smiles as we whirled through that familiar place, and then down the little sloped dirt road and into some rolling meadow. Grass, pine, and oak trees, big fragmented boulders dotting throughout the area. We got a simple camp setup, just a tent and a table with 4 folding chairs. The fire pit that we were using had been dug by hand years before. It had a perfect ring of stones around it. Some were flat for warming coffee or even hot chocolate. It was an absolute blast. We drank soda and set the empty cans into the hillside, so we had something to safely plink at right there at camp. We brought BB guns and a .22 Marlin, so nothing too dangerous or even too loud. Dad liked to teach us how to handle a rifle, and shoot, my sister and I absolutely loved it. Besides that, we would hike around and collect firewood, and carve some of the most unique smaller pieces that we found into things like animals or ornaments. Sometimes even on lazy days, we just sit around camp and read while we listen to the natural world around us. Hands down, our favorite thing to do was walk over to the lake. Just around the bend from camp, the road would split into two. The secondary road came to a dead end at a big iron gate with a sign that said no access. This was the original road down to the lake that we would fish at, but had been closed off due to very limited parking, as well as other hazardous conditions. It was a half-mile road at a pretty steep incline, all awash with gravel from the quarry. Instead of the state or Forest Service, or whoever was in charge of such things, made a secondary entrance way back in the 50s or 60s, which actually had a full parking lot and a much easier point of access. That meant the old forgotten about entrance on our side was never really used, just like the empty campgrounds for whatever reason, and people just stayed away from that end of the lake. It's like they didn't even know it existed. So my sister and I would pretty much have free reign to wherever we pleased, all because of the unpopulated nature of that area. If we wanted to walk down to the lake, we were free to do so without any adult supervision. Sometimes we'd be down there for hours and hours, skipping stones, casting lures, doing our best to trap crawdads and other fun lake creatures. If we went early enough, we would see deer and rabbits, maybe a fox or an eagle if we were really lucky. That's exactly where this story takes a turn. That first morning wake up in camp, my sister and I had already planned to hike right down at sunrise and spend the whole morning pulling trout out of the water. We got dressed and got our equipment together, then walked shoulder to shoulder down that dusty road that would lead us to the big iron blockage gate. It was close to 3/4 of a mile around the bend, and then another half mile down the hillside toward the lake. All in about 25-minute walk, maybe a little bit longer coming back because it was uphill. We wandered down that road for 10 or 15 minutes, and everything was right as rain. The same familiar ditches and trees. But as we got closer to that blockade, I saw something weird. I could see a car parked right in front of the gate. I guess this wasn't super uncommon, as some people did know about this access point. So I just chalked it up to some old timer who wanted to get his hours in before the lake would get too busy. We had a similar plan. As we got closer though, I could see people sitting in the front seat of that car. It was a chameleon of a car, and by that I mean it wasn't new, but it wasn't old. It wasn't nice, but it wasn't dingy. Nothing stood out about it. I'm not even sure if I can remember the color. It was definitely one of those types of vehicles that people would call nondescript. It had 4 doors, 4 tires, and was sitting with the engine off. By the time that we got close, I could see that the windows were down, and whoever was inside was talking back and forth in a bit of a whisper. Once we were totally in sight, they hushed one another before the guy in the driver's seat leaned out the window. "Good morning, kids," he shouted in this super jolly voice. It was disarming and put me at ease, as I could see the other person in the cab was a woman. Everything seemed pretty normal from a first glance perspective. "Good morning," we said back in unison. I was carrying my rod and tackle box, so only my sister brought a hand up to wave. "Isn't it a little early for you guys? Where are your parents at?" he asked. They're back at camp," I said, nodding over my shoulder. "They'll come after they make breakfast." "Well, you be careful," the woman said from the passenger seat. "It's a long way down." "Thank you," we said again, in unison, before turning back to the dirt road. Again, none of this seemed too strange to a couple of kids. We figured that they were hikers or fishermen themselves, just being friendly. "Hey," the guy said, which caused me to stop and turn around. At this point, I was mere inches from passing through the blockade. "Yeah?" "Is that your sister?" "Yeah," I replied, starting to feel weird. "Why do you ask?" "You better look out for the two of you. Never know what's out here in the woods," came his response. Then both he and that woman gave us the creepiest and scariest smiles we've ever seen. Ear to ear, super toothy, just unsettling in every sense of the word. They went from totally average to sinister in less than a second. Meanwhile, my little sister was just totally unaware, was still walking down the road toward the lake. "Okay, thank you," I said, then turned to follow her into the canyon. A seriously creepy vibe was starting to work itself into my brain. They hollered out a few more things at me, mostly stuff in languages like bon voyage and other stuff like that, similar to like movie quotes. The other strange thing that I noticed about them is that the couple was incredibly well dressed. At the time, I would just say suit and dress, but looking back, it almost seemed like they were in formal wedding attire. A frilled linen dress, absolutely spotless, and the guy was wearing a pressed fitted tuxedo. We were every bit of 60 miles out in the middle of nowhere. It just didn't make any sense to me. I kept an ear behind us, as it'd be easy to tell if anyone was following us. The crunchy gravel would be a dead giveaway, and based on their clothes that they were wearing, I figured my sister and I would be able to ditch them in the woods pretty quickly if we needed to. Either way, no one came creeping after us, so by the time we could see the water reflecting through the trees, we'd all pretty much forgotten about them. We both raced down to the water, tied our hooks and bait on, then hurled our first cast out into the open water. It was a perfect morning with blue skies, minimal clouds, and no pesky wind coming in to carry our cast back to shore. We set up the tackle box and got right to fishing. We did get a few bites, but ultimately decided to relocate. As the sun shifted in the sky, we became pretty exposed to the rays and wanted to find a little shade for the mid-morning. There was a little rock outcrop that cut into the water a good 10 or 15 feet, I'd say, but also had this little group of pine trees that grew over it, and it provided a little cover. We packed up and moved over to that rocky area. We had to move down shore and then hike up and around the west side for maybe 1,000 feet, very close to our original fishing spot, but also more out in the open and visible. Being on that rock outcrop meant we also wouldn't be able to run away very fast if need be. It was a momentary lack of situational awareness, and in hindsight, we were like fish in a barrel just sitting out there in the shade. After getting a few bites, one of us actually got a fish on the line. I honestly can't remember which one it was, but we both stepped out into the water's edge to help reel this sucker in. It was a big trout, all chic and silver just underneath the surface, and after a few minutes, we hauled that thing up to shore and then threw it in the cooler. We cheered and started reattaching some bait, but my sister looked down and pointed at something in the water. It took me a moment to recognize it, but once I did, I was sure it was blood. Spilled down all the face of the rocks that we were on. There was a lot of gore caked and dried. It caught me off guard but didn't throw me into a panic. Seeing blood and guts along a fishing shore is pretty common. At that age, I'd learned to gut and clean my own fish, and I did so by the half dozen. I just figured some fisherman had a great fishing session and cleaned out his catch right there on the rocks. We kept fishing for a bit, but I was keeping an eye on the surrounding area now. The supreme silence had taken on a different feel, and the isolation kind of had me on edge. Still, I didn't panic and continued to enjoy our morning of fishing. My sister pointed out something a little later though. A shoe came floating by us, then another, both right there near the shore. They were dress shoes, looked very fancy, and one of them was stained with blood on the inside. I was reminded of the sharp-dressed strangers up at the parking area. It had to belong to them, sure, but what about the blood? Neither of them looked injured when we saw them earlier, and they probably weren't fishing, so whose was it? I looked at the dark streaks against the rock and we decided that we should probably leave soon. It was getting to be around lunchtime, and I said that we should probably head back. The sun was high and shade was pretty much non-existent. My sister was pretty quick to agree and helped me pack up. All in all, we caught 4 or 5 trout, just enough for lunch back at camp. I was excited to be back with my parents and around our familiar camp. All that weird stuff down at the lake had just creeped me out. My sister got the poles secure while I packed up the tackle box. I briefly looked up at the hillside behind us. Up near the top, I could see a tarp all bunched up and partially folded into itself, and of course, it looked like it was streaked with blood as well. That was it. I started hurrying my sister and we bolted off the rocks, along the lakeside and then back to the shore, where the steep dirt trail would lead us back to the top. It was a decent little jaunt and took us around 20 minutes. My sister wanted to stop a couple of times to catch her breath, but I told her no. We were close to the top and needed to push through. In reality, I just wanted to keep moving, constantly looking over my shoulder for anything scary coming up behind us. All I could see was the lapping waves of the lake, glistening underneath the sun. When we got to the top, I saw that nondescript car was exactly where we left it, but there were no people inside now. This was a great sign for me, because I never wanted to see them again. All I could think about was getting my sister back to safety of the campsite. I don't know how to explain it other than everything felt sinister and weird, almost like a dream, something just felt off. We didn't get more than 100 feet when I heard this short, sharp whistle. I whirled around, expecting to see my dad, only to see the well-dressed fellow from earlier that day. To my horror, I could see that he didn't have any shoes on now. He was standing maybe 100 yards off, totally still amongst the trees. When we both turned around to look back at him, he brought up a single hand to wave to us. "Hey kids," another voice spoke. A woman. "Y'all catch anything?" We couldn't see her, but judging by her voice, she was close. I quickly turned the other way, and sure enough, she was maybe 20 feet off the trail. "Yeah, we caught," my sister started, but I quickly cut her off. She looked at me, and all it took was a look, and figured out what was going on. "Guys left your shoes down there," I said, and took a step back, dragging my sister with my free hand. "Should go get them before they sink." "Oh, y'all saw that? We didn't mean to leave such a mess," she explained. Behind us, I could hear the guy crossing over to us. When I turned to look, I found that he was already halfway over. I pushed my sister kind of hard, told her to go get mom and dad. She began to argue, but I yelled at her. I don't remember verbatim what I said, but it was loud and frantic enough that she dropped the poles and just bolted. My sister was young and small. She was unbelievably fast and used it straight to her advantage. It wasn't 2 seconds and she was 300 feet up that road and starting to turn the bend. I looked back to the strangers around me, expecting them to now be closing in, but I found the opposite. The guy was now frozen in place, and the woman was starting to move off back into the woods. I honestly figured that they were going to snatch me up and throw me in their car. I broke out of the spell that I was under and started to follow my sister, lightly jogging backwards with the tackle box rattling around my side. "It ain't like that, boy. We're just having fun." I don't know why I said this, but I'll never forget it. "Blood isn't fun," is what came out of my mouth. The creepy guy exchanged a look with the woman, and then they both did that same smile again. "Yeah, it is," one of them said. I don't remember who. "You just don't get it. Not yet." Another thing I'll never forget. It was like something you'd hear in a nightmare. Since they weren't chasing me, I turned around and started running normally, so I could create a little more distance between us. As I jogged along, I could hear them laughing behind me. Then I heard more sharp whistles again. It only made me run faster. So fast, in fact, that I actually caught up with my sister. I could see her knees and elbows pumping just a few hundred feet ahead of me. Beyond that, somewhere in the trees, lay our campsite. We made it back pretty much at the same time, spilled into a breathless heap, and started panic talking as fast as we could. Once they got us calmed down, we did a much better job of explaining what had just happened. Our parents took it very serious from the moment we showed up scared and running, but the lack of evidence that we had made them think that it was just some sort of misunderstanding. I mean, I told them about the blood, the shoes, everything, and my dad said that he'd go check it out. We sat with mom and ate breakfast while he wandered off back down that road, only to return 20 minutes later without seeing anyone. He said the car was still where it was, but no people were in it or around it. He said he would check the lake out later in the afternoon when we all went down to fish again. When we went, we didn't see anybody. That car still remained. We passed it and began the jaunt down the gravel trail to the lake, only to see someone coming up. It was a couple of old guys in a bunch of fishing gear, even had a pair of waders on. We all said hello and asked if they had any luck. They replied with yes, they'd been fishing since this morning and were happy to be headed home. "Is that your car up at the top?" my dad asked them. "It is," came the response. My dad looked at me and then had me explain what I'd seen earlier. He helped me with some of the details that they would want to know, like the fact that two strangers had gotten inside their car and were sitting in it that morning. The old men thought that was strange, but didn't know a couple that could be out here. They said they'd look around and maybe file a police report. My dad said he might do the same. They shook hands and we both continued on our own way. I have no idea what really happened that morning, but it had all the adults in the area on edge. It terrified my sister and I to our very core. She didn't really leave camp much after that morning, though we were only there for a day or two. We fished that afternoon and caught a few more. Never saw that weird couple again. Only the blood on the rocks. There was no sign of either the shoes or the tarp up on that hillside. It was almost like those creeps took my advice and cleaned up their mess. Either way, it's always been this strange memory that I've had, and I honestly would love some answers. Thanks for listening. When my wife and I first got married, she would drag me to these absolutely massive family reunions. They'd be way out in the middle of nowhere, typically on a dude ranch or a cabin rental type of setup. Then the excess would just bring a trailer or pitch a tent. This was the type of reunion where everyone would show up, even great grandma in the wheelchair. So being the new married-in husband, I knew I needed to make an effort to attend. I was blown away by the first few times that I showed up and saw that turnout. The first day would probably see 100 people. By day 2, it would double that. Everyone asks if her family was Mormon or Mexican, and the answer is neither. Just good old Southern breeding. One year, we had our gathering along a lake that was off this beaten path. There were a small series of cabins, all rented for the family and already filled, so my wife and I had brought our camping gear and set up right off the lake shore. This was actually preferable to me as I'd been in a camper all my life, and this way I'd get to fish the lake at my own discretion. It also gave me a buffer between me and those 200 in-laws just wandering around the area. Also, along with my wife and I, was Seymour, our chocolate lab, and our son Jack, who was maybe around 5 years old at the time. After we set up, we made our usual rounds. Hug Aunt Betsy, shake hands with Grandpa Dill, pester all the nieces, nephews, and cousins. I make it sound like attending these functions was a huge burden, but honestly, it was usually pretty fun. At least at first. Playing with the kids and the initial visiting, that always made for a good time. It was later on in the trip, maybe 2 or 3 days later, where everyone started to get unbearable. The kids were bored. They got loud and agitated, which agitated the adults. People began nagging each other, drinking too much, and soon an argument or something would take place. None of that had happened yet, so we were just enjoying what we could on day 1. There were endless trails leading off into every direction, so I guided a few hikes through the area with my son and any of the cousins that wanted to tag along. It was fun, and after I got the idea of the area, I started taking them into more interesting terrain. We found a dry wash that had some good geodes in it, and a burrow underneath a tree where some animals had been sleeping. All kinds of bones scattered in the dirt. They looked to be cow or maybe some kind of small game, maybe a deer. Definitely not anything to be concerned about though. We made a big loop, so we just pressed through to one of the little thickets of trees and then picked back up on our original trail. As we moved into the foliage, I spotted a hunter's blind and froze for just a moment. Personally, I didn't have any experience with hunting, but I could see in the moment that there wasn't anybody inside that structure. I told the kids to hurry ahead of me and kneel down behind a big fallen tree. It was the only cover that I could see, and I wanted them out of sight until I could investigate that hunter stand. I crept over to it as quietly as I could and saw that the zipper flap in the back was hanging open. The inside was clean, organized, and had a single stool set beside a window flap. No people, no shell casings, nothing at all. When I looked at the nylon, I could see that it was sun-bleached and very weathered. That blind had definitely been out there for a couple of years. I gave the kids the all clear, and then we led them back to camp. Honestly, I didn't give it much further thought the rest of that hike. We were renting a piece of land out in the middle of the woods. If there was going to be a hunter blind anywhere, it would definitely be out here in the wilderness. No harm, no foul. Nothing to report inside my mind. I was just glad that it turned out to be not an issue and was happy to leave it behind. Again, this is all the first afternoon there. Fast forward a bit into the evening. Families have started to break off into their groups and settle in for the night. We were all hanging out with Uncle Pete and his kids, my wife's cousins, and that's when we heard that first long howl of a coyote. It sent all the kids into a scramble, and all the adults kind of got a kick out of it. The howling was maybe a mile or two off, and even then, we had over 100 people out here. Half of them were armed. A coyote pack would need to be rabid for us to be fearful of it. Still, the kiddos weren't aware of all of this, so a predator's howl throughout the night was pretty cool to them. They howled back, and throughout the evening, we could hear the pack triangulating through the hills in the area. One would howl north, two would respond south, and then the rest of the pack would all howl at once, in between the north and the south lookouts. It was neat to listen to as we roasted out our hot dogs and tossed a big Caesar salad and enjoyed a firelight dinner with my family. After we got done eating and everything cleaned up, my wife and I put Jack to bed and snuggled the dog by the fire, while our son snoozed away in the tent. This was always one of my favorite parts, just zoning out by the fire, holding hands, staring up into the starry night sky. The next day was more of the same, as another 70 people showed up throughout the morning and started spreading out in the area. Day 2 had some pretty cool events because of the big turnout, something to keep everyone busy and distracted. The kids had a treasure hunt to kick the day off, followed by a 3-legged race, some potato cannons, and butter churning contest, and a whittling class. This was another aspect of our family reunions that I liked. They really bred a connection between all the kids, and that showed them great lessons in life. By afternoon, though, you could feel the tension slowly coming out to meet the air. Kids complaining about it being too hot or too boring. There wasn't anything good to eat, no TV. This led to little blow-ups between families and camps. Nothing major, just people getting irritable. I put it on my radar and just kept about my day. Jack and I went fishing. We played water fetch with Seymour and finished up a little sunset hike throughout the trees. My wife came for a little bit of it and spent most of her time with her family that she wouldn't see otherwise. By dinner time, we were back to our fire, with some of us visiting aunts and cousins and having dinner back at our camp. We had this outlier spot right out in the water, so the back of our camp was just facing darkness, as no one had put up a tent any further than that. I don't remember what we ate, but I remember the energy across the reunion space just being much louder than the night before. Singing, clapping, hollering, kids getting rowdy. Things settled as time went on though, and soon we were lounging and having some seconds as we listened to everything quieting down. We're talking about fishing when somebody pointed off behind me and asked who was out by the lake. I turned around to look, and sure enough, there was someone out there in the dark, leaning on a tree by the shore. There was just enough light left that I could barely only make out their silhouette. They seemed to be average height, average build, just standing there, kind of swaying. We all kind of had a laugh and assumed it was a drunk cousin or uncle having a piss out from camp. I turned back to the fire so I could finish my dinner and just stay warm. A few minutes went by, then 10 or 15, before someone brought up that the guy was still out there in the dark. I turned again, and this time as I looked at him, it almost felt like he was facing us, staring at our camp. I got this weird feeling and pulled Jack over to my side. That's when Seymour started to growl, hair on edge and everything. We had him leashed to a stake in the ground, but he was at the end of his rope, pacing back and forth with his teeth bared out. Aunt Toddy said it was probably Luke, a 20-something-year-old cousin who had a bad habit of getting blackout drunk. She said he was probably lost and someone should go help him get back to camp before he falls down. Being the youngest male sitting by the fire pit, I was voluntold to go. I passed Jack to my wife and started the jaunt over to the stranger. I still had that weird feeling, but I tried to put it in the back of my mind. There was well over 200 relatives behind me, so anyone coming to mess with us would be totally outgunned. Having that many people around just put me at ease. But at the halfway mark, I remember that tree blind out there in the woods. I stopped short and slowed my pace a little because I realized I wasn't 100% who was really out here. What if that wasn't Luke? or any cousin for that matter, if it was some pissed off grifter in the woods. I sized up the person, who was now only 20 or 30 feet from me, tried to discern a little more detail. It was still too dark though. I reached into my pocket and produced a little pocket torch. I clicked the button and the beam reached out. I was shocked not to see a man out there in the shadows, but a big black bear leaning up against a tree. It was staring directly at me, casually sniffing at the air. I know the black bears are on the smaller side of the species, but this one was a full 6 feet tall on its hind legs, easily several hundred pounds. I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something like, "Oh shit." I started backing up, which made that bear curious. He dropped to the ground and started following me. Not good. I stopped and waited to see what he was going to do. Then the bear also stopped, but behind it, I could see the fuzzy back lumps of a baby bear cub crawling along. Bad to worse now. "Hey!" I hollered over my shoulder. "Yeah?" Someone hollered back. "Bear!" I screamed. "What?" "Big bear!" And with that, I turned and hustled back to camp. When I looked back, the animal had followed me a good 10 or 15 feet. Everyone at our camp stood and fanned out and started calling for others as a warning. Within 20 seconds, a whole wall of onlookers had formed, with a couple pistols and rifles for good measure. "Where is it?" Uncle Dill asked, around the butt of a cigarette. I clicked on the flashlight and exposed that big black bear in the dark. Everyone oohed and awed and started whispering amongst each other. Others openly said they wanted to shoot it, but Uncle Dill and the other old-timers figured it really wasn't necessary. They had some of the teenagers and young adults put sticks in the fire, then wander around and wave them in the air, while yelling at the animal to go away. Between the smoke and ember and the shouting, the bears backed up into the wilderness and then disappeared. It was actually pretty cool to watch, but still, my wife and I were on high alert for the rest of the night, especially having a son and dog with us inside a tent. The family put up a little perimeter throughout the night, just to make sure nothing bad happened if it came back. Nothing more did, but there was another spotting that night, and multiple sightings the next day. Thankfully, it never attacked anyone, but all the cooking and commotion just kept all of its attention. I can't express to you the sheer dread that I felt as I walked out there towards certain death in the dark. Had I just taken the family's advice and wandered out there, it would have probably bit me around the neck and dragged me off before I could even scream. I have a lot of horrific thoughts about what could have happened that night. We finally got the scoop a year or two later. Turned out the family it had fallen onto to plan the whole thing went a little cheap. The camp and cabins they rented for us turned out to be seasonal bear hunting lodges, and our family reunion unfortunately just happened to fall out of season. The price for the entire unit was super discounted because no one could do any hunting. We had no idea we were throwing a get-together in the heart of bear country. I've been an avid hiker all of my life, and that's partially due to the area that I live in. When you live close to any part of the Appalachian Trail, generally that kind of lifestyle just bleeds into your everyday living. There aren't many of us between Georgia and Maine that haven't walked at least some part of it in their lifetime. I was doing my own solo hike in the spring in between the rains, so the trail had a little time to dry out. There weren't a ton of hikers that weekend, but there were a decent amount of people that were coming through for day hikes, and some folks like me camping out on the trail. It was a mixed bag of people, but it meant there were always somebody nearby if you needed any help. This was day 2 of my trip, and I was planning on going for 4 total, and then my friend would pick me up at the appropriate trailhead and/or parking lot. I had a backpack with everything that I would need to conquer my 25 miles of backcountry. On my second day, I came around a tree stand and discovered a couple of guys just milling around. I waved, they waved, and then we both kept on going. They looked like they were resting when I first spotted them, but now they were hiking steadily towards me in the opposite direction. This is commonplace on the trail, and I didn't give it much thought. This wasn't even the first group that I passed that morning. The trail is like a neighborhood when you're on it. When we got close, I said hello, asked where they were heading. They gave me this funny answer because the lookout that they mentioned wasn't in the direction that they were going. I mentioned this to them. They kind of laughed and said they were a little turned around. I told them that I was pretty experienced in this area of the trail and I could help them get back on course, to which they both accepted. Then they didn't really have any idea of where they were heading. They couldn't even tell me where they started. The more we talked, the more I realized these guys didn't seem interested in receiving any help. They kept dodging all my questions and talking in circles. It was weird. The next thing that I noticed was how clean both of these guys were. I asked them how long they'd been out there, to which they both gave two different answers. First guy says 2 days and the other guy said a week. Now I knew and had confirmation that something weird is going on. It's not uncommon to encounter drunks or hobos and tweakers out on the trail. I decided I couldn't help these guys and wished them luck on their hike. I said if they kept going the way that they were going, they would find people in a parking lot within 12 miles. They responded thank you and went on their way. I hiked without issue for the rest of that day until my feet started to ache a bit and the sun was going down. I decided it was a great time to break camp and set up for the night. Usually, I would set up the bare minimum, sometimes not even a fire, just take off and that would be much faster the next morning. Tonight, I chose to take my time and have a real place to relax. I found a fire pit off trail, got it up to snuff and then set everything up that I would need for dinner and the rest of that night. My little hideout was a few hundred feet off the trail, which is what the respectable folks do rather than camp right directly on the trail. It also lends a little privacy for those pesky bathroom moments. I got my dinner ready and started to graze when I noticed a big cliff face not too far behind me. It was rugged, steep, and would provide a beautiful view of the trail in both directions. I decided in the moment I wanted to crest it, just for a second, finish off my meal and see the fading sunset. It really wasn't too far off, but again, this was kind of out of routine for me. But I figured what the heck, why not? Well, it turned out to be the move that saved my ass. I got up to the top of this peak and put my back against the stone, eating my dinner and taking in that view, when something comes bumbling into view. There's just enough sunlight for me to make out two forms slinking through the trees, and from my position, it looks like those two clowns from earlier. Same clothes, same color patterns. What's really weird though, is they're hiking toward me, the opposite way from earlier, and they aren't on any trail. They're about 20 feet off to the side of it, bushwhacking and trying to remain unseen. Even their movements made it seem like they were trying to be sneaky. I'm finishing up my dinner, watching every step, deciding on what I need to do. Like I explained to you earlier, I know a lot about the trail life. There's a number of undesirable people lurking around every bend or campsite. Not everybody is up to no good, but man, when you find these people, you cannot create distance fast enough. Lots of thieves, lots of druggies, and lots of mentally unwell people. I've even heard of folks encountering wanted men that are out on the trail, out on the run. My first move was to get back to my camp, gently douse my fire, and make myself as invisible as I can be. Like I said, I was a decent distance from the trail, so if I was careful, I might be able to go undetected. I let the fire die after removing the wood, then went about securing all my belongings. It's not like I had a safe out there, so I just tucked everything into my backpack, fastened every strap and zipper, then actually zip-tied everything to a tree. I always carry zip ties. I used 8 of them to fully fasten this thing, so no quick exit with it. At this point, the sun was gone. Twilight was giving up to the darkness. It wasn't too late yet, but the trail had me exhausted, so sleep was the next thing on my mind. I nestled into my bedding with nothing but a flashlight and my trail knife, listening, waiting for somebody to come creeping up. Silence. All I could hear was the wind and insects coming to life. It wasn't long before I nodded off and fell fast asleep. I don't know when I woke up, but I knew why. The dreaded sound that I was waiting for earlier. Footsteps, crunching through the brush and into my camp. I could tell they were pretty much on top of me, so I just laid still and silent and listened. They creeped past my fire, around my bedding, until they found my pack tied to that tree. The next thing I hear is them trying to pick it up, bailing, and then someone messing with the zip ties. I sat bolt upright and started to yell for them to get the hell out of here. I thought that would scare them off, so it came as a huge surprise when one of these men jumped right on top of me. I was in shock, but at the same time, I had literally been preparing for this. Me and this guy start to wrestle, but he had the upper hand, as he literally got in the jump on me. I struggled until I got out from underneath him, only for the other guy to shove me back to the ground. Not good, as the 1 versus 1 already wasn't going my way. I start to panic, so I tried to negotiate my way out of this. They didn't want to hear any of it, just jump back on top of me again. I'm not even sure what the hell they were trying to do. When that realization hit me, I just went berserk. It occurred to me that I could end up dead when all of this was over. So I did the only thing that I could do. I yanked my knife right out of its sheath, stabbed the guy closest to me right through the thigh. He was literally standing over me, so I just buried it to the hilt. He screamed and started freaking out, stepped back. I kept a firm grip and yanked the knife free when he stepped backward. It was definitely one of the most disgusting sensations that I've ever felt. His buddy came back over to help him, just as I rolled to face him. All I could see of him was his boot, so I did the same thing and pegged that poor bastard to the floor. It plunged through the leather, the sock, and finally his foot before coming to the other side. Both of them ran off together into the woods, screaming at the top of their lungs. I started scrambling too, got my stuff together and ran the opposite direction. I knew there wouldn't be anyone hiking until dawn, so I just found a place to hide that was near the trail. The second the sun came up, I started bucking it back the way I came, hoping to find somebody normal. Sure enough, I encountered a few of them, but neither of them had a phone of any kind. It wasn't until I met up with a third or fourth person that I got my hands on a satellite phone and called out for help. I told them which lot I was heading to and the time that I would arrive. My lip was split, and I thought I had a concussion from the fight the night prior. It was on, and within a few hours, I was rendezvous with a rescue team. They were beyond stoked that I was able to get myself to them. They loaded me up with the deputies and then took a statement from me. This is the craziest part of my story. Who do I run into at the hospital? You guessed it, those assholes that tried to steal my pack. I caught sight of them and immediately told law enforcement, who detained them and started to ask questions. It turns out those men had been robbing folks on the trail for several months, and when the police went out to the car that they pulled in with, they found out that it was full with all kinds of hiking gear that didn't belong to either of them. It was a major break and a relatively large case in the area. I was medically cleared within 24 hours, but those guys were processed and booked after their injuries were treated. Beyond the charges and time served, no clue what happened to either of them. They could still be locked up for all I know. As for me, that attack and law process afterwards gave me a bit of PTSD. Found myself indoors for the better part of 2 years. Went to work and just hung out with friends, but I didn't go out of my way to spend even a minute outside. And now made me nervous. Thankfully, since then, I've returned to my old, normal self. I grew up as the weird kid at my school, not really for any particular reason, other than my family lived way outside of town. I thought of it as a rule, but after growing up, I realized my family were akin to preppers, or off-the-grid type of living. They weren't paranoid, didn't keep a huge armory of guns or bullets or anything like that. They enjoyed sustainable living, simply wanted to do things on their own. They bought this parcel of land nestled between a forested canyon and a mountainside, something like 25 acres, and the entire property was about 40 minutes outside of town. This isn't the most off-grid living you'll hear about, but it was rugged, extremely isolated. We didn't have a single neighbor for about 30 miles. The kids at school called me Amish, which again, I really didn't understand until later in life. This was actually more accurate to our lifestyle. Mom was a gardener, Dad was a woodworker. They both even had a shared love for animals in the outdoors, so naturally kept lots of chickens, pigs, and even a cow. We grew our own herbs and vegetables, even had fruit trees during certain windows of the year. It was truly peaceful, but as a kid, it was just a life I took for granted. This is a story about one summer that I finished 4th grade. I must have been around 10 years old, and I'm a man for context. My family had big plans that summer, as they recruited me to help them do some landscaping around the property. The plan was to expand and put a nice little greenhouse on this small meadow that was really near our house. We also wanted to put in some raised flower beds and needed to clear some low brush and deadfall in another area. It was mostly rubbish removal, but was also tasked with moving materials, things like bricks and planks of wood. I finished the jobs that I was given quickly. That way I could ride my bike or shoot my BB gun, more normal kid activities. I had a few friends from town that I was allowed to go visit, or they would come over for sleepovers or things like that. Not everyone was mean to me at school. It wasn't like a bully situation. Kids just thought it was weird that I literally walked out of the woods to catch the bus in the morning. The bus had to drive well out of its way to come and get me. Public schooling. I remember it was the 3rd week of summer, because it was after we finished the greenhouse and just started cleaning the areas for the garden beds. This involved moving a lot of deadfall, tons of splintered branches, and then clearing out low bushes and other foliage with a machete or hatchet. Once we'd raked all of that out, we were left with only a dirt lot, and we started pulling up all the big rocks from the area so we could till the ground and then mix it with soil and peat moss, all the nutrients that we wanted inside the ground. Then we would build the big raised bed on top, build them with more soil. I vaguely remember my parents put a 5-gallon bucket in the middle of the lot, told me they'd pay me a nickel for every stone that I put inside of it, or $20 if I could fill it, so I got to work immediately. I started out too eager, quickly burned myself out. That first day I filled the bucket twice and earned myself $40, but it was at a breakneck pace for me, so on day 2, I barely even filled it once. By day 3, I was a drone, working very slow and spending more time looking around the distant woodland and mountain ravines. Besides the absolutely stunning scenery, there were some cool critters to watch, and any number of birds, deer, and sometimes even foxes. It was pretty cool. But that's when I began to notice a strange figure lurking on the outskirts of our property. At first, I thought it was just a deer or some kind of wild animal, but as the days went by, I saw it again and again, always keeping a distance, and it was always upright. Being so far away and veiled in branches and shadows, it almost looked like nothing. A dead tree maybe, or just a gap between the outlines. It was too far to do anything about, so I did my best to just try and ignore it. That wasn't until one day, unmistakably, I'll never forget it. One long skinny leg stretched out to the side, and a big, almost cartoonish lurch to the right. Only a single movement, but the angles and proportion was unmistakable. In fact, now that I'd seen him in motion, I could see his features and his textures. It was a man, dressed in this tattered clothing with a gaunt face and sunken eyes that seemed to bore right into my soul. He never approached us, never even made a sound, just watched us with this unnerving intensity that made my skin crawl. I honestly had no idea what to do, as I realized it'd been a man watching me work alone these last 3 days, and not just some figment of my imagination. What was he doing out there? I lived miles and miles from the edge of town, so it wasn't like anyone could accidentally wander onto our property. There were campgrounds, hiking trails, and the like, but still, no one was hitting the trailhead with the intention of spying on a 10-year-old. So by the 4th day, I did the only logical thing a person can do. I went and told my old man. "Dad, I've seen somebody watching us," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Out in the field that you're having me clear out." It's probably just a hiker or a hunter who's lost his way," he replied, his voice calm and reassuring. "When did you see him?" The second day, yesterday, and today, I said. My dad's face shifted ever so slightly, and I could tell I now had his attention. Is he walking around like hiking? He asked me, and I just shook my head. Well, what's he doing? Like I said, he's watching me. I could barely see him at first because he just stands there, I said. My dad turned to me and said, "Show me." I led him out to where I'd been working and pointed out into the tree line. It was fading twilight, but even in the failing light, I could tell the guy was no longer there. I showed him the places the guy would normally stand, where I saw him move the day before, and what he was wearing. "Same clothes every day, huh?" he asked. "Yeah, he looks kind of dirty." "Well, I don't see anything, son, but it's a ways off. Maybe your eyes just put some kind of trick on you," he said, tossing my hair and then leading me back to the house. He reassured me the whole way that there was no danger. Even if there was a person out there, he was likely very harmless. But I knew what I saw, and I didn't look like any hiker or hunter that I'd ever seen before. There was just something unsettling about that guy. Something that made me feel like I was slowly being filled with this weird, pressing fear. I would later learn the term for paranoia. Everywhere I looked, I thought I saw people in the trees, only to double take and see nobody. I finished the field, clearing it of rocks and debris. It was day 6 or maybe 7, and I looked up to find that same weirdo standing out in the trees. I took a hard look, and then a few steps forward, and knew I was seeing him for real this time. Just as I was deciding if I should run from my parents or just run right at the guy, find out who he was, I heard exactly what I wanted to hear. "I got your lunch, son," my dad hollered out. He was maybe 75 feet behind me down the trail. I didn't turn around to face him, just raised my finger and pointed to the woods ahead of me. The guy was busted. If he moved, my dad would see him for sure. He stood totally still and pretended to be a shadow. Dad got up beside me, eyes on the figure, before he vanished right in front of us, slank right back into the brush and disappeared. My dad handed me my sandwich and led me back to the house. He put me inside and sat me down to eat, then took my mom outside to talk. They spoke in hushed, hurried voices, and I couldn't make out a word. Just sat there quietly and ate my food, wondering how crazy everything would get now. The next thing that I knew, my dad burst through the front door and made for his den. He came back with a rifle and sling to carry some more equipment. A flashlight, lighter, compass, rope. I asked him what he was doing. He said he was just going to go check it out real quick. He pat me on the head again. Then I watched him disappear throughout the door. I couldn't help but follow him out, stand next to my mom. I felt more and more worry with each step he took. "Be careful, dear," my mom called out, her voice heavy with worry. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," he replied, his voice echoing back through the trees. We stood there for a while, so long that I think my mom forgot that I was even there. She turned and ushered me back into the house, kept telling me everything would be fine, even though I hadn't said it otherwise. We got busy on projects around the house to keep our minds off my dad out in the woods. He was gone for hours, and when he returned, his face was pale and his eyes were haunted. He went right into the den and offloaded all of his stuff in a panic, then just kept pacing around the room. My mom went in to comfort him, but he just kept talking to himself. I lingered just outside the door, and when they noticed me, my dad seemed to calm down a bit. "What'd you find out there?" my mom asked, concern etched all over her face. I'd never seen either of my parents act this way, and frankly, I was terrified. I almost felt guilty for telling my dad about that stranger watching me and getting all of this going. My dad hesitated, then spoke in this low tone and sent shivers down my spine. I found a body, a hiker, by the looks of it. He must have gotten lost and just succumbed to the elements. I went cold from head to toe. I literally couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was the stuff my parents would never discuss in front of me, and to have it all laid out so plainly, my heart jumped into my throat, and I could feel it hammering harder than ever before. "Where at?" my mom asked. The field that we're clearing, about 3 miles back into the woods," he explained. "The guy hasn't been dead long." "What do we do?" "Call the police," Dad said, picking up the phone. My mom got the phone book from the kitchen and pulled up the local department. I listened to my dad relay the same story that he just told me. He gave me a couple of fleeting glances as he spoke on the phone. And that's probably because we were thinking the same thing. Who was the person that I saw out there? And were they connected to any of this? As the days went by, I saw the stranger again, always lurking, always watching. And I knew that we were in grave danger. The air seemed to grow thicker, the shadows deeper, and the silence more oppressive. "Mom, I'm scared," I whispered one night as we huddled around the fireplace. "Don't worry, dear, we'll be fine," she replied. The police came and collected the body from the woods, did a whole investigation, and concluded no foul play was at hand. His belongings were intact, his body had injuries and deficiencies that implied that he got hurt, then lost, and then died from dehydration. There was a whole logical background to what actually happened out there, but in my young brain, I'd conjured up a way for a more nefarious reality. There was a killer, a ghost, wandering throughout the trees around my house, and I could hardly close my eyes at night when I slept. One night I heard a noise outside my window. I froze. My heart began pounding in my chest. And then I saw him. That stranger was standing right outside my window, his eyes glowing like embers in the dark. He had his hands cupped as he peeked into my room and gave me a smile, exposing some of the most messed up teeth that I've ever seen. Then he beckoned to me. I screamed and my parents rushed into my room, but when they looked out the window, there was no one. No footprints, no silhouette, no handprints against the glass, no sign of anyone. Dad closed my window tight and made sure that it was locked and covered with the curtain. "You must have been dreaming, son," my dad said softly. "But I know what I saw." Dad explained it was likely just the reflection of the moon, coupled with my half-asleep state, which, as an adult, actually kind of makes sense. As a kid, though, I knew that creep was out there. After that night, though, I never saw him again. Only the passing shadows that I would momentarily confuse him for. I double-take, find it to be nothing at all. That investigation the police did yielded no results. No evidence of foul play was found, and no evidence a man living in the trees ever came to life. Though there was one summer I went hiking out that way when I was a little older, and I did find a strange cave dwelling, a modern homeless type of setup. The cops just bundled it up, nice and neat, as a lost, injured hiker. The guy had come across a mountain ridge to the northwest, had started at a trailhead well over 30 miles away. He was more than lost, something like 18 miles off course, maybe even more. It looked as if he'd been branch bursting the whole way, with plenty of evidence behind him, even makeshift camps. His family confirmed he'd gone hiking in the area and reported him missing when he failed to return home at the arranged date. He'd been missing for a couple of months and dead around the same amount of time. When I tell this story, people ask me if they think I saw the ghost of a hiker. My answer is always no. The thing that I was seeing was scary as hell, clearly malevolent, and it was a human. No, I don't think I saw a ghost, but I do think it's possible that I saw a murderer. As we trudged along the dusty highway, the blistering Nevada sun beating down on our shoulders, Josh and I couldn't help but feel like we were walking into an abyss. We'd been on the road for weeks, maybe even months. Time lost all meaning when you're living day to day, and our dreams of finding a place to call home seemed to slip further and further with every step. We didn't start this out together, but linked up after a few years of rough and tumble living. He was from Ohio and I was from Montana, and we met at a huge music festival in Texas. Once the festival had ended, we had nothing to do and nowhere to return to. We decided to hit the road and travel together. We were what you call homeless, but we would also call ourselves free-spirited. We had a few $100s and a pocket full of drugs, mostly Molly and LSD. Fun stuff. Always cured the boredom and bridged the gap between us and most people that don't even know exist. The cash and drugs dried up quickly though, and we were kind of in between spots, and by that I mean in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, with nothing but a pair of cell phones that would only work with Wi-Fi. We were daydreaming hard about a place to live, wanting to recreate the music fest vibe that had brought us together. Eventually a big rig came by, scooped us up and got us back off the road. That's when we met him, a grizzled old truck driver with a scruffy beard and a disdainful glint in his eyes. He was nice to pick us up, but both Josh and I knew right away we didn't have a lot in common with this guy. Sleeveless, biker tattoos, macho guy stuff. Honestly, it was surprising he even stopped at all, but we thanked him anyway and did our best to just stay quiet. He started asking us questions, which did start a conversation, which led us to our next destination. "You ain't going to Slab City, are you?" he snorted. "That place is a hippie nightmare. A bunch of tree-hugging, pot-smoking, anarchist wannabes, living in a squalor and calling it freedom." He shook his head, his expression of mixed disgust and annoyance. "They think they're all above the law, living off the grid, flaunting their rebellion in the face of decent society. You know that place used to be a Marine Corps base, right?" But despite his obvious distaste, there was something in his voice that hinted at a deeper curiosity, a fascination with the very thing that he professed to despise. When we asked him for directions, he scribbled a crude map on a napkin and then tossed it in my lap. "Be careful, kids," he warned as he drove along. "Slab City ain't for the faint of heart. There's something off about that place, something that'll make your skin crawl." The old man crossed over into California and just kept on talking. He told us about the community, how things would work, and told us to pretty much just mind our own business. It just so happened that we were passing through some towns that were relatively close to Slab City. He picked us up and mentioned purely because he thought we were already headed there, wanted to give us a hard time. Little did he know, he'd set us on a course for home, or what we wanted to call home. The picture that trucker painted of Slab City sounded nothing short of magnificent. Sure, he was kind of passively talking shit about it, but Josh and I were so out on our asses that anything sounded like a win. We rolled into a town called Barley, and that's where the guy dropped us off, and he gave us that same rough direction, and then wished us on our travels. We waved and said the same to him. We still had that little rough napkin map that he drew us, so we went and got some supplies at a nearest gas station, water and cigarettes, and then started hoofing it north. That's pretty much all we knew though. Once we saw a lake, we needed to turn right and head northeast. We'd see the city at some point, at least that's what he said. We ended up catching another ride, an old local lady who somehow had never heard of where we were talking about. Still, she drove us up north, dumped us off in some other little town just east of the lake. We thanked her and kept on the march, as the sun was starting to set. As we crested a dune, Slab City came into view, sprawling before us like a ravaged post-apocalyptic landscape. The city was a little more of a collection of crumbling buildings, rusted RVs, makeshift shacks, all surrounded by a tangle of barbed wire and scrap metal. A hand-painted sign creaked in the wind. Slab City, welcome to the last free place on earth. It honestly looked like a movie set, and it was the most beautiful thing that I could imagine. True freedom from what I saw, at least. Josh and I all but ran into the crumbling foray of buildings, and we could see individual campsites stretched out for almost a mile. There seemed to be people all over. But as we made our way down into the city, we realized quickly that something was off. The air was thick with an eerie silence. Only the sound of creaking rusty hinges and the distant hum of a generator. The people were like nothing we'd ever seen. They moved with a feral grace, their eyes gleaming with a knowing light, as if they held secrets they'd never share with anyone. Someone emerged from a shack and waved us over. We smiled, excited to be addressed by the locals, and wanted to see what they wanted. "Hello," I said. Hi, first-timers?" the stranger said. "Yeah, we just got here. This place is incredible. It's like a dream," Josh said. You got that right, my friend. Have you registered with the census yet? He asked. Josh and I shared a look. No, how do we do that? Josh said. Follow me, the stranger said with concrete confidence, then led us back the way we came. We walked for a while, well past the welcome sign, and just talked to the guy. He said his name was Winston and he worked for the census, which helped run the city. All of it sounded pretty cool and official. Josh and I fell right in with it. We were burnouts looking for a place to live. Maybe feel like we were part of something without having to suffer the weight of a normal life, you know? What a naive perception I had back then. Winston led us to a small cul-de-sac of decrepit shacks, and then said this is where we did the paperwork. I couldn't even see Slab City behind us anymore, obscured by a hillside in the distance. A knot quickly formed in my stomach, as I suddenly felt very vulnerable out in the middle of nowhere. We were met with a hail of gunfire, the sound echoing off the buildings like deadly welcome mats. We raised our hands, frozen in terror as a group of armed men and women emerged from the shadows, their faces twisted with a mixture of curiosity and hostility. The sun had set, and these people emerged from the shadows like ink from a well. "Who are you?" one of them growled, his gun trained on our heads. "What do you want?" "Strangers from town. They thought they were just gonna walk right in," Winston said, as he joined their ranks. He led us to our own murder, apparently, and the trucker's words from earlier rang in my head like church bells. We tried to explain ourselves, but our words were met with skepticism, our intentions questioned. We were dragged before a makeshift council of community leaders who interrogated us with this zeal that bordered on fanaticism. And that's when the real nightmare began. The questions, the accusations, the veiled threats. It was like they were trying to uncover some deep, dark secret that we didn't even know we had. As the hours dragged on, we realized that Slab City was more than just a hippie commune. It was a place of dark mystery, where the lines between reality and paranoia blurred like the desert sands. The days blurred together. We were held captive, subjected to a never-ending gauntlet of questions and accusations. Our minds reeled, our bodies weakened, as the relentless onslaught wore us down. They didn't give us food, they didn't give us water, nothing but the interrogation. It was abundantly clear these people weren't affiliated with Slab City at all. They were all some kind of ragtag outfit of mercenary tweakers that lived on the true fringes. They were probably too wild and crazy for the city itself and had gotten run off. Now they just pestered newcomers who might be allowed in. The council members seemed to take their turns, as their faces blurred into one single twisted visage. They spoke in hollow tones, their words echoing off the makeshift walls like whispers of the damned. "What do you know of the Order?" they asked, their eyes burning with an unholy intensity. It was pretty terrifying at first, but after the first day, it was just the same tired, dramatic questions. They were role players who had started doing speed, if you can imagine it. Still, it was terrifying in the sense that no one knew where we were. There was no help. There wasn't even a drink of water. Our time was ticking and we had little to no options out there. "We know nothing," we protested, our voices barely audible over the pounding in our heads. My lips were literally bleeding from the exposure to the wind and sun, and lack of water. "Liars," they hissed, their faces contorting in rage. "You're hiding something. We'll find out what it is. Just tell us what you know and we'll end your suffering." They would say this all while holding out water bottles. So it went on, day after day and night after night. The beatings, the threats, the endless questions. We were trapped in a living hell with no escape in sight. It was very clear these people were beyond high on meth. I could clearly see track marks up and down their arms and legs. Some of them would periodically peel off and disappear into the shacks for a bit, probably topping off their high. Until one day, they just simply let us go. We stumbled out into the blinding sunlight, our eyes squinting against the glare. The desert stretched out before us like an endless grave, but we really didn't care. We were free. Or so we thought. As we walked back to Slab City, we couldn't shake the feeling that we'd left something behind. A piece of ourselves, perhaps. Or maybe something more sinister. Behind us, we could see those creeps milling around and watching us go. The shock dissolved and I nearly collapsed from sobbing. I cried the entire walk back to town, where slightly more normal people took us in and asked us what had happened. We explained the whole ordeal of the last 2 or 3 days, being held captive and questioned by whoever it was out in the cul-de-sac. A small group hopped in a van and sped out in the direction that we said. They came back later and said there was no one out there, and those shacks were burned to the ground. I could actually see the smokestacks, clear as day beyond the hill. This was by far the worst experience of my life, and the one that turned me around for the better. Josh didn't seem as shaken up from the experience as I was. He was still more happy to stay in Slab City. He'd even gotten a new name and everything. I stayed there for about a week to recuperate from the interrogation that I endured, but then I hit the road for Barley. I made the slow crawl back home in Montana, where I got clean and decided the road life just wasn't for me. I read about Slab City all the time. I've seen the documentary. It's great to see so many positive experiences, happy people doing happy things. There are weird things too. I was held at gunpoint for several days by drug addicts who thought they ran the whole desert. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I've always been a wanderer at heart, a traveling musician, and I've spent years crisscrossing the country, playing gigs in dingy bars, cramped coffee shops, even on street corners. My trusty RV, Daniela, has been my home for the better part of 30 years. Outfitted with solar panels, a portable generator, and a makeshift recording studio, Daniela allows me to live off the grid, free from the constraints of the traditional 9-to-5 life. This has been a goal of mine since I was just a boy. I always saw myself living on a humble plot of land, far removed from the hustle and bustle of city life. I wanted to work the land, till the soil, and really had it in my heart that I wanted some animals. Chickens, pigs, maybe even a cow, and even goats. I grew up, but my daydream never really changed. Alas, I never acquired that plot of land, but I did get the RV that I wanted, and have lived the dream ever since then. Music is my passion, a fusion of folk, blues, and country that speaks to the souls of those who hear it. I built a loyal following over the years, with fans scattered all across the country. But the road can be a lonely place, and I often found myself craving human connection. That's why I love busking. It brings me face to face with strangers, if only for a brief moment. There's something about watching a person's face change right in front of you, simply because of the chord that you strum. It's like real life magic, having such an effect on people. So I traded my farm life goal for the life of a musician. You won't find my CDs on shelves anywhere, but I've been featured on a number of recording tracks, and people sing my tunes forever once they hear them. As I drive from the East Coast to the West, I feel a sense of freedom wash right over me. The open road, the endless sky, and the hum of Daniela's engine are my constant companions. I have no real destination in mind, just a vague notion of reaching the Pacific Ocean before winter sets in. The days blend together in a haze of music, coffee, and gas station snacks. Although I do stop at some finer establishments for better meals, and also make a little coin as I travel. Most places love it when I offer to play music for the day. I've kind of led you astray though. I'm not here to tell you about the fun and good times that I've had on the road. This is a scary story, and something that's only happened ever once. Again, I live in my RV. I spend many nights crashing in faraway places where I never hear so much as another vehicle's engine, sometimes for days or even weeks at a time. I may be on the road, but I live off the grid with the best of them. I've been driving for hours when I finally spotted a secluded clearing off the side of the road. The sun was setting and casting a golden glow over the trees as I pulled Daniela into the campsite. I spent the evening setting up my gear, building a small fire, and cooking a simple meal of chicken and rice. As night began to fall, I settled in with my guitar, strumming softly into the darkness. This is one of my favorite things to do, just sit and play to absolutely no one but myself. There's a true sense of peace in making music that no one will ever hear. That music seemed to draw in the shadows though. The trees almost seemed to get taller, and so did the darkness. Soon even the crickets surrendered to my melody, and I felt truly alone out there. The clearing that I was in went back for a while, and I followed around to a bend where it intersected with the forest. My camp was about a mile from the main road, well camouflaged from any passing cars. With the way my RV was parked though, they wouldn't even be able to see my fire pit. But off in the distance, through a tree stand, I thought that I saw a glimmer of another fire. I kept an eye on it, until I eventually caught movement. Soon 2 figures emerged from the trees. I, the ever optimist, assumed they were fellow travelers, drawn by the sound of my music. I welcomed them both with a smile, offering up a cup of coffee and a place by my fire. The men, dressed in tattered clothing and reeking of sweat and smoke, accepted my hospitality with a nod. I turned an eye on the fire pit through the trees and wondered. It's not uncommon to be approached by other travelers on the road. I've always been a pretty social guy, so I typically give folk the benefit of the doubt. I knew there was a chance of danger allowing these 2 guys into my camp, but they've already found me. I didn't have access to a cell phone. What's a guitar player gonna do other than offer his services? At first they seemed pretty harmless, swapping stories of their own travels, sharing a laugh or two. I don't even recall their names, if they were even real. So for now, I'll just call them Bert and Ernie. They claimed that they were from Iowa, traveling a state over for seasonal work on some farm or another. We sipped at coffee, and they requested a couple of songs, and the evening passed with a general neutralness that I found relieving. But as the night wore on, I began to notice a change in both of their demeanors. Their eyes seemed to take on this feral glint, and their words slurred into menacing growls. My instincts began to scream and warn me, but I tried to brush it off as just me being paranoid. After all, I'd met countless strangers on the road, and most of them were all harmless. These guys were different though, and I swear to this day it had to do something with the coffee. I mean, literally, I watched them change before me as they sipped at it. They got fidgety and weird with each and every sip they took, before finally their eyes began to bug out and nothing they even said made sense. It was so off-putting that I quit playing my music and just watched them for a minute or two. You guys all right? I asked. They both snapped to look in my direction, coming to a calm for just a moment. Yeah, man, just enjoying the night, Bert said, as he looked left and right. Yeah, the music, I love this song, Ernie added. I looked down at the idle guitar in my hands and frowned. These 2 were out of it, clearly on some type of drugs, and now they're both my problem. Fully planted by the fire in the middle of my camp, I shrugged and picked up another song, one that I was practicing because I wasn't really good at it. Just hoped these 2 weirdos would get bored and maybe go away. As the night wore on though, the strangers' behavior became increasingly erratic. They began to pace around the campsite, their eyes fixed on me with unnerving intensity. I tried to keep my cool, strumming a soothing melody on my guitar, but my mind raced with the worst-case scenarios. Bert, a lanky guy with a scruffy beard, started a circle around Daniela, eyeing her with a predatory gaze. You got a lot of nice stuff out here, friend, he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. What year is it? 1984, I said. Want to know something cool about it? Yeah, what's that? Bert asked me, scratching his neck. It's got a sequence to start the ignition. I lost the original key years ago, so a mechanic friend of mine got it rigged up with this special sequence that ends with a push button. Then it fires right up, I said between strums. What's cool about that? Ernie said with clear agitation. It means nobody can steal it, I said with a huge grin across my face. Unless you know the code on the dashboard. Nobody can even start this thing. No one except for me. They looked over the RV now with wrathful eyes. Telling them that was my method of testing the waters. Any normal person wouldn't care how I started the RV. Some might think it's cool, but only a crook or a weirdo would react negatively to it. I looked over their irritated faces and knew right away these guys meant no good. And I know what you're thinking. What a stupid old man. And whereas that might be true, old road dogs like me think we've seen it all and look to entertain a little company. Like I said earlier, the road can be a lonely place, and I slipped up that evening. "Looks like you'll be coming with us then," Ernie said, with his haunting stare. It was like he was looking right through me, as if I was a service or a belonging, a way to steal Daniela. Bert then hiked his pants up and looked at me like he was ready to attack. My instincts screamed at me to act, but I tried to reason with him. "Hey guys, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm just a musician trying to make a living." The bearded guy snorted and went on this tangent about how he hated travelers, hated people that could drive, hated anyone with more money than him, and a general ill will for the entire world. His buddy just kept nodding along as he pressed me over and over again, asking if I thought I was better than them. I explained that no, of course not. In fact, I was the one that invited them to my camp and played them some tunes. I didn't act better than them in any sense of the word. They clearly didn't hear my reasoning though. I realized then that these men were just looking for a handout. They were looking for a target. And unfortunately, that was me. Without hesitation, I grabbed my guitar and slid inside Daniela, locking the doors behind me. The strangers began to pound on the windows, their faces twisted in rage. I fumbled for the keys, my heart racing, and then started the engine. Daniela roared to life, and I hit the gas, speeding out of that campsite as the strangers gave chase. On the road ahead of me, I could see something in the dark. As I approached, my headlights illuminated a makeshift barrier. These guys had arranged some branches and deadfall in a way that I couldn't just easily drive out. They planned this whole thing. As I looked in the rear view, sure enough, Bert and Ernie are gunning right for me, rapidly closing the distance. Over the murmur of my engine, I could hear them screaming and threatening me. I slid Daniela into reverse and hit the gas, and boy, was I happy to see their faces change with realization. I was gunning for them now, and I had the benefit of driving a 5,000-pound battering ram. The attackers split up, running wide to try and avoid me, and I watched and laughed as one of them tripped in a gopher hole, went face first into the brush. He didn't recover. The other guy just continued to sprint into the trees in the direction of the fire pit that I saw earlier. As my eyes followed him, I could see what looked like others standing along the tree line. I discovered a little village of drifters, truly off-the-grid drifters. I shifted back into drive and navigated the RV off the road and around that blockade. It didn't take much, and soon I was back on the country road, happy to have asphalt underneath me. There was no sign of the people behind me as I left, thankfully, and in that moment, I realized I left a few things back at the camp, namely a cooler and some other basic stuff, but I was just happy to have my instruments and my RV. The darkness blurred around me as I careened down the winding road, the strangers' shouts and curses echoing throughout the night. I didn't dare look back again, focusing instead on the road ahead. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a glimmer of lights in the distance. A town, a gas station, just someplace safe. I pulled into a 24-hour diner, the neon sign blinding after the darkness of those woods. I stumbled out of Daniela, shaking like a leaf, and staggered inside. The waitress, a kind-faced woman with a warm smile, took one look at me and ushered me into a booth. She was probably half my age, but had a wise, weathered energy about her. She was exactly what I needed that night. "Honey, you look like you've seen a ghost," she said, pouring me a cup of coffee. "You okay? What happened?" I tried to explain the whole thing, but the words got caught in my throat. All I could do was shake my head, feeling the adrenaline seep out of me like air from a punctured tire. To this day, I've never been startled into silence like that, like someone had stolen the voice straight from my throat. My eyes went blurry with tears and I just shrugged. I was afraid I seemed like some drunk old man. The waitress nodded sympathetically. "You're safe now, sweetie. You're safe." I nodded, taking a sip of that scalding coffee. It burned my tongue, but it was a welcome pain, a reminder that I was still alive. After a while, I finally regained my composure, ended up telling the lady what happened. She had this perplexed look on her face, and when I was done, she asked me to repeat the exact same place that had happened. I did, and she went on to explain there's actually a little gang of drifters out there, 4 or 5 people, a couple of them locals and a couple from somewhere else. She knew because she'd saw them hitchhiking in and out of town every couple of days, and was always around the same area. She let me use the phone to call the police, even had the non-emergency number on hand. As I waited for the police to arrive, I could not shake the feeling that I narrowly escaped something sinister, something that lurked just beyond the edge of the campsite, waiting for its next victim. I knew then that I'd never take my freedom, my safety, any of that for granted ever again. The open road, once a symbol of liberation, now seemed like a fragile thread, easily snapped by the forces of darkness that lurked in every single shadow. The police came and took my statement, but then they agreed to go out there and take a look as well. I explained that I left my campfire burning because they ran me off, so that was a good reason to investigate. Plus, they wanted to get my stuff back for me. I offered to go along, but the officers said they had a good idea of the location themselves. They left. I ordered some eggs and toast, and by the time I was done eating, the police had thankfully returned with all of my stuff. They said they didn't see any signs of anyone, but there were 2 doused campfires in that area. Obviously, the other one was the campfire that I'd seen off in the distance. Had I not boogied right out of there, the cops told me they would have robbed me, possibly killed me. There was a shallow grave dug by one of the fire pits, empty, and I can't help but believe that grave was somehow meant for me. I gazed out at the winding logging trail, my mind flooding with memories of my youth. My dad would drag my sister and me out here, deep into the wilderness to go boondocking, camping off the beaten path, where the only sounds were the trees creaking and the wildlife roaming free. I had fond memories of hiking throughout these woods, exploring the streams and waterfalls, and sleeping underneath the stars. Now I was bringing my own son out here, hoping to recreate those memories and forge new ones. As we turned onto the trail, the trees seemed to close in around us, casting these long, ominous shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. My son was excited to be out on his first boondocking trip. He chattered enthusiastically in the passenger seat next to me. His name was Andrew, and at the time he was 13 years old, just going into high school after summer. But as we wound deeper and deeper into those woods, I felt this growing sense of unease. The trail was familiar, but somehow different. And that's when we came around this bend and I saw it. A hulking cell phone tower, its metal latticework looming over the treetops like a giant skeleton. I felt a jolt of shock and almost offense. This monstrosity had been erected in my childhood playground. I glanced over at my son, who was staring up at the tower in awe. "Dad, look!" he exclaimed. I forced a smile and just tried to hide my discomfort. "Yeah, buddy, that's quite a structure." We continued on, passing a few campers and RVs, but I just couldn't shake that feeling of annoyance. That tower loomed over us, its presence disrupting the peaceful atmosphere of the woods. I decided to push on, find a spot far away from that tower so that we could still experience the wilderness as it was meant to be. The trail grew rougher, the trees closer together, and the shadows darker. My son's chatter had died down, replaced by an uneasy silence. I could feel his eyes on me, sensing my tension. I tried to reassure him with a smile, but my mind was racing. What was that tower doing out here? Who had erected it and why? What kind of people would camp so close to that kind of monstrosity? The questions swirled around in my head like a vortex, drawing me into a series of dead-end questions. And then just like that, I was over it. The reality was just that my feelings were hurt. I saw that tower and it was like a slight against all the memories that I had with my father and my grandfather out here. Like it somehow overrode them and took them away from me. I just gripped the wheel and pushed deeper into the forest, determined to find a good place to spend the night. As we bumped along the road, the trees seemed to close in around us, air growing thick with this unsettling energy. I knew we had to keep moving, to find a spot where the wilderness was still wild. The memories we would make would be untainted by that looming presence of that tower. So we continued to push deeper and deeper into the woods. We rounded a bend in the trail to find this picturesque meadow unfolding right before us. It was nestled right inside this tranquil valley. The sun lit up the area, illuminating the rolling hills and woodland beyond. I glanced over at Andrew, his eyes wide with excitement, and I knew we'd found our perfect campsite. I parked the truck, helped Andrew gather firewood before I set up the tent. The silence was almost palpable, broken only by the occasional bird call or rustling leaves. As we worked, I couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia just wash over me. This was what boondocking was all about, escaping the hustle and bustle, reconnecting with nature, and sharing it with the next generation. With camp now set up, we decided to take a short hike to get our bearings. The dry creek bed nearby offered a natural path, winding its way through the hills and woodland. We followed it, our footsteps echoing off the trees until it intersected with a serene lake. The water sparkled in the fading light, and I felt that sudden jolt of recognition. "Andrew, I remember this lake," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I came here with your grandfather oh so many years ago." Andrew's eyes lit up. "Is there fish in there, Dad?" I smiled. "Lots and lots of trout, son. This lake is a hidden gem. Not many people even know it's back here." As we scanned the shores, I noticed something odd. There wasn't a single fisherman in sight. The lake was untouched, pristine. Andrew then asked if he could fish, and I agreed, but told him that we have to do it tomorrow. He nodded, his face aglow with excitement. As we headed back to camp, the sun dipped down below the horizon, casting the meadow in a warm orange glow. We spent the evening swapping stories, watching the stars twinkle above to life. The fire crackled, the smell of hot dogs and beans filled the air. Andrew chattered about his school year, his eyes sparkling with wonder. I listened with my heart full of pride and nostalgia. We settled in for the night, the darkness pressing in around us. I focused on the peacefulness around us in the moment. I think everyone has that feeling when they go camping, though. To feel unprotected, unshielded out in the darkness of the wild that lends to the natural vulnerability. It's probably human to feel instinctual fear deep inside our bellies when we look out into the night. Soon, though, we said goodnight to one another and then went off to bed. As I drifted off to sleep, the sound of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl lulled me back into that sense of security. I passed out and got some of the best sleep of my life that night. The morning crept over the hills, casting a warm glow over our campsite. I stirred the embers of last night's fire, adding fresh kindling to coax the flames back to life. Andrew emerged from the tent, rubbing his sleep from his eyes, and we set about making breakfast. The sizzle of bacon and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee quickly filled the air, and my stomach growled in anticipation. After breakfast, we set up this makeshift archery range, our targets pinned to a tree about 30 yards away. Andrew and I took turns shooting, our bows creaking as we loosed arrow after arrow. The thud of the arrows hitting the target was very satisfying, and we spent the morning lost in the rhythm of shooting and retrieving. This was a new pastime, not something I ever did with my father. It was cool to be forging those new memories with my son. Next, we laced up our hiking boots, tackled the highest hill in the area. The climb itself was grueling, but the view from the top was breathtaking. We sat on a rocky outcropping, our legs dangling over the edge, gazed out at the rolling hills and woodland below. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers. By the time we returned to camp, the sun was high overhead, and I was exhausted. Andrew, on the other hand, was still raring to go. "Hey Dad, can we go fishing now?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I smiled and was happy to oblige him. "Sure thing, kiddo, just be careful and don't go too far." I helped him gather his gear and he set off towards the lake, his rod in one hand and tackle box slung over his shoulder. I watched him go, feeling a sense of pride and nostalgia wash over me. My little boy was growing up, becoming more and more independent by the day. Reminded me of me every trip I ever took with my old man, waiting for the right time to sneak off and explore alone, feel that weight of becoming a man. As soon as Andrew disappeared from view, I crawled into the tent, my eyes heavy with fatigue. I collapsed into my sleeping bag, feeling the softness envelop me. The sound of birdsong and rustling leaves lulled me into a deep sleep. As I drifted off, though, a feeling of unease quickly came over me. The woods seemed quieter than usual, the silence almost oppressive. I pushed the thought aside, telling myself I was just tired and I needed to get over it. But deep down, I knew better. The wilderness was full of secrets. I had a feeling we were about to uncover one. Then something woke me up. I wasn't sure what at first, but it was very loud and very abrupt. A shrill sound of some sort. I snapped awake, disoriented, unsure of where I was or what even time it was. The still blueness beyond the nylon of the tent told me that the sun was going down, and as I unzipped the door, I found that to be correct. Andrew was nowhere to be seen, and a panic quickly rised up inside me. I tried to calm myself down, reminding myself that he's handy and capable. He has a flashlight, a small first aid kit, even a pocket knife. He'd take care of himself for a couple of hours. As I exited the tent, I started getting camp together, splitting kindling, getting the fire going, and prepping dinner. But as the time wore on, the forest got darker and darker, and I started to worry again, worrying about my son. I looked over in the direction of the lake and heard that same shrill sound again, a deafening shriek from the same direction. It was a little higher up the hill. It almost sounded like a woman screaming, but after another shriek, I placed it for what it actually was, a mountain lion. They have this incredibly shrill sound that they make, and for a moment, I was petrified. I know Andrew is probably on his way back. I realized he could confuse the sound for a woman screaming, maybe go into the woods for help, which could be fatal. I grabbed my flashlight and my pistol and began the jaunt over to the lake, all while hearing that mountain lion shriek. Soon the water comes into view, just as the last of the sunlight is disappearing, and I can make out Andrew on the far side, getting ready to march out into the woodland. On my side of the lake is all his fishing gear, but across the water, all I can see is his back. He was looking up into the trees, up that hillside, for any sign of what was making the sound. It had lured him all the way around the far side of the lake. It was now coaxing him into the darkness, into whatever trap that animal had set. I screamed for him to stop, and just in time too, then instructed him to come over to me. He jumped, turned, and then slowly started making his way back over. It took him a while, a good 20 minutes or so, to hopscotch the rocks and shoreline, but he finally made it, intact, thank God. "What the hell were you doing?" Andrew admitted he thought those sounds were that of a distressed woman, and I'm beyond relieved that I prevented such a fatal mistake. I explained to him the dangers of the predators in the wild, and we spent the night listening to coyotes and owls, sometimes that mountain lion, until we both slipped off to sleep. Andrew didn't catch any fish, but he did learn a great deal about survival. By the next morning, the area was thick with law enforcement, forest rangers as well, even some game and fish wardens. There was a mountain lion attack during the night, right inside someone's camp, where a man was attacked and his dog was killed. Andrew and I are blown away by our good fortune, decided not to risk our luck for another night. We packed up camp and our senses still on high alert, made our way back down the mountain, grateful to escape the clutches of that mountain lion's deadly claws. During the long weekends and right seasons, my favorite pastime is through hiking. Some people call it backpacking, but I like to call it conquering long established distances. Examples of this would be the Appalachian Trail or the Arizona Trail. both of which can take months to fully complete, end to end. These are daydream hikes for me, as the excursions I map out are anywhere from 20 to 40 miles and only take 2 to 4 days. This is because I like to hike alone pretty much in deep wilderness, well away from civilization. I overnight camp wherever the trail leaves me, and then I pick up where I left off in the morning. My story is about a time I was doing a through hike in an area familiar to me. In fact, it was one of my favorite places for a quick turnaround trip. It's beautiful, it's jagged, and the people stick to the main draws and paths, so it's easy to leave them behind. I drove out to the trailhead, parked my truck, and spent some time making sure that I had everything packed up. There is nothing worse than getting out on the trail, putting a few hours between you and your vehicle, only to realize you forgot matches or my reading book in the glove box. There is no turning around, I just have to make do with whatever I might have forgotten. After ensuring everything was secured, I shouldered my pack, the weight feeling familiar and comforting, then set off from the trailhead with a sense of excitement and anticipation. 2 days, I'd be finished with this section of the trail. I've done this before, many times. There's something special about this particular stretch. Maybe it was the promise of solitude, or the challenge of the terrain. Whatever it was, I was ready for it. The first few hours fly by in a blur of sweat and exertion. I hiked with purpose, my boots eating up the miles as I wound my way through the trees. The sun beat down on me, warming my skin and casting its dappled shadows on the ground. As I passed other hikers, backpackers, and day trippers, I exchanged nods with pleasantries as we crossed our paths. The trail was well worn, and I knew I wasn't alone out here. As that day wore on though, the crowd started to thin out. I found myself completely alone out there on the trail. The trees grew closer together, the canopy overhead a vibrant green. I heard the burble of a stream up ahead, and then followed the sound to a picturesque clearing. Fishermen dotted the banks, their lines cast out into the water. I watched for a moment, mesmerized by the gentle ripples on the surface. As I continued on, the trail led me higher and higher into the mountains. The air grew cooler, the trees more sparse. I could feel the weight of my pack digging into my shoulders, but I pressed on, driven by the sense of determination. Finally, after hours of climbing, I crested a ridge and found myself in this stunning clearing. The sun was still high in the sky, casting a golden glow over the scene before me. I dropped my pack to the ground, just relieved to be free of its burden for a moment, and then took a moment to soak it all in. The clearing itself was a natural amphitheater, surrounded by towering trees and a ring of boulders. A small stream ran through the center, its source and destination unknown to me. I explored the area. My boots were quiet on the soft earth. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and I felt a sense of peace wash right over me. This was exactly why I made these trips for, a therapy for my body, mind, and soul. There wasn't any danger out here. One of my first chores for making up my camp was to clear away a healthy blanket of poison ivy. I keep a knife like most hikers, but I also carry a decent-sized machete, strapped to the exterior of my pack. It's good at angles that I can't reach, without taking the straps off. I used it to whack away the poison ivy, keep the area clear of any potential rashes. As I made my way back to my pack, I noticed something odd, a piece of fabric caught in the bush. I walked over to investigate, my mind already turning over any possibilities. It was definitely a piece of cloth, but it was torn and frayed. It looked old, like it'd been here for a really long time. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just some leftover from any previous hiker. But as I set up my campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was now being watched. I looked around, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, just trees, rocks, and the quiet of the wilderness. I gathered firewood, reset the stones around the pit, then set up my single-person tent, and then a stump to sit on. I even whittled a spear, tried my hand at fishing in the stream later. I settled in for the night, my fire crackling and spitting as I cooked my dinner. The sky was beginning to darken overhead. I felt a sense of contentment wash right over me. This is exactly where I wanted to be. But as I lay there trying to enjoy that sunset, that feeling crept back in. a feeling that I wasn't alone in this clearing. I tried to think back to the last place that I saw anyone, and the only one that I could remember were the fishermen down at the bottom of the hill, a solid 2 miles away and well off the trail. By that, I mean there wasn't any actual path that would lead anyone directly to me. They'd have to follow the glow of the firelight, and even then, that would be very odd behavior for the area that I was in. As night began to fall, I settled in, trying to just relax after that long day of hiking. But the darkness continued to deepen, and I started to hear a strange noise off in the distance. At first, I thought it was just an animal, but the sound grew louder and more persistent. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination playing some kind of trick on me. But as the minutes ticked by, the noise grew louder and more intense. It sounded like someone was hurt or in distress. Now my instincts kicked in, and I knew I needed to investigate. It was like a flapping sound. It's really hard to explain. I wasn't sure if it was an injured hiker or an injured animal, but something was off with what I was hearing. I grabbed my flashlight and set off into the darkness, my heart slamming with anticipation. As I made my way through the trees, I stumbled upon more evidence of recent human activity. More fabric caught in branches, discarded hiking gear, even a recent fire pit. My mind continued to race with possibilities. Was someone injured? Was someone lost? I started to entertain even darker thoughts, like maybe someone was disposing of a body out here. I pushed through a thick patch of trees, my flashlight casting an eerie shadow on the ground. And then that's when I heard it. The sound of voices, panicked and urgent. I rounded a boulder and suddenly found myself face to face with a young couple, naked and intertwined in a passionate embrace. And when I say I rounded the corner and they were there, I mean I almost stepped on them as they were rooting around. I almost bumped into their flesh as they rocked back and forth. And to take it a step further, I could literally smell the sex in the air. It was strange and honestly kind of gross. For a moment, we all froze, our eyes locked in a silent understanding. I was the intruder, the unwanted observer. I apologized trying to back away, but they didn't really react well. They both went into a complete panic, but made no effort to dress themselves. I'm sorry, I repeated. I thought someone needed help out here. You're a pervert. How'd you even find us out here, dude? The guy screamed at me. You like sneaking up on people? The girl pressed. You're going to prison. They were up and coming right at me, screaming all types of manner and crazy insults. I had no other option but to keep backing up, try to get away. But as I did, my steps became more and more rapid. I was glad to have my good boots on, with no heavy pack across my back, light and fast, just what I needed to be. Something had obviously snapped inside that couple. They launched themselves at me, rocks and insults flying through the air as they chased me through the forest. And I mean it, they were actually throwing rocks at me. When I saw this, I knew they were crazy and I couldn't let them get any closer. If they were willing to throw rocks, who knew what they would do if they could actually get their hands on me? I ran, my heart pounding in my chest, flashlight casting wild shadows on the trees. I could still feel their rage and anger, their desperation to protect their secret. I knew I was in some kind of danger here. As I stumbled through the underbrush, I could almost feel their breath on my neck, their footsteps closing in, closer and closer. I was all alone, vulnerable, and completely at their mercy. I knew I had to just keep running no matter what lay ahead. I crashed through the forest, my feet pounding against the earth as I desperately tried to escape them. They were gaining ground, their footsteps closing in on me like some kind of predator. I could still feel that rage and that anger, that desperation to catch up. It was such a weird reaction to my accidental intrusion. Any normal person would be embarrassed and try to cover up. It made me wonder what I really discovered out there. Was the girl underage, kidnapped? Who would hike out miles and miles into the middle of nowhere just to have sex? It just seemed very strange. I continued fumbling around in the darkness, my flashlight beam casting these eerie shadows around me. I knew the flashlight was a liability, giving away my position with every step. I needed to get rid of it. I darted around this massive trunk and killed the light, just held my breath. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. I could still hear the couple crashing through the underbrush, their footsteps growing louder and louder every passing moment. They were like wild animals, driven by this primal fury. I pressed myself against the tree, my heart racing in my chest. I could almost feel their eyes on me. Slowly, the couple moved off in the direction of my camp, their naked bodies disappearing into the darkness. I let out a sigh of relief, my muscles relaxing ever so slightly. But I knew I couldn't stay here for long. I had to get back to my camp, get my gear, and get the hell out of here before they came back. I continued creeping through the darkness, my senses now on high alert. I could hear the couple's distant shouts, their insults and threats, echoing around the forest. They were still out there, still searching for me, and would continue to do so for many, many hours. This was a crazy, scary experience, and one that stays with me still to this day. Slowly and silently, I left my hiding place and crept back to my camp. There's no one there, no naked assailants waiting for me in the brush. I pocketed my flashlight, grabbed my machete, and proceeded to pack up all my shit as quietly as possible. With shaking hands, I continued to pack, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. I knew I couldn't hike back to the trailhead in the dark, not with those two lunatics on the loose. I had to hide, wait for dawn before I could make any kind of move. I got everything secured, loaded it onto my back once more, and then proceeded back into the forest, away from the sounds of that thrashing couple. I moved up the hillside, my eyes fixed on the rocks above, and tucked myself away into the small crevice, heart pounding in my chest. I could hear their footsteps, their labored breathing, as they stumbled throughout the darkness themselves. They were getting closer still, and their anger and frustration very palpable. I figured that if they caught me, they would try to kill me. Why else would you spend so much time and so much energy hunting someone down? As the night wore on, the shouts grew louder, their insults more vicious. They were out of breath still, scratching and bruised, but they would not give up the chase. I could still see them stumbling around through the darkness, their naked bodies barely illuminated by the faint moonlight. They passed my hiding place more than once actually, their eyes scanning the rocks above me. I held my breath and my heart froze in my chest. They were so close to finding me. I had to stay hidden. I had to wait until dawn before I could make any kind of escape. Thankfully, their shouts grew fainter, their footsteps disappearing into the distance. I let out a sigh of relief, my muscles relaxing ever so slightly. I had made it through the night, but I could not stay here for very long. I had to get out. I had to get back to civilization before those two psychos came after me again. The morning was uneventful, almost to the point I started to think maybe I hallucinated that whole encounter. I remember the clearing that I did of the poison ivy. I wondered if there was another plant mixed in with them, something that might make me hallucinate or something like that, but I couldn't imagine what that would be. I trudged down the hillside until I intersected with the main river and came upon more fishermen. They waved hello and I waved one back, continued on my merry way back to my truck. I never saw that couple again, and I can also tell you that was the only time I didn't finish a through hiking trip. Just too weird and crazy, too scary to try to push through it after that. I kept my eyes on the papers for anything weird in that area the rest of the year, but never saw really anything reported. Took a few months off and planned more trips in a more remote area, and I never did have anything like that happen to me again. And for that, I'm very thankful. Me and my wife have a mutual love for the outdoors, hiking, backpacking, even kayaking a couple of times. The thing is, we live in the city, so we don't get to do it as much as we want. We both grew up camping, but not living and breathing it for anything. Just got a basic understanding of what it took to get by. When we camp, we like to do it in those designated camping areas like KOAs you see along highways, stuff similar to that. There's an entrance attendant, slotted, numbered camping spots, and usually shared amenities. bathrooms, and dumpsters. It's tailored towards city slicker types, but it's what we were comfortable doing. As I turned off the main road and onto the dirt path leading to the campground, a sense of nostalgia just washed right over me. I'd been out here once before, many years ago with my family. It was a summer camping trip. I had a lot of fond memories about hiking through these woods, swimming in the nearby lake, and roasting marshmallows over a campfire. It was cool to be coming back to a place that I'd used to be before. As we drove further down the path, I noticed something was kind of off though. The entrance gate was now gone, and the established part of the campground was abandoned. The gate was wide open. The admittance booth was boarded up. It was like a serious ghost town now. Very ominous and very weird. We continued driving in anyway though. There weren't any keep out signs or anything. It just looked as if money fell through the campsite and it was just left to its own devices. Boondocking, I think it's called. The outbuildings were locked up tight. The area was overgrown with grass and weeds. A sign hung crookedly from a pole reading campground in faded letters. This was it. I just wasn't sure I wanted to be here anymore. Like I said earlier, we're inner city folks. Camping on our own sounds kind of scary more than anything else. Still, I was with my wife and wanted to spend a weekend away with her. Shelby raised an eyebrow as we pulled up into the empty campsite. "Well, this is cozy," she said, her voice laced with sarcasm. I shrugged. "It's not that bad. We can still make the most of it." And that's exactly what we did. We set up our tent, secured the area, and collected some firewood. The silence was almost palpable, broken only by the sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling in the wind. As the sun began to set later that night, we got the fire pit mucked out and started a fire, the flames crackling and spitting as we cooked an early dinner. As we sat down to eat, I couldn't shake this feeling that we were being watched. I glanced around, but I never saw anyone, no one in sight. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches creaking ominously in the breeze. I quickly tried to push those thoughts aside and just focus on the peacefulness of the moment. We didn't really eat anything fancy, just some BLT sandwiches and potato chips. As we grazed, we just watched the sun fade away, and it hit me that I was actually thoroughly enjoying this. No barking dogs, no buzzing flies around the trash, no kids running around hooting and hollering. I could actually see why people like to boondock or free camp, whatever it's called. There wasn't a single disturbance for what seemed like forever. As the night wore on, the darkness seemed to press in around us, the fire casting flickering shadows on the trees, making it seem like we were surrounded by shadowy figures. I tried to brush it off as mere paranoia, but the feeling just continued to persist. Eventually it faded away though. All my worries and concerns just seemed to melt away as the time pressed on. There weren't any coyotes prowling, no signs of bears, no signs of anything scary at all. But by the time the moon creeped up high above us, I was totally at peace, teetering on falling asleep. So we settled in for the night. Shelby snuggled up close to me, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. "You know what, this is actually kind of nice," she whispered. "Just us, alone in the woods." I smiled and wrapped my arms around her. "Yeah, it's perfect." That started us down the path of some adult time. Light petting, wandering hands, you know what I mean. It was getting hot too, like we'd never gotten physical before. I chalked it up to the dark isolation that we found ourselves in, and surrendered to our more basic instincts. We had our fun and then got inside the tent, back into our sleeping bags and said goodnight. But as I slowly drifted off to sleep, that feeling slowly crept back in, the feeling of not being alone. It came back the second that I laid my head down. I was certain that there was something out there. Whatever it was, just waiting just beyond the campsite, watching us with cold, calculated eyes. I had zero evidence to support any of this, but in my mind's eye, trouble was just not far away. Looking back now, my instincts must have been zeroed in or something, because it turned out I was right. The tranquility of the forest enveloped us, and soon Shelby was snoring next to me. The crackling of the coals and the chirping of the crickets, the gentle whooshing of the wind through the trees, created almost this soothing melody. As I laid there, I let that soothing natural world, coupled with Shelby's light snoring, relax me, and whisk me away into dreamland. Just as I closed my eyes for that last time, that peacefulness was shattered by the screaming crank up of an engine firing. The sound tore through the forest like a demon, making both of us jump up. We looked at one another, confused, trying to pinpoint the location of the noise. But the expanse of the forest made it almost impossible to gauge how far away that truck actually was. It continued to crank over and over until finally roaring to life and screaming throughout the wilderness. It was the worst, most industrial sound that I could imagine in the moment, and my heart beat into a thunderstorm. At first, we just wrote it off as another campground, having a late-night joyride. But as the engine grew closer, the hollering and whooping became louder and louder, and so our concern grew. Shelby then asked a good question, one that sent my mind reeling back into paranoia. "What if it's not just some other campers?" she whispered. I remember all the abandoned stuff that we saw when we pulled in. The creaking sign, the faded paint, the rotting wood. All those locked up buildings that stood like prisoners among trees. Could people be squatting out here? It seemed like a true haven for homeless, but again, I had nothing to back up any of these assertions. I tried to reassure her, but my own unease was growing and growing. We were exposed, vulnerable, and isolated. Shelby's panic was contagious, and I could feel my heart racing again. Without a word, I jumped up and pulled my truck around, positioning it to block the firelight from the road. I grabbed some blankets and draped them over the glass, trapping the light and reducing the glow. Shelby watched me, her eyes wide with fear as I doused the flames, careful to not create too much smoke. The darkness now seemed to swallow us whole, and we huddled together, waiting to see if anyone would come down that old camping road into our makeshift campsite. The minutes ticked by, almost feeling like hours, each one stretching out into an eternity. The silence was oppressive, heavy with anticipation. We barely breathed, our ears straining to pick up any sound. And then, we heard it. The rumble of tires on gravel, the creaking of suspension, and the murmur of voices. My heart sank and Shelby's grip on my arm quickly tightened. We were trapped with no escape. The truck's headlights cast an eerie glow through the trees, illuminating the darkness like a macabre spotlight. And then, the engine roared so loud I thought it rattled my teeth, plunging us into an even deeper fear. We waited, frozen, as the minutes ticked by. And then the voices started up again, louder this time, and much closer. I still couldn't make them out, but I heard the cadence of a conversation between multiple people. Shelby's whisper was barely audible. "We do." As we huddled together, waiting to see what would happen next, the spotlight pierced the darkness far off in the trees. Then a pair of headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating the abandoned camping area. An old dingy truck with a spotlight mounted to the cab rolled into view, lighting up each campsite one by one. The occupants were hollering this crazy nonsense into the trees, their voice echoing throughout the entire forest. My stomach twisted in a sick knot as the spotlight landed on our campsite. The people in the truck went berserk, honking the horn, yelling and screaming. I pushed Shelby down, whispering to her to stay hidden and stay down. If anything happens, get in the truck, lock the doors, and drive away. "What?" she responded in a panic. My instructions were short and ominous, but I didn't have time to explain. If anything got dangerous, her only option was to peel out and leave, go get help somewhere else. I stepped around the truck and tried to address the chaos. "What do you people want?" I shouted over. The response was immediate. Multiple men, all seemingly drunk or high, poured out of that truck and surrounded me. "You paid for your campsite fees," one slurred, his eyes glassy. "You register with the camp keepers?" "Huh?" was all I could muster. Their question legitimately caught me off guard. "Who said you could camp here? You gotta pay your fees," they repeated. By now, I could smell the beer and whiskey rolling off of all these guys, could see the unsure nature of their footing. There wasn't a semblance of reason or sobriety amongst these dudes, Just drunk, troublemaking forest folk. Probably lived nearby and spent their free time razzing weekend visitors and out-of-towners. The area is abandoned. The gate was wide open. I don't have to pay a fee, I explained. Oh, you make the rules, one of them cut me off. Hey guys, this asshole's in charge here. They all began to whoop and holler again, and at this point, I began to get agitated. I was just confused, thinking they were affiliated with the campground somehow, but as I looked around the abandoned buildings and overgrown grounds, these people had to be pulling some kind of scam. I've radioed dispatch, I lied quickly. The Forest Service is en route. And why shouldn't I lie? These guys were pulling their own little scams, so the only reasonable action was to pull one of my own. Truth be damned. I wasn't about to be bullied out of my campsite, and I damn sure wasn't going to fork over any cash just to be left alone. If push came to shove, these assholes were going to get knocked down a peg. The response was a beer can hurled at my face, hitting me square in the eye. I stumbled back, clutching my face, as the truck roared off into the darkness. For the rest of the night, we heard them ripping around the mountainside, their laughter and shouts echoing through the trees. My face swelled up a lot, as that beer can they threw at me was full and unopened. Just a round weight blasting me right in the orbital bone. Lucky for me, it didn't break. It just turned my eye black the next morning. When I went back to Shelby, I found her shock white. But we weren't dead, so she returned to normal after no time at all. We stoked the fire again to allow some kind of comfort. We were too afraid to sleep in the tent that night, fearing they'd come back and drive right through our camp. The next morning, everything seemed normal. We found a pile of empty beer cans somewhere between the trees, only 30 feet from the campsite. It was clear these weirdos from the last night had been watching us, closely too. As we packed up our gear, Shelby turned to me, her eyes still wide with fear. I cannot believe what happened last night. I'm really sorry about your eye, she offered. I nodded and said thanks. I think we learned a lesson though. We drove out of that campsite, leaving all the abandoned buildings and the terror of the night behind. The memory of those crazed eyes and the sound of their maniacal laughter would definitely stay with us forever. Hello, my name is Tom, and I want to start out by saying my girlfriend and I are huge fans of your channel. I hope you continue putting out great content for viewers and listeners like us. I'm a traveling contractor electrician, so I've been to just about every state in the country. But often my contracts are only a few weeks to a few months at a time. So when the contracts themselves are finished, I have a lot of downtime between them. One of our favorite activities is traveling, obviously, but also we really love dispersed camping in the most remote parts of the wilderness. We once went through a long stint, like 3 months, just traveling and boondock camping before I took on my next contract. During this time, we experienced many strange happenings, and it definitely gave us plenty of stories to tell. When you're constantly on the road and camping in secluded forest, I suppose you're bound to encounter some unusual people and almost be subjected to some unexplainable events. Like I mentioned before, we got plenty of stories from our travels, but this one particular story is absolutely the most chilling. It still burns deep in our membranes to this day. I still get goosebumps when I tell people this story. The following is a true story that happened to us while we were remote camping on the western side of Alabama, at a campground that I will keep anonymous. The year was 2020, and as you can imagine, it wasn't the best time to be searching for places to camp. COVID had caused a lot of businesses to close, as well as campgrounds. In fact, on this night, we ended up stumbling upon this campground because 2 other campgrounds in that area were already closed. It was already after 2 a.m. We struck out all night finding a place to camp, but fortunately, we found this place on Google that was supposedly only 20 minutes away. We enter the sleepy small town that encompasses this hidden gem of a campground. The streets were gloomy, houses were dark. It just had that ominous vibe to it. We come to a long rounded road that encircled a lake. It also looked like a power plant that sat on the shore of the road. We continued down that road until we reached the gates of the park. And to our surprise, the gates were already opened. As I previously mentioned, it was hard to find an open campground due to the pandemic. We excitedly entered and began looking for an open spot to camp. At the entrance gate, there was a bathroom, which is a trailer, and it appeared on my driver's side. The door was closed and the lights were off. This park, along with the town, was just empty darkness. The park was a camping area that consisted of 2 loops. The larger, main loop appeared to be for just RVS. The smaller loop appeared to be just for tent camping. As we drove through that main loop, we noticed that there were 0 occupants, nobody. The weather was nice and the camping was free. The park was beautiful. Those camp spots were out on the lake. It was just nice. We were confused, but weren't going to complain about not having anybody else there and having it all to ourselves. We circled the entire park to check out all the spots before driving through the main loop once more. Because it was so late and the town was so small, we weren't really able to find any places to eat. So this, of course, led to a hungry conversation as we pulled into a concrete slab. As we bickered back and forth about this dilemma, it starts downpouring out of nowhere, like legit microbus storm that you would experience while hiking in the canyons of Utah. We continued arguing about what to eat, all while our windshield got pummeled with raindrops. Then after a few minutes, it just stopped. It doesn't even turn into a sprinkle, it just completely stopped. I tell my girlfriend let's loop around the park back to the entrance, see if we can find food in town, and then return to get some rest. We begin to exit the park, but the tension is still high and the unpleasant words are still being exchanged. On our passenger side, we see an off-route dirt path that we assume leads out of the park. As we come off that dirt path, we realize that we're now driving back on pavement. Only, the park gates are in the rearview mirror, and the houses are the same houses we saw upon entering the park. Now the car goes eerily silent, as the conversation between both of us has come to an abrupt halt. I was almost certain there was only one way in and one way out of the park. In my head, I'm starting to mull over the rational possibilities for how we just went out of the park gate, when the park was just a loop with one entrance and one exit. I thought maybe I was just really tired. It was a good excuse, if any. How did we not notice that dirt path the first time that we drove through the campground, though? I start to express my confusion to my girlfriend, and to my horror, she echoes the same thoughts, even baseless accusations that I must have slipped or something. We now decide to turn around and enter the park again, to confirm that there really was some dirt path that led out of the park, and we weren't both just crazy. Now, upon entering the park again, we start to notice some unsettling views that we both agree weren't there before. The restroom trailer that was at the front gate is now lit, with the door hanging open. That was weird. We both thought this was not the case just a few minutes earlier. As we continue through the main loop, searching for that dirt path that we saw, we see the smaller loop that's for the tent camping off to the right, which was the passenger side window. On this unattended campsite, there's a full-blown fire going, ablaze in the fire pit. Didn't it just pour down something fierce and nobody else is here? How is that possible? I ask myself again. My girlfriend acknowledges, and we're in agreement that it's creepy and obviously impossible. But by now, we're both starting to get spooked out. We still want to confirm that there's 2 ways out of this haunted park. We continue driving through that main loop and past that concrete slab that we briefly parked at minutes before, and both beam our eyes towards the passenger side window to see if that dirt path is still there, the one that led us out of the park that first time. And to both of our utter dismay, nothing was there. Now we're both totally confused and totally spooked. As crazy as it sounds, it felt like some kind of Native American energy. It just scared us right out of the only spot we had to camp at that was within 60 miles. We continued driving through that loop until we hit the entrance gate. Now we had nowhere to camp, but we weren't about to stay here for another second longer. We sped, or rather hightailed it, around that long rounded road that encircled a lake with the power plant. As I gave one last nervous look through the rearview mirror at the entrance gate. Whatever that was, whatever just happened, we wanted no part of it. The next day we went to do some research of our own. The river that surrounded the park was actually a river that bordered the Choctaw land. This land was the land where some of the Indian removal occurred back in the 1830s. As I mentioned at the start of my story, this was only one of our many strange happenings that occurred to us during our boondocking excursions. Stay safe out there, travelers. Living in Alaska is not for everybody, especially in the regions in the deep north. Just about anyone can live south in cities like Anchorage or even Fairbanks. It's tailored to a more sense of life, which I don't mind. I just like being alone, unbothered if you will. If you live far enough north though, you experience something called polar night. Many of you probably know it's one of those TV names like 30 Days of Night or Night Country. It can actually vary in some places, and it can remain dark for as long as 65 days. These places are extremely isolated and not for the weak-willed. I myself have grown accustomed to the polar night, the darkness that descends upon Alaska from November to January. It's a time of solitude, a period of hibernation where I retreat into my home, surrounded by the silence and the shadows. I've learned to appreciate the stillness, the quiet, and the darkness. It's a time for introspection, for self-reflection, and for indulging in my favorite pastimes, reading, watching TV, and working on my home. Every house up here needs constant upkeep. Hell, most of them are paneled with sheet metal of some kind just to keep the dry rot away. If you don't keep up on the maintenance, you end up living in a shithole, and all of those get abandoned eventually. Life up here is extremely difficult, but most of us like it that way. My sanctuary is my basement, a cozy space that's easier to heat than the rest of the house. I spend most of my time down there, surrounded by the comfort hum of the furnace and the soft glow of the TV. It's here that I find peace, where I can escape the oppressive thoughts that come with the darkness. I have string lights, all manner of different illumination for the days that I'm feeling down, or if I really want to read something. When I watch a movie, I lower the glow from the lights, something akin to a movie theater. It's all tailored to my preferences and things that I like doing. One afternoon, many years ago, I was lounging on the couch, watching a movie. I drifted off to sleep. I'm not sure how long I was out, but when I woke up, I felt a gnawing hunger in my stomach. Decided to head upstairs and start preparing myself a meal. Sometimes this can take a while, depending on what food is in hand. We can't just run to a grocery store around here. Getting supplies, especially during the polar night, can be very difficult. As I climbed my creaky stairs, the cold air hit me like a slap in the face. I shivered, my feet numb from the chill to the tile floor. I turned on the oven and preheated it to 350 degrees and began prepping my food. But as I was plating my meal, I realized that I needed to use the bathroom, and one of my slippers too because my feet were freezing. I kept the upstairs a moderate temperature, but the basement was really where it glowed. There was easily a 20-degree difference, but the tile is what got me. I headed back downstairs, the darkness seeming to swallow me whole. I fumbled for my light switch, and the sudden brightness made me squint. I took care of my business, washed my hands, and then retrieved my slippers. As I was about to head back upstairs, I noticed something odd. The basement seemed different. The shadows seemed to be twisted, distorted, as if they were almost alive. I know this sounds weird and is odd thinking, but the polar nights puts everybody in this weird mindset. I don't get paranoia, but I do get strange detached thoughts like this. Polar night is a perfect breeding ground for all those kinds of weird subconscious leaks. Your neighbors get weird, the animals act funny. The whole thing is ripe for dark thoughts and creepy habits. It'd be perfect for pagans or anyone with alternative belief systems. I imagine weeks of pure darkness are valuable to the right person. I quickly shook off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination playing some kind of trick on me. But as I climbed the stairs, that sense of unease grew and grew. When I reached the kitchen, I knew something was wrong. I didn't notice at first, as it was one of those subtle things that your eye caught, but the brain didn't. I looked over everything a couple of times before it finally clicked. The food that I had partially plated was now gone. Now this is very strange because I hadn't put it in the oven yet. It was mostly loosely assembled frozen stuff like pastry and some pizza rolls. I did have some dry snacks out too, a little bag of Cheetos or whatever, but it was all gone, save for the plate that I'd set it on. The whole thing was just weird and immediately put me on high alert. I stood there, frozen, my mind reeling with all the possibilities. Had I really prepared the food, or was that some kind of dream? And if someone had taken it, who was it? Why? The questions swirling around in my head, making my head spin. I knew I had to calm down, think this through. But as I stood there, the darkness closing in around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me in the shadows. I had to get to the bottom of it, lest I put myself at risk for going crazy. People have a habit of losing their shit during polar night. Mental health goes to hell during such a bleak, long-lasting darkness, and it's understandable as to why. I began to investigate my house, my heart racing with every creak of the floorboards. The bathroom was the first place that I checked. It was clear that someone had been in there. The toilet paper roll was empty. The sink was wet. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized somebody had been in my home, using my stuff. Even my razor was out of place. The towel was crumpled up on the floor. I moved on to the spare bedroom, and that's when I saw him. A man sitting on the edge of my bed, snacking on the food that I left on the counter. He was eating my food in my home like he belonged there. I stood there frozen in shock as he looked up and nodded at me like nothing was out of the ordinary. A fear so pure and thick it started at the top of my head and oozed its way, inch by inch, until it filled my feet, down to my very toes. In that moment, I was powerless to do anything except stand there, soak in the anxiety of the situation, wherein I quickly converted it to confusion. There's no real other way to paint it. What the hell is going on? It only took a moment, but I recognized him. He was one of the newer residents in town, living just a couple of streets over. His name was Miles. I'd seen him around town a few times, but now he was in my home, eating my food, acting like it was perfectly normal. Hello? I asked him. Again, he nodded, continued eating. He was trying to take bites out of the frozen pastry, and I was just afraid he was going to break his teeth. What are you doing here, Miles? Now he looked up and looked around. Oh, I had to come in for supplies, he said, in an even tone. Starting to run low. He had no idea where he was. I could have asked him anything, and his answer would be something like that, just total nonsense. All the blood in my head seemed to be running down to my feet. I couldn't think and I couldn't move. All I could do was talk. He seemed to stay even when I did, so I just kept doing that. I tried to reason with him, but he just stared at me, his eyes empty and unresponsive. He didn't seem to be aware of what was going on or who I was. I continued to try to talk to him, ask him what he was doing in my home, but he just kept eating, like he was almost in a trance of some sort. The panic inside me grew to a point that I could taste it. I had no idea what to do or how to get him out of here. What if he decides to turn violent? I was really out of my element if he did. I looked down at his feet. I saw that he wasn't wearing shoes. His toes, they had the beginning of frostbite, black nubs starting to stretch down to the foot. I felt a new wave of fear wash over me as I realized Miles had been outside, freezing cold for who knows how long. But now, he was in my home, completely detached from reality. He was way worse off than I thought. Realized he could be very dangerous at this point. I realized he'd been in my kitchen and could have a knife on him somewhere. I pieced the truth together in my mind. Miles had completely become delusional during the polar night, wandered away from his home. He must have entered my home earlier while I was sleeping throughout that movie. Now, he was inside, totally out of his mind and entirely my problem. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to help him. As I began to leave the room and go for the phone, Miles started screaming. He screamed as loud as he could, holding his head with both hands like he was trying to keep his brain from exploding. The plate of food slid off his lap and clattered to the floor, which seemed to further upset him. The sound was deafening. It sent chills down my spine. I froze, unsure of what to do as he continued to scream. was a sound of pure terror, a sound of a mind completely shattered. As I mentioned to you earlier, this isn't unheard of during the polar night. It's somewhat unnatural for a human not to see the sun for more than a day or two, so going on 2 or 3 weeks, it's a whole new animal. I tried to flee, but Miles was too quick. He lunged at me, slamming me into the wall with a force that knocked the wind out of me. I tried to push back, but it was no use. He had all the leverage and a death grip on my clothing. I tried pleading next, but he just kept screaming, bashing me into the wall as he did. I panicked, trying to wriggle free, but Miles was overwhelmingly strong. He screamed bloody horror, his eyes wild and unseeing, as he smashed me into another wall and then finally through a coffee table. I was convinced at this point that he was going to kill me. I almost went limp and just let it happen. I was claustrophobic beneath him. His dead weight and bad breath brought on a whole new sense of panic. "Get off me, Miles, this is all in your head." He just kept screaming over and over. I was trapped, pinned beneath him as he clung to me like a drowning man. I managed to push him off, scrambling to my feet as I dashed for the kitchen, but he was too fast, grabbing my feet and yanking me backward. I fell hard, my head spinning as I saw Miles crawling toward me with this inhuman speed. His eyes were rolling right out of the socket as he approached me. Then I saw it, perhaps my only option. I panicked, throwing myself down the basement stairwell in a desperate bid to escape. I crashed into the bottom, feeling like I dislocated my shoulder, but I didn't stop, swinging the door shut behind me and pushed the couch against it to barricade myself inside. I could really feel it after I moved the couch over. My shoulder was definitely injured, but I just couldn't tell how bad. Under the shirt, I could see and feel some stuff out of place, a bump here or swelling there, and the pain was damn near blinding, but I couldn't give it much more attention. Miles started banging on the door from the other side, sounding like he was putting both feet into it. I could see the frame and hinges swelling from the pressure. I grabbed the phone and dialed the local police department, my hands shaking as I tried to think of how to explain all this. There aren't that many people that live in our community, and the local PD is one of the few numbers that I have committed to memory. Just after a couple of seconds, the sheriff himself picked up on the phone and asked me what I needed. Did my best to tell him the details beyond my name and my address, that Miles so-and-so had gone off the deep end, was now destroying my house. His voice was calm and reassuring, but I could hear the urgency beneath his words. "Help is on the way, Frank. Just try to stay safe. Keep that door barricaded and we'll be there soon." At that point, I did everything I could to just keep something in place between me and Miles. I had a gun cabinet, several rifles, and a .357 that would turn the guy into a puddle of nothing. But I didn't have the fortitude for something like that. I didn't even want to fight him. I felt bad for the guy. He just wasn't cut out for the Alaskan life. He'd probably spent a couple of weeks locked in a cell, in all reality, and that'd be good enough for me. It felt like an eternity before I heard the sounds of sirens outside. I peeked through the slat window, seeing the deputy's car pull up through the snowstorm. And yes, my basement has those low ground level windows. I had to get on a chair to see it though. The deputy then got out of his car and burst through the door, his gun drawn as he took in the scene. I lost him after he entered the house, but I could see another cruiser pulling up behind him, likely the sheriff himself. Miles was still screaming, banging on that door, and I could hear the deputy approaching him cautiously, trying to talk him down. It sounded like the gun and the badge had a bit of an effect on Miles. He calmed down enough to let the deputy handcuff him and put him by the floor. By then, the house had really calmed down. The deputy knocked on the door and explained that everything was clear. "What happened in here?" he asked me after I opened up. I tried to explain it to him, but the words just came out in this jumbled mess. The deputy nodded sympathetically, taking a statement from me as Miles continued to freak out and thrash around on the floor. "I'm gonna take him in, book him, and then I'll come back to help you clean up," the deputy said, his voice firm and reassuring. "You're safe now, sir." "Is the sheriff here?" "Yeah, he's up top making sure the other houses are secure. God knows how long he's been losing his mind for. the deputy explained. He said he knows you. He said you're tough and shouldn't need a checkup. Either way, I want to inspect your shoulder. I'll come back and help you clean up. I was very grateful. I watched in stupor as the deputy hauled Miles to his feet, then up the stairs to his 4x4. Just sat there for a while, long after they drove back to town. My body was racked, sore all over. I was even having a little trouble breathing. I'd never been locked in a struggle like that before, plus I'm an older guy, so it was just a lot for me. Eventually I got back on my feet and started getting my house back together. When the deputy returned, I was beyond grateful for his help. First, he checked on my shoulder, which was definitely out of place. He popped it back into the socket, then provided me with a sling to use for the rest of the polar night. Together, we surveyed the damage, the broken coffee table, the smashed walls, the shattered remains of my peaceful evening. The deputy helped me clean up, his silence a comforting presence as we worked. He didn't talk shit or even offer any judgment. He was a good guy, a kid really, but he turned that night into something I could get over. Just another drop of bullshit in the bucket of living out in Alaska. Finally, we finished. The house was quiet and still once more. I thanked him again, my voice shaking with relief. I don't know what I would have done without you. He nodded and said, "Keep your doors locked." Man, did I feel stupid. A lot of people have this certain image in their head when they think about Alaska or Hawaii or any of the severely isolated portions of the world. When we think about Hawaii, we think about sprawling beaches, volcanic hikes, relentless jungle growth, and rolling cliff sides overlooking the surf. We don't think about the trailer parks, the crazy rate of domestic violences, or even the amount of meth that gets produced and distributed across the islands. The same goes for Alaska. When we think about the bush, we think about the dense forestry, steep mountains, towns you can only get to by airplane, grizzly bears, polar bears, moose, the rugged rural homesteaders. What you don't think about is the inner city crime waves, the junkies, and everyday muggings outside of bars and ATMs. I moved to Alaska with my fiance for a job something like 15 years ago, and I had no idea what I was getting myself into. The job itself doesn't really matter. It was just some desk profession, and this company was desperate to get the positions filled. The company was in Anchorage, specifically in a neighborhood called Mountain View. People from Alaska know exactly where I'm talking about as well. Not being from Alaska initially, I didn't think twice about it. I've always heard that Anchorage was a cool spot. I was looking forward to the move, the change of lifestyle, and the new high-paying job that wanted me so badly. I found a rental in Mountain View, packed up my life, and moved into the middle of the ghetto. Mountain View is what Alaskans consider to be a pretty bad neighborhood, and that is a huge understatement. Whereas Mountain View has several thousand residents, restaurants, chain stores, and all kinds of other attractive stuff. It also has the highest rate of violent crime in the entire state. I'm talking drive-by shootings, kidnappings, extortion, beatings, muggings, robberies of every single kind. Real inner city shit that I was not prepared for. I moved into this neighborhood with my fiance and our little dog Tucker. It took us a couple of weeks to figure out what was really going on, because after the sun went down, the area became unrecognizable. Drunks stumbling around, goons lingering in the alley. Everything dark and sinister you can imagine was happening inside this place. We saw prostitutes walking the streets, pimps, drug deals, the whole 9 yards. If we didn't have it already figured out, just based on that first encounter and observation, the locals tuned us in on it really quickly. Told us it was the dog shit capital of the state, and to never leave anything of value inside your car. It will be broken into no matter what. Maybe even our house too. Mountain View was unpredictable, getting worse every single day from what they told us. We developed this new routine, wherein we really didn't go out at all after dark. We kept a speed dial list that included each other as well as the police department. We started doing everything we needed to in the mornings, right when the sun came up, typically when the riffraff was coming to an end. drunks would be stumbling off into the trees, kids headed home, that kind of thing. There was one night though where I got shafted, ended up having to stay really late for work. We were processing some overdue data, and it had to be done before the morning. As we got closer and closer to the finished product, others peeled off and went home. Soon, I found myself to be the only one inside the building. Unfortunately for me, I didn't drive that day. I walked, as we lived only about 15 minutes from the building. I gathered all my stuff, threw on my coat, and made the worst decision of my life. I set a course for home and started hoofing it. To this day, I don't know why I didn't just call my fiance. I think maybe I wanted to surprise her, show her that I was tough. I could navigate this shitty neighborhood like a man should be able to. I didn't even make it a quarter of a mile before I was shitting my pants with regret. I turned a corner and almost walked straight into a pair of guys that seemed to be waiting for someone. They leaned up against a brick building, smoking cigarettes with the most pissed off facial expressions I've ever seen. They were around my age, but looked way older because of the filth and grime that they wore. "Evening, fuckstick," the first guy said. I didn't even say a word, just continued on my way. The second guy put 2 fingers in my chest and pushed me into his buddy. "I said something to you, man," the first guy said. "I'm just trying to get home. I don't need any trouble, guys," I explained. His response was to smack me so hard in the ear that it knocked me off balance. My equilibrium was totally shot. I fell backward onto the sidewalk. Before I knew what was going on, 2 more guys came out of a side slot of a business, had me totally surrounded. My head was swimming with fuzz, pounding, and my ears made the worst droning sound that I've ever heard. "Please," was all I remember saying. "Empty your pockets," I was told. Quickly obliged. My phone, keys, wallet, all stripped and handed over. I even gave up the keys to my work building, which had the building number on it and everything. Things were rapidly devolving into chaos. I had no options. If I tried anything, these guys were literally poised to kick my ass. But I'm not a very smart man. The next opportunity I had, I tried to jump to my feet and just ran from these guys. I took maybe about 6 steps before I felt a pull on my hood and someone yanking me back to the ground. That's when the kicking came, the fists, then felt a couple of frozen loogies for my good measure. Then they poured a beer all over me, which was a real problem. If they kept me outside, I might get sick or hypothermic. Being wet in temperatures like that is a death sentence. I was gassed by the time they were done with me, and certainly had at least 1 broken rib. Just as they were getting ready to strip me and take my nice heavy coat, headlights cut around the far corner, then a siren deafened the area, a single chirp. The old classic cease and desist sound effect. The guys froze, swore, and then ran in every direction. A pair of cops jumped out of the car, as well as my fiance, who came sprinting over to me. Turned out she figured something was up when I didn't come home from work. Knowing the neighborhood and knowing I most likely walked, she decided to call the police, who then offered to do a quick patrol. My fiance came along as there were only a few routes that I walked, and she knew them. Sure enough, they found me almost right away. It saved me from any further beatdown. The guys got away though, melted into the darkness along with all my shit. When I told my company about what happened the next day, they were very understanding, didn't hassle me too much about losing the work keys. Instead, they changed all the company locks, changed the keys, and even hired a private security company to monitor the building. They'd already been struggling to keep employees because of the rampant crime apparently. Really didn't want me to leave. So, my stupid ass stayed. Even my fiance was wondering what the hell the move was, because why would we stick it out after such a crazy encounter? The short answer was that move had depleted all of our money. I did like living in Alaska, I just didn't like Mountain View. But I also didn't like the town we moved away from either. We'd lived there for 9 years. People live in places they don't love all the time. It's called sacrifice. And I guess that's what I was doing. Fast forward 6 months, trouble struck again. This time it was in broad daylight. Fortunately, I was way more prepared this time. After that beatdown that I received before, I enrolled in a gym, started lifting a few days a week, as well as competing in a boxing class in the same facility on weekends. I felt like I should toughen up a bit, if I was going to continue to live not only in Alaska, but the ghetto of the state. My next move was to acquire a taser, which I learned how to use. Kept it right next to my wallet everywhere I went. I knew a gun was what I really needed, but I was more comfortable carrying my fists and a taser before upgrading to a real man killer. I was heading to the bank for some cash when these two clowns stopped me. It was a holiday. I don't remember which one, so I think these guys had some kind of plan. There was no one at the bank, no one to call the police on the inside, so they could mug a solo person at the ATM if they were quick enough. Unfortunately for me, I happened to step up to the plate right as they were hanging around. The smart part was this: they waited until I put my card into the machine before they pounced on me. "Pull out all your money," I heard a voice instruct me from behind. I sighed, felt my blood run cold as I realized what was going on. Okay, I said. "I don't want any trouble." I was lying though. Deep down, I did want trouble. Very, very badly. It was the whole reason I started going to the gym in the first place. Not to be able to protect myself, but to be able to knock somebody around the next time they had something to say to me. And that's just what I did. Well, kind of. I didn't make any quick moves. Just very slowly went through the motions on the ATM. I did a quick look behind me and saw them both. A couple of younger dudes, this time looking very, very nervous. And that was a good sign for me. I took a deep breath and went back to the screen, where I simply took out the amount that I was originally going to get, $100 for groceries. "I have more cash in my wallet," I explained, slowly reaching into my pocket. "You want that?" "What do you think?" the kid sneered. I slipped the hundo into my pocket, then grabbed the taser and put my finger on the switch, quickly turned around and smashed the other guy with the jab, right in the nose. For some reason, I was expecting that to just level the dude, but I forgot I was dealing with the street-hardened criminals, and Alaskans no less. This guy didn't fall to the ground, he barely even reacted at all, and I was kind of left there standing with my jaw open. "Really?" the other guy said. Then he slammed my head into the ATM behind me. To say I saw stars was a dramatic understatement. I saw my nervous system, man, the sparks within my brain. When I came to, though, I saw the same panic kids. They looked worse than before. They probably thought they killed me. The truth was, I was yanking the taser from my pocket with pure muscle memory, and I tagged the one closest first. It was kind of a weak spurt. I hadn't really amped up yet, but it was enough for him to straighten up and go white. I pulled it back and really hit the button this time. Saw the sparks flare to blue, then jammed it in the other guy's neck. He had turned to run when he saw what I had, but he wasn't quick enough. He starched immediately and went face first into the concrete. By the time I turned back to face that first guy, he'd recovered and socked me twice in the face, a classic 1-2 right across the jaw. I dropped to my knees and unbelievably tased myself. Pretty good too. The guy went to hit me again and started laughing right in my face. It wasn't for long though, thank God, but I was really not doing well after that little jolt. I jumped to my feet, but the guy pushed me down and ran back to his buddy. He shook him awake, or at least tried to, but the guy was still pretty limp. I'd bought the most devastating taser that I could get my hands on at the time. I cranked it up to the max. Slowly I recovered, got to my feet, and went to run after them. That spurred the guy on the ground into motion. They sprinted down the street without looking back, screaming insults and all kinds of other crazy shit. Then they disappeared. I was a little beat up, but I kept all my belongings this time. Even got a little revenge. They were totally different guys, but still, at least this time, I wasn't getting scraped off the street. That week was the final straw though. My fiancée, Jane, went out to her car to get her charger out of the back, and that was all it took. Some psycho ran up on her, copped the field, and then pushed her to the ground so he could rummage around her car. Next thing I know, I hear her screaming for me, for anyone. Go barreling out to see what's wrong, and of course, it's another thug, some crackhead, filling his pockets with change and junk from the console. I grabbed him by his feet and yanked him out the car. The guy turned around and cold clocked me, sent me to the ground, and then went sprinting off into the night. It was all we could take. I was getting brain damage at this point. I'd barely even lived here for a year. Jane was terrified after that, Literally started packing that night, and I didn't blame her. I will say this though, she loved Alaska, just like me. We didn't leave the state, but we had to get the hell out of Mountain View. After we'd left, the realtor informed us that we literally lived on the worst street inside that community. All kinds of crazy shit went on there, including shootings, stabbings, and all manner of violent crime. She thought we actually got off easy. After we moved, the trauma and stress disappeared literally overnight. We had normal neighbors, could go out at night, and fell in love with the city all over again. If you ever go to Anchorage, avoid Mountain View like the plague. I hear it's gotten even worse. Talkeetna is this small town not many have heard of, but if you live in Alaska, it's a community that many know. It's heavily isolated, and only recently did its population reach 1,000 people. It's rural, quaint, and impossibly quiet. Beautiful lakes dot the area, endless forests roll in every direction. Yeah, when people think of Alaska, I think they envision villages much like Talkeetna. Humble, out-of-the-way wooden buildings buried under a lifetime of snow. I'd heard about Talkeetna through my job. I was going to be passing through there on my way to my job site. Some of the guys that I worked with told me about a bar therein that I could get a decent burger at, stuff like that. One of my coworkers mentioned something weird though. He said, Talkeetna had this healthy, albeit very quiet Satanist population. I listened for a bit when he said this, unsure if he was messing with me or not, and he didn't seem to be. Went for a bit with some of the details, or at least what he thought he knew. Talkeetna had been decided upon by the Satanist population in Alaska to be their hub. It was out of their way enough that people wouldn't bother them with their rituals, and rural enough they could get their hands easily on the reagents necessary for their practices. It was a very strange rumor to hear, but living in Alaska, you come to hear it all. As I embarked on my journey across Alaska, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and trepidation. The vast wilderness stretched out before me like an unfurled canvas, waiting to be explored. The first day of my travel was uneventful, the miles flying by in a blur of asphalt and scenery. It honestly built up my expectations after all of those weird stories that I heard. The other thing that I had to factor in was all the bullshit. People up here are always quick to share stories they know are made up. It's just what it is. People have to pass the time somehow. So I didn't really know what to expect, but damn, did I want to see it for myself. As I rolled into Talkeetna on the second day, a sense of unease crept over me. The radio wouldn't work. The road was icy and treacherous. I just had this feeling in my stomach, the one you get when you know shit just ain't gonna go your way. I must have been a couple of miles outside of town when everything started to get real strange. At first, I thought it was just a fog that shrouded the highway, casting this eerie gloom over the landscape. But then, I saw them. A line of people standing across the road, about a quarter of a mile off. They were dressed in black, their faces obscured by masks and headdresses, and some of them carried torches that flickered like fireflies in the mist. I did everything in my power to not let my jaw hit the floor. I'd never seen anything like this. I checked the temp on the dashboard, saw that it was well below freezing. There was even a wind chill factor at play. I let off the gas and just coasted until I stopped, wondering what the hell these people were doing. As I slowed, I could hear them chanting some weird guttural hymn that sent shivers down my spine. That was easily the worst part of what I was seeing. It was that song. It didn't sound human, is really the only way I can put it. It's really hard to describe. As I lowered my radio, the chanting grew louder and louder, more insistent. It was a language that I didn't recognize, the words sounding like they were being dragged from the depths of some ancient forgotten ritual. I felt another shiver run down my spine, as I realized I was the only one out here. The only other sound was the soft hum of my engine and that distant chanting. As they slowly approached my vehicle, their torches casting eerie shadows on the fog, I decided to shift back in a drive and just cruise right past them. I hit the gas pedal and the line broke, the figures meandering off into the woodland like ghostly apparitions. I didn't stop to watch them disappear from sight, my heart still racing with a mix of fear and curiosity. I mean, what the actual fuck? Standing on an icy road with fog all over is a death wish, nothing more. All the stories my coworkers had told me were now spiraling around in my head. I knew they had to be connected. No one else up here would do some crazy stuff like this. Talkeetna was a welcome sight after my brief encounter on the road. As I rolled into town, my mind was reeling with all kinds of questions. What was that all about? Some kind of local event, a ritual, somebody playing a prank? I needed answers, and I knew just the place to find them. I pulled into that bar and grill that came recommended to me by a friend, the sign creaking in the wind like a lonely whisper. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of burgers and beer. I slid onto a stool, my eyes scanning the room for anyone who might be able to fill me in. The bartender, a grizzled old man with a bushy beard, looked me up and down before nodding and greeting. "What can I get you?" he growled, his voice like a rusty gate. Just a beer and a burger," I replied, trying to sound as casual as possible. "And also, maybe some information." He raised an eyebrow. "What kind of information?" I leaned in, my voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Look, I just saw some weird stuff on the highway, people in black chanting and carrying torches. What the hell is going on around here?" The bartender's expression turned serious, his eyes clouding over like the fog outside. "You don't want to know," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Bunch of fucking weirdos this time of year, I swear." Another shiver ran down my spine as he turned away, his words just hanging in the air like a riddle. I knew I had to dig deeper though, uncover the secrets that lay hidden in this strange, eerie town. I was determined to do just that, no matter what lay ahead. I continued prying with the bartender, but my initial questioning seemed to piss him off, so he wasn't very outgoing after that. He served me just fine, but all my questions were met with silence. And once he even asked me to quit asking him stuff. Very off-putting, but I guess if I lived in a town filled with Satanists, I might not be warm to strangers either. I finished my meal and paid my tab, and quickly exited the bar, feeling that sense of unease lingering in the air. Instead of getting in my truck though, I decided to wander the main drag through town, get a feel for the community. The streets were eerily quiet, with only a few shops scattered about, and most everything else was residential. I saw a few people lingering about, but they seemed to be avoiding eye contact, their faces shrouded in a mixture of fear and suspicion. They were milling around what looked to be communal mailboxes, talking in whispers and looking up and down the street. As I walked, I noticed a plume of black smoke creeping into the air, way off in the trees, deep in the woodland at the base of a hill. It seemed kind of out of place. I approached the group of people lingering by the mailboxes, hoping to get some more answers. "Hey there, folks," I said, trying to sound friendly. "I got a question for you." They exchanged nervous glances, their eyes darting back and forth before settling back on me. "We might have an answer for you," one of them muttered. I pressed on, sensing there was something to share. "I saw some weird stuff on the main road coming in. People in masks and torches chanting and carrying on. What's that all about?" The group exchanged knowing looks, their faces somber. One of them, an older man with a grizzled beard, spoke up. "You don't want to know, friend. Trust us, you do not want to know." "Come on, guys, I've come this far, I might as well know what's going on here." The old man sighed, his eyes clouding over. "It's just things happen here, things that can't be explained, and sometimes people get caught up in it all. That's all." Again, I sensed there was more to the story, but they seemed very reluctant to share with me. I thanked them for their time and just continued on my walk, feeling a sense of dread building up in the pit of my stomach. The black smoke seemed to be growing thicker, the air growing heavier with this weird presence. I knew I had to get out of there, but my curiosity just kept me rooted inside that town. I walked almost every avenue, noticed a lot of houses abandoned for the season, others seemingly boarded up, but not abandoned, just wanting extra privacy or something. I guess they really weren't boarded up, more like insulated from the outside. Blankets in the windows, stuff like that. It was kind of spooky and had every alarm bell going off in my head. As I walked further, the houses seemed to grow closer together, the windows like empty eyes staring back at me. I felt like I was now being watched, the silence oppressive and very heavy. I knew I should just go, get back on the road towards the job site. But the mystery at play just seriously had me wondering what the hell was going on in this town. Then I heard it, a low, mournful cry, like a wolf howling in the distance. It sent more shivers down my spine, and I knew it was time to get out of there, and fast. I turned and made my way back to my truck, the black smoke and chanting still echoing inside my mind. I knew I stumbled into something sinister, something that didn't want me there, and I also knew I needed to get out of here before it was too late. I hoofed it back to my truck just in time to see a couple of other guys pulling in. They had that same energy that everyone else I'd encountered had so far, menacing, aggressive, reserved. They didn't wave or even say hello, and that was all I needed. I hopped in my truck and let it warm up, then blasted for my destination, which was only 4 hours away at this point. I left that little weird town behind me, watched the curling smoke slowly disappear in my rear view. I never got any answers, and I never went back to that town again. I drove well out of my way to avoid it on my trip home. Here's the funny part though. When I met up with my coworker later, the one who had told me about all that Satanist stuff, he confessed to me that he totally made it up. He wanted to mess with me. When I told him what had happened to me when I got to Talkeetna, he was blown away, and he never saw anything like that before ever when he was there. I've asked around in the years since that happened. Everyone has the same story. It's the most normal, out-of-the-way Alaskan town you'll ever encounter. I've only found 1 or 2 things online that can corroborate that Satanist activity there. So do with that what you will. Whatever happened to me was enough for me to believe something strange was at play in that town.
I'm a geologist by training, but my heart led me to become a ranger in the southeast United States. The serenity of the wilderness, the whispering pines, the untouched beauty of nature, it was all I ever wanted. But as time passed, the isolation grew on me. My only company was the occasional visitor and the memories of my college days. Of course, we all have the typical ranger riffraff, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't make at least a few friends. I'm a bit of an introvert, so a majority of the ranger types that I met reminded me a little bit of frat boys. I did find some folks I like to hike and fish with, but for the most part, I did my duties and spent a lot of time alone. I worked in the field for about 20 years in total. One day about a decade ago, an elderly couple caught my eye. They were not your typical tourist. There was a certain familiarity in their eyes, a kind of longing. They were from out west, visiting the part they'd gotten engaged in many moons ago. They were searching for a particular spot, a fragment of their past, encapsulated in a photograph. But age and time had reshaped the landscape, so they were kind of lost. Moved by their story, I offered to help them. We pored over the photographs, their wrinkled hands pointing out landmarks, their voices trembling with anticipation. I escorted them in my vehicle, the silence punctuated by their soft whispers and crunching of gravel underneath the tires. We hiked the last stretch, the forest echoing with the rustle of leaves underneath our feet. When I say I escorted them, I mean they followed along in their Toyota 4Runner. There was no way I was going to help these city slickers way out into the wilderness, only for them to have no way of getting back. They had boots and a 4x4, enough to tell me they took off-road travel seriously, but I was still pretty cautious about how far I would take them in. It was still early in the afternoon and my duties were finished for the day, so I spent an hour or so bumping around the backside of a basin along the river, as I knew their location had to be near this area. The rock, the trees, the way the earth dipped away in the photo, this area had all the kinds of stuff that it needed. It was a dead ringer, so I knew I had to be close. And sure as sunrise, I ended up being right. I literally nailed it. We parked our rigs and hiked down the short ravine that took us very near the water's edge. And right down there in this earthy little pocket looked exactly like what they showed me in the photographs. I got down first, helped out the wife next, and then the husband. And they were over the moon. We found the spot, a picturesque bend along the river, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. I left them there, two silhouettes against the dying light, a picture of timeless love. It's beautiful to me that they made such a trip, not just the miles over the land, but through the very envelope of time itself. They were out here to satisfy their younger devotions of love. I know it all sounds silly, but this was the kind of affection that swayed me to be a ranger. Affection for the land, for mankind, for every fleeting moment in between all that. It's bleeding heart drivel, but it's how I feel. As I returned to my station, a strange unease gripped me. I couldn't tell you why, but something was just off. They explained it clear as day. They wanted to share an afternoon in that old area, retake some photos and all that good stuff. For the most part, pretty typical visitor activity. For whatever reason though, the vibe of that old couple just carried a different energy. So by the time I got back to my post, I convinced myself that I somehow had fucked up. I should have never taken those folks out there. As a park ranger, you can imagine that's a poor feeling to have, like you failed to do your job. I decided to wait for them, to ensure that they would leave safely. Night fell, and the park was bathed in this eerie silence. The other day trippers trickled out like sand through an hourglass, but as the closing hour approached, all the traffic choked off into nothing, not even a straggler headlight bumping along in the distance. I called to the other check stations in the area and got vague reports, but nobody could confirm that an elderly couple had exited in a Toyota 4Runner. The couple hadn't left. I could feel it in my goddamn bones. Never since that day have I had such a gut feeling like that, anxiety gnawing at me. I left my assistant at the entrance station and retraced the drive I took back into the canyon. There wasn't a soul, save for a couple of overnight campers that we already knew about, as they had the proper permits and paperwork. I bumped along until I got to the drop down, and there I saw the 4Runner just sitting there in the dark. It was eerie and made me start to sweat. I actually remember my mouth getting over-salivated, like my glands were about to go haywire and I was about to throw up. Fingers shaking beyond belief, I shifted into park and killed the engine, but left the headlights on. It was dark out there. I knew I was going to need help, all the help I could get finding them. I hiked down to the ravine, lost my nerve, just kind of waited there for a minute. Their car was here, so I knew what I was about to find. Probably something bad. I called out a few times, hoping maybe I'd be wrong, they just got a little off course, or maybe couldn't make the short climb back up to the car. Only silence answered me though, so I manned up and finished the descent down to the shore of the river. The sight that greeted me was as beautiful as it was horrifying. The moonlight helped me out a bit. I could see some forms sprawled out in the dirt below a tree, legs pointed toward the water. It looked like I maybe even disturbed them, as if they were just bundled up, cuddling beneath the endless stars overhead. "Hey, Ranger District here," I called out softly. They didn't move. I took a quaking breath and lit the scene up with my flashlight. There they lay, spooning on the riverbank, motionless, their faces serene. A sense of finality hung in the air. They were both dead, but they didn't look scary or miserable. It was the weirdest thing coming up on them like that, and having that premonition earlier like this would be their fate. They clearly weren't murdered. This was some kind of planned suicide by the look of it. I seriously doubted they both dropped dead of strokes or heart attack at the exact same time. I called the cops, my mind in a whirlwind of confusion and sorrow. The following hours were a blur of flashlights, hushed conversations, and deep, overwhelming sadness. The police disclosed their identities, but little else than that. It was only later on that I learned the heartbreaking truth of the matter. The wife was terminally ill, her life slowly being claimed by cancer. They'd chosen to end their lives together, in the place where their journey had begun. That news hit me hard, but I found solace in the thought that they were at peace, together in death as they had been in life. They hadn't asked for help because they didn't want to implicate anyone else. Their final act was a testament to their love, a love so profound that they chose to embrace death at a place etched in their memory, under the vast, indifferent sky. Their story, though tragic, touched me deeply. It was a stark reminder of the transience of life and the enduring power of love. As I walked the trails of the park, under the towering trees and along the winding river, I'll always remember them. Two souls who found their final resting place in the corner of the world that they loved, leaving behind a story that echoes in the silence of that wilderness. I'm a geologist by training, but my heart led me to become a ranger in the southeast United States. The serenity of the wilderness, the whispering pines, the untouched beauty of nature, it was all I ever wanted. But as time passed, the isolation grew on me. My only company was the occasional visitor and the memories of my college days. Of course, we all have the typical ranger riffraff, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't make at least a few friends. I'm a bit of an introvert, so a majority of the ranger types that I met reminded me a little bit of frat boys. I did find some folks I like to hike and fish with, but for the most part, I did my duties and spent a lot of time alone. I worked in the field for about 20 years in total. One day about a decade ago, an elderly couple caught my eye. They were not your typical tourist. There was a certain familiarity in their eyes, a kind of longing. They were from out west, visiting the park they'd gotten engaged in many moons ago. They were searching for a particular spot, a fragment of their past, encapsulated in a photograph. But age and time had reshaped the landscape, so they were kind of lost. Moved by their story, I offered to help them. We pored over the photographs, their wrinkled hands pointing out landmarks, their voices trembling with anticipation. I escorted them in my vehicle, the silence punctuated by their soft whispers and crunching of gravel underneath the tires. We hiked the last stretch, the forest echoing with the rustle of leaves underneath our feet. When I say I escorted them, I mean they followed along in their Toyota 4Runner. There was no way I was going to help these city slickers way out into the wilderness, only for them to have no way of getting back. They had boots and a 4x4, enough to tell me they took off-road travel seriously, but I was still pretty cautious about how far I would take them in. It was still early in the afternoon and my duties were finished for the day, so I spent an hour or so bumping around the backside of a basin along the river, as I knew their location had to be near this area. The rock, the trees, the way the earth dipped away in the photo, this area had all the kinds of stuff that it needed. It was a dead ringer, so I knew I had to be close. And sure as sunrise, I ended up being right. I literally nailed it. We parked our rigs and hiked down the short ravine. It took us very near the water's edge, and right down there in this earthy little pocket looked exactly like what they showed me in the photographs. I got down first, helped out the wife next, and then the husband, and they were over the moon. We found the spot, a picturesque bend along the river, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. I left them there, two silhouettes against the dying light, a picture of timeless love. It's beautiful to me that they made such a trip, not just the miles over the land, but through the very envelope of time itself. They were out here to satisfy their younger devotions of love. I know it all sounds silly, but this was the kind of affection that swayed me to be a ranger. Affection for the land, for mankind, for every fleeting moment in between all that. It's bleeding heart drivel, but it's how I feel. As I returned to my station, a strange unease gripped me. I couldn't tell you why, but something was just off. They explained it clear as day. They wanted to share an afternoon in that old area, retake some photos and all that good stuff. For the most part, pretty typical visitor activity. For whatever reason though, the vibe of that old couple just carried a different energy. So by the time I got back to my post, I convinced myself that I somehow had fucked up. I should have never taken those folks out there. As a park ranger, you can imagine that's a poor feeling to have, like you failed to do your job. I decided to wait for them, to ensure that they would leave safely. Night fell, and the park was bathed in this eerie silence. The other day trippers trickled out like sand through an hourglass, but as the closing hour approached, all the traffic choked off into nothing, not even a straggler headlight bumping along in the distance. I called to the other check stations in the area and got vague reports, but nobody could confirm that an elderly couple had exited in a Toyota 4Runner. The couple hadn't left. I could feel it in my goddamn bones. Never since that day have I had such a gut feeling like that, anxiety gnawing at me. I left my assistant at the entrance station and retraced the drive I took back into the canyon. There wasn't a soul, save for a couple of overnight campers that we already knew about, as they had the proper permits and paperwork. I bumped along until I got to the drop down, and there I saw the 4Runner just sitting there in the dark. It was eerie and made me start to sweat. I actually remember my mouth getting over salivated, like my glands were about to go haywire and I was about to throw up. Fingers shaking beyond belief, I shifted into park and killed the engine, but left the headlights on. It was dark out there. I knew I was going to need help. All the help I could get finding them. I hiked down to the ravine, lost my nerve, just kind of waited there for a minute. Their car was here, so I knew what I was about to find. Probably something bad. I called out a few times, hoping maybe I'd be wrong. They just got a little off course, or maybe couldn't make the short climb back up to the car. Only silence answered me though. So I manned up and finished the descent down to the shore of the river. The sight that greeted me was as beautiful as it was horrifying. Moonlight helped me out a bit. I could see some forms sprawled out in the dirt below a tree, legs pointed toward the water. It looked like I maybe even disturbed them, as if they were just bundled up, cuddling beneath the endless stars overhead. "Hey, Ranger District here," I called out softly. They didn't move. I took a quaking breath and lit the scene up with my flashlight. There they lay, spooning on the riverbank, motionless, their faces serene. A sense of finality hung in the air. They were both dead, but they didn't look scary or miserable. It was the weirdest thing coming up on them like that, and having that premonition earlier like this would be their fate. They clearly weren't murdered. This was some kind of planned suicide by the look of it. I seriously doubted they both dropped dead of strokes or heart attack at the exact same time. I called the cops, my mind in a whirlwind of confusion and sorrow. The following hours were a blur of flashlights, hushed conversations, and deep, overwhelming sadness. The police disclosed their identities, but little else than that. It was only later on that I learned the heartbreaking truth of the matter. The wife was terminally ill, her life slowly being claimed by cancer. They'd chosen to end their lives together, in the place where their journey had begun. That news hit me hard, but I found solace in the thought that they were at peace, together in death as they had been in life. They hadn't asked for help because they didn't want to implicate anyone else. Their final act was a testament to their love, a love so profound that they chose to embrace death at a place etched in their memory, under the vast, indifferent sky. Their story, though tragic, touched me deeply. It was a stark reminder of the transience of life and the enduring power of love. As I walked the trails of the park, under the towering trees and along the winding river, I'll always remember them. Two souls who found their final resting place in the corner of the world that they loved, leaving behind a story that echoes in the silence of that wilderness. I'm not a forester, but I have a tale that's bound to send shivers down your spine. It involves my cousin, who is a forest ranger in the Montana-Wyoming area, and a particular discovery that we made deep in the heart of the wilderness. My cousin, a hydraulist by training, often ventured into the remote corners of the forest to test streams and snow runoff for contaminants. The idea of accompanying her on one of these expeditions seemed kind of thrilling, so I did decide to join her. We packed all our gear into saddlebags, preparing to camp out in the wilderness for 2 nights. Now obviously my cousin did this regularly by trade. She was tough as nails and didn't bat an eye at the notion of sleeping in the middle of nowhere, all by herself. It was just part of the job for her. I grew up camping and roughing it too, so you could say I was in my element as well. Still, there was something about the isolation that just had me on edge. We were going to be very far from anywhere, and no help would be anywhere nearby. No family, no nothing. It was just her and I, and miles of treacherous woodland. The first day was nothing short of magical. The scenery was breathtaking, the air so pure it was almost intoxicating. The tranquility of the wilderness was a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the city life. I fell in love with that area instantly, wishing that I could visit more often. That first day, though, was all business, so it was split into 2 different activities. The first half of the day was mostly getting her work done, which involved a lot of back and forth trail walking, lots of backtracking, and we had to take the samples back to camp. She kept this absolutely massive hard case that seemed almost indestructible. We had to keep all the samples in. Once she was satisfied and had shown me all the ins and outs of her job, she took me around sightseeing from all the beautiful lookout points. The day was eventually over though, with the rippling sunset lighting the way as we hiked back to our camp. It was like being in a movie, just so out there, well beyond people, cars, civilization. Some of the trails were so thin and spare, and I thought they probably weren't even for humans. My cousin utilized a network of game trails that was well up the side of the mountain. We cozied up into camp, had this splendid dinner of sandwiches and Cheetos, even some pasta salad that we kept in a small cooler. Everything was excellent. My cousin took the time to give me even more information on the area. I was right. Very little recreation went on up here. No engines, no cars, no off-roaders. This was a cool little slice of wilderness that people just didn't explore that often. It was always quiet, but there was evidence of some traffic, some old and some new. She said sometimes she would find shell casings way out in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes there would be rusted ones. Other times there would be brand new shiny brass. Very weird, but not so weird that it kept her up at night. Tomorrow will be a fun day. We'll pack up camp and then I'll take you around to the old haunts, she explained. Something weird I want to show you, and I think you'll dig it. With that, we turned in for the night, went to bed. I had visions in my head of what weird stuff might be in store for me tomorrow. On the second day, my cousin turned to me with this mischievous glint in her eye. "You want to see it now?" she asked, intrigued, and I nodded. We finished up with our camp chores, and then my cousin did something I've never seen her do before. She got a shoulder pack, just a single sling setup, built it with all kinds of unique equipment, namely some rope, a flashlight, a first aid kit, this big knife, and a little black pistol I didn't even know she had. She said it was a 9mm Beretta, and she took it everywhere in the wild with her. With that, she led us off in a direction that we hadn't gone yet, down into this ravine that further led into a gulch. It was almost like someone had dug a trench along the side of a mountain. A part I failed to mention at the beginning of this story was that my cousin had hauled some horses out with her for this particular job. She used them for some of the more distant locations that she needed to test water in. I personally wasn't much of a rider, so she had me saddle up behind her, and she took us across the mountain face on her best horse. At the end of the secluded fold in the land, we dismounted our horse and tied him up in this picturesque clearing. My cousin then instructed me to follow this narrow wildlife path, then handed me our rechargeable radio. It was this little compact device, capable of being wound up for power and doubling as a lantern if need be. This was her way of telling me to look alive and stay alert without getting me creeped out. If she was handing me equipment, I knew that we were in a deep, isolated part of the wilderness, where predators might lurk. Or who knows, maybe something worse. I scanned the area and followed her instructions. As I ventured down the path, I stumbled upon a sight that was utterly out of place in the middle of this wilderness. A large coil of wire, similar to the 10 or 12 gauge wiring used in houses. It was protruding from the ground. I stopped, completely dumbfounded. How the hell could this be out here? And then it hit me. This must be what my cousin was talking about. The weird, creepy thing that she was going to show me. I felt a mix of uncertainty and disappointment, as I was kind of expecting something way bigger and scarier. I realized it probably wasn't even attached to anything, so I grabbed the wire and pulled. To my surprise, it was so firmly inserted into the earth that it didn't even give me an inch. I dug into the soil a bit, found that the wire entered a tube that sheathed it from rocks and other things that could damage it. It was in the moment that I knew that this cord actually went somewhere, but being on the side of a mountain, I have no idea where that somewhere could be. "What do you think?" my cousin asked as she came up behind me. "Really, really weird. Do you have any idea where it goes?" "Nope, none of us do. Some of the other rangers told me I'd find this out here. I didn't think anything of it until I found the desk. It's gotta be a hoax of some kind, right? Probably some old joke from when crews were running power lines through here." My cousin nodded and then shrugged. Then she told me a story. The wire wound its way through the underbrush, strung across tree limbs, snaked around rocks, and finally terminated into an outlet mounted on the side of a desk. The desk, reminiscent of the old ones from my school days, stood alone in the wilderness. No chair, no building, nothing else, just a lone desk with a live outlet. Confused and curious, I watched as my cousin plugged the radio into the outlet. To our astonishment, the radio lit up and began blaring static. Despite being miles away from civilization, with no road access, buildings, or people, we found a live outlet. The wire was being fed from somewhere, a source unknown and unseen. It was an enigma, a lone power desk in the middle of the woods. I really regret not taking a picture of it, for it was a sight as eerie as it was inexplicable. Now, when my cousin first got this job, the other rangers told her she'd find a live cable out there. When she went out to take samples for the very first time, like 2 or 3 years prior, she found the cable and followed it to the desk. When she mentioned the desk to her colleagues, they all laughed as if she was making it up, but she wasn't. She even had photos to prove it. The other rangers were so blown away, they all planned to hike out there together, just to see the thing for themselves. Sure enough, it was still there, as it was on the day we walked out to it. No spooky jump scares, no hidden bodies, just this one inexplicable anomaly in the heart of the wilderness. It was this stark reminder that even in the most serene and picturesque settings, there are mysteries that defy explanation, stories that unsettle us, remind us of the inexplicable world that we live in. "I wonder who carved that?" I asked to her, pointing to the surface of the desk. There in the blotchy wood grain, a message had been chiseled. It said, "Go away for good," in big bold print, meticulously etched to be crystal clear. My cousin leaned over to take a look as I watched all the color drain from her face. She said that hadn't been there before. She had just done this area 3 months before this. She'd never seen anyone else in the area, ever, in her years with the Forest Service. We lingered there for a bit, listened to the woods and watched for anyone around. Nothing stirred though. She radioed into her office and let them know that she was finished, where she was at, and when to be expecting her back. The sudden call into headquarters told me for sure that something weird was now going on. We made the long slog off the mountain, horses and equipment intact, until we linked up with a truck and trailer and then rumbled our way back to civilization. We started to see campers, hikers, fishermen along the creek. They all waved and smiled, happy to see a peacekeeper so far out in the sticks. I had this weird thought though, about that desk sitting up in that gully, all those miles up in the mountain. I imagined someone sitting there, watching all the tourists use the wreck sites in the forest below. It reminded me of the TV show Lost or something of the sort. We made it back without an issue, and my cousin and I, never spoke of it again. She still works for the Forest Service, but has moved on to other areas in the state. I'm sure it's still sitting up there though, surging with power for no reason at all. And that, dear listeners, is the end of today's tale. A lone desk, a live outlet, and a wilderness that holds secrets we may never unravel. Until next time, but remember, not all is as it seems when you venture into the heart of the wilderness. I'm not a ranger, but my past isn't far off. I was part of a group akin to the Scouts that will remain anonymous. A band of adventurers who spent countless hours in the embrace of the woods. The wilderness was our playground, our classroom, our home. We definitely encountered our fair share of oddities, strange occurrences that would send chills down your spine, but most had a rational explanation. Yet there was this one incident, one chilling memory that still haunts me, a night of terror that remains etched in my mind. My job title wasn't camp ranger, but I was in charge, seasonally, of different kind of groups of kids, usually between the ages of 8 and 16. We ran this big facility deep in the woods, so it took a lot of people to keep everything safe and smoothly operating. There were a lot of moving parts to places like this, as you never know what some kid might find or do. Plus, there are local trailblazers and people running amok in the woods, so we have to be vigilant about who comes and goes off of our property. As a leader for the 8 to 10-year-old age group, I was responsible for their safety, their learning, and more importantly, their fun. We went on a camping trip, a yearly tradition, a time of bonding and adventure. This year was different though. It was our first time on this new terrain, a vast expanse of wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see. Usually, we would scout out the entire area before the kids would arrive, marking out any potential hazards and mapping escape routes. But by this time, the sheer size of the place made it practically impossible to do. The facility itself was pretty luxurious. Everyone slept in log cabins. We had a mess hall, running water, all of that good stuff. The camping trips were different though. The rangers and the team leaders would get their groups together, pack everything they would need for the weekend on their backs, and then buck out into the middle of nowhere. This is where the true camping came into play. We could actually teach the kids how to rough it. Every camp has its own traditions, but ours was no different. We had the night game, a thrilling, terrifying activity where the kids had to complete tasks while we, the leaders, dressed as monsters, lurked in the shadows, ready to jump out and scare them. This camp was no exception to that. As the sun set and darkness crept in, we donned our monstrous disguises and hid in those woods, lying in wait for the near checkpoints. I remember there was a part of me that thought this was a bad idea. Like I mentioned, we really hadn't surveyed the area too thoroughly. This made me think the night game and antics might not be such a good idea. The last thing that we needed was someone to fall off some unbeknownst cliff face or stumble into a mountain lion's den while searching for wood. This was a big plateau on the south side of the facility that had only recently been made available after a big logging session had cleared this usable path into the area. Still, we decided to continue on with our normal activities. We had a radio, first aid, and some basic levels of protection like machetes and a flare gun. I had a belt knife, and I wore it everywhere, even to the bathroom. Unfortunately, there were no real firearms, so no real security. If anything went down, the adults had to protect the kids at any cost, and that's what we were told. In the midst of the game, I found myself in this open stretch of the forest, a place with sparse foliage, perfect for a chase. The trees were the only hiding spots, and using a flashlight was out of the question. Its beam would clearly give away my position. The darkness was unsettling, the kind that toys with your senses, making you think you see things that aren't actually there. As I stood there, a shadow flitted past me several times. It was roughly my size, but I couldn't make out any other details. I dismissed it as an animal, but I just couldn't shake that feeling, you know? Back across the clearing, I could see the troop of kids getting ready to make their way over to me. My plan was to hop out at the first kid that passed me, chase the rest of them backward, and hopefully cut off the kid in the lead, wherein I'd really scare the shit out of him. Looking back, I got a little too much joy out of the night games and those spooky activities, mostly because it was a free pass to truly make these kids afraid. Call me mean, whatever, but it was a good time. As they started to come across the field though, something spooked them and they went darting back the way they came. I was stumped, wondering what could have caused them to turn around. As I got ready to move out from my hiding place, that same shadow from earlier passed by once more, but this time I got a bead on it. Kind of saw where it was moving in and out from. It looked like branches swaying back and forth, but I kept watching it as I waited for more kids to come. The same shadows continued to dart in and out of my peripheral vision, but I paid it no mind. Tried to shake off that uneasy feeling, just attributing it to the adrenaline of the game and that eerie darkness around me. But then I saw it again, and this time it was not a fleeting shadow. It was a figure, a person, standing near a tree not too far away. My heart pounded in my chest as I squinted through the darkness, trying to make out any more details. It had to be a person because we were around the same size, same height, similar build. I mean, it was unmistakable. I thought about calling out for help, but realized it was probably another camp ranger, and I didn't want to blow our cover. Instead, I waited until it looked like he was looking my way. Then I put my arm up and waved. No response. I took a few steps over and tried again, but then I got an eye on him. The figure was really oddly dressed, their body draped in what looked like a torn burlap sack. Their head was covered with these white plastic bags, tied together in a makeshift mask. Their hands were bound, and they were on their knees. Their head was smacking rhythmically against the tree trunk. The sound echoed throughout the silent forest, a chilling sound in the heart of the wilderness. How have I not heard that before? This definitely looked like some crazy shit the camp leaders would do, but I knew I was wrong. I knew I didn't know this person. I watched him whack his head against the tree a few more times before I decided I should intervene. A shiver ran down my spine as I thought it was one of the leaders, pulling some kind of prank. Something felt off though. The figure was too still, too silent apart from that rhythmic thudding of their head against that tree. I called out, my voice echoing amongst the trees. Again, no response. Just that thudding sound. I approached, my flashlight aimed directly at the figure, and as I got closer, I could see the mud caked on their bare feet, the strange contortion of their bound hands. I called out once more, telling them to knock it off. The thudding suddenly stopped. The figure slowly rose to their feet, turning to face me, and I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. The figure starts walking toward me, their movements slow and deliberate. Fear gripped me, a primal instinct screaming at me to run. I turned on my heel and sprinted back towards the camp, that figure's footsteps echoing behind me. I didn't dare look back, my mind filled with images of the strange and silent figure in the woods. Those plastic bags on his face. The whole thing was just beyond creepy. As I continued to sprint though, I could tell that he was no longer following me. After bursting out onto the trail and encountering a couple of campers, I took a look behind me and saw nobody, nothing. No sign of that person that I'd just seen before. This was relieving, but in this also fucked up way, it scared me even more. The fact that I didn't know where he was meant he could be anywhere, and that did not sit well with me. This was a true nightmare for the job I had, and I wasn't handling it well. I assured the kids back at camp had a dead run through the woods. I burst into camp, gasping for breath. The others were there, huddled around the fire. I looked around, but everyone was accounted for. I told them about that figure and that strange encounter that I just had. They all laughed it off, thinking I was trying to scare them, but I know what I saw. Then I asked the kids I brought with me if they'd seen anything, and of course, they hadn't been with me during the run-in. They said no and further reinforced the idea that I was lying to them. I let it go. I was literally out of options. Just did my best to keep an eye on camp. Thank God nothing weird happened the rest of that night though. The next day, I returned to the spot with another leader. The tree stood there, silent and imposing. There was something else. A small-skinned rabbit was nailed to the tree, its lifeless eyes staring right at us. We called the police and they brushed it off as some kind of prank. They said college kids regularly went mushroom hunting up along the side of the mountain. They were known to go on psychedelic benders for days at a time. They got calls for half-naked people running around the woods every summer, especially in the area that we were in. The camp leaders had a good explanation too. There were other camps, obviously older age groups of children at our own camp. It was very possible that someone had come out specifically to mess with those 8 to 10-year-olds. The other camp, which was for troubled youth, was only a couple of miles down the road, so I guess it really wasn't out of the question. I know what I saw that night though, and I know that somewhere out there in that vast, unexplored wilderness, something or someone is lurking in the shadows. And just maybe, it's waiting for that next game night to come out and visit, plastic bags and all. I've spent years working as a ranger in the desert park. I've grown accustomed to the harsh conditions and eerie silence that comes with patrolling this unforgiving landscape. The park is a remote gym, offering breathtaking views that few other places can match. But it's not for the faint of heart. Temperatures soar during the summer months. The isolation can be overwhelming. That's why during the off-season, we only allow day visitors. It's just too dangerous for anyone to venture in alone, especially when the mercury rises. As a non-peace officer for the Ranger District, my days are usually filled with routine tasks. Maintaining trails, monitoring the wildlife, and assisting the occasional lost hiker. But this particular summer, a few years ago, was very different. The heat was oppressive, even for a seasoned ranger like myself. It beat down relentlessly, making every step feel like a chore. My colleagues and I were restless, searching for anything to break that monotony. And that's when we received the reports. Multiple cars had been spotted entering and exiting the south side of the park, and some visitors claimed to be seeing masked individuals running along the roads. At first, we thought it was just some college kids filming a project or a group of thrill seekers looking for some kind of rush. But as those sightings continued, we couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Our supervisor, this grizzled old ranger named Alan, called a meeting to discuss the situation. We gathered around the map table, sipping at coffee and swapping theories. Some thought it might be a group of poachers. Others believed it was just a prank gone wrong. But Alan had a hunch that it was something more sinister. He proposed that we break into patrols, conduct a full survey of the park, and cover every trail and road to get to the bottom of this mystery. There were a lot of us in that off-season, so we had the manpower to conduct a thorough, top-to-bottom investigation of the park, from one side to the other. We couldn't check every little back road, but by and by, we could see all the main drags and the intersections, parking lots and campgrounds, the places that would be able to house a lot of traffic, cars, and people. I was paired with my colleague Rachel, a no-nonsense ranger with a keen eye for detail. We sat out in our truck, armed with water, snacks, and a healthy dose of skepticism. The sun beat down on us as we drove, the radio crackling with static as we ventured deeper into the park. Rachel and I had our own theories. I was convinced it was some kind of poaching scenario. The masks that were reported were just an image in my head. Guys in trucks and tailgates down to load up the kill, faces covered just in case we came upon them. There's a lot of game in these little valleys along the park. Sheep, antelope, deer of all kinds. Rachel thought it was gang activity or some other nefarious situation. Neither of us had any evidence, but it was just what we talked about on the drive. As we patrolled, the silence was eerie. No birds seemed to be chirping, no insects were buzzing. Just a hum of our engine and the soft crunch of gravel beneath our tires. We saw no other signs of life, no indication of what we were searching for. Just the endless expanse of the desert, stretching out like an oven-baked canvas. We stopped at each trailhead, scanning the horizon for any sign of activity. Rachel checked the maps, keeping an eye out for anything that might attract the riffraff. I searched for any sign of recent human activity, footprints, tire tracks, anything that might give us a lead. Between the map and landscape, we were coming up dry. That being said, there were 20 teams looking over the lowlands. We were only searching one little part. Just because we didn't find anything didn't mean the same for the others. The hours ticked by, sun climbing higher in the sky. We still found nothing. No signs of life, no signs of trouble, just the desert, waiting patiently for us to uncover whatever was going on out here. After a while though, Rachel and I ran out of stuff to do. We were looping through the same trailheads, checking the same backways. There wasn't a sign of anything out there. We were starting to get hungry and low on fuel. We decided if we buzzed back to base, refuel ourselves and the truck, then maybe we could get orders for a different area. As we drove back to the station, the radio crackled to life. Alan's voice came through, his tone very serious.
All patrols be advised. We received another report of a masked individual, this time near the old mine shaft. Proceed with caution.
Rachel and I exchanged a look. This was getting serious. We hit the gas, our truck now speeding towards the mine shaft, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Alan sounded dreadful over the radio, so we really didn't know what to expect or what to think. As we arrived at the mine shaft, the other rangers were already scouring the area, their trucks parked haphazardly around the entrance. We joined the search, our eyes scanning the dusty terrain for any sign of these masked individuals. There's nothing. No sign of them. No sign of any recent human activity. Just the remnants of past visitors. Cigarette butts, spent shell casings, and all kinds of various litter. Still, it was creepy. The mine was this old derelict thing, dropped right into the top of the hillside. There was a wooden frame and a portion of the ladder that fed you straight into darkness. But beyond that, it was just collapsed. There might be little offshoots a person could hide in, but there was no way we were going down there to look for anybody that didn't need help. Rachel and I exchanged a look, our initial excitement dwindling now. It seemed our theory about college kids was correct. Some artistic project or prank, whatever the kids do. We were about to pack up and head back to the station when Alan called out. Hold up, folks. Let's leave a pair of rangers behind to keep an eye on the place, just for a few hours, just in case. 2 rangers volunteered to stay behind. The rest of us loaded into our trucks and ready to head back to main base. As we came around a bend, a voice crackled over the radio. We got a vehicle parked behind some rocks at the dog shit campground. Looks suspicious. We were coming down from the steep slope hill that mine was on. We had a great vantage point of the area on the south side of the park, including a couple of the outlying campgrounds. One of the rear rangers, while looking down off the cliff, just happened to spot a vehicle hiding at one of these campgrounds. Our convoy quickly reoriented. We began the long, slow descent down the hillside towards that campsite. This area was notorious for attracting undesirables, riffraff and troublemakers who thought they could escape the law by venturing into the park's furthest reaches. The campground was a hot spot for illegal activity. We approached it with caution. That's why we dubbed it the dog shit campground. There was always some dog shit going on out there. It was usually harmless, but still, you could never be too sure. There's stories of tweakers and all manner of whack jobs squatting on those fringes. As we entered the campsite, our eyes scanned the area, taking in the scattered trash and abandoned gear. The car was parked behind a cluster of rocks, partially hidden from view. We spread out, our boots crunching on the gravel as we began to investigate. The first thing that we noticed, the car was inoperable. It was white and black, burned out so bad that nothing remained. None of us wanted to approach. Obviously something seriously illegal was going on. Alan immediately called in the local sheriff's department, requested deputies on the scene right away. Then he sent a pair of us back to the district building so they could lead the lawmen back to the scene of whatever crime that we just discovered. The air was heavy with this ominous silence. the only sound of creaking trees and the distant hum of a fly buzzing around our heads. Rachel and I walked the perimeter, our eyes scanning the ground for any sign of any activity. The sun continued to beat down on us, casting these long shadows across the dusty terrain. Again, nobody wanted to approach that car, so we just putzed around, looked for any other clues. There were more casings and a big chopping log that had some cuts in it, as well as some dark staining. We really didn't know what to make of that. Every step just seemed like this slow-motion nightmare, as if we were being watched by unseen eyes. The trees looming over us, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to snatch us. I just couldn't shake that feeling that we were walking into some kind of trap, that something or someone was waiting for us just out of sight. As we approached the car, I noticed it was old, rusted, and covered with this thick layer of dust. The windows were blown out, leaving long jagged shards like teeth in the frame. I tried the door handle, melted in place. Rachel and I exchanged another look, our instincts screaming at each other that something was off. We began to circle the car, searching for any signs of forced entry or exit. And that's when I saw it. What looked like a head resting in the front seat. I froze in place, just kind of hollered for everyone to freeze. Everyone did, and Alan slowly creeped up to my side. My heart began to race as I called out to the others. "We got something here." "What is it, man? Quit screaming," Alan instructed me. I pointed down to what I was looking at. Alan peeked over my shoulder and sucked in a breath and then took a few steps back. He could see a little more than I could. Just one more step was all it took, and I could see the corpse for what it was. Not just burned to a crisp, but methodically dissected like a frog on a 6th grade science lab table. It was hard to tell what was what, but it looked like someone had chopped the guy apart. We all retreated from the car and tried to calm ourselves down, but at this point, we were desperate for the sheriff to arrive. That was at least an hour out. I wish I could say that we got answers and relief that we desired when the law got there. They taped it off and started taking photos. But when we explained the body and when they saw it, their entire demeanor seemed to change. They dismissed us, said they would reach out if they had any further questions. When we came back to check on the scene the next day, that vehicle was gone, as well as all the trash from the area. We got the official report a few weeks later. All of us were stunned. The conclusion was suicide. The man had been seatbelted into the vehicle and then set it on fire. But before that, someone had laid him out and removed his arms and legs with a wood chopping axe. Probably the chopping log that we saw with that dark stains on top. So how did he cut his own limbs off, climb into the car, put a seatbelt on, and then light it on fire? Alan, the lead for the district, said there was a lot of illegal drug trafficking in the area. It had to be related to that. No other scenario made sense. It also made sense why the sheriffs weren't too keen to investigate. There wasn't going to be any leads or breakthroughs in a case like this. This was a make-or-break experience for our department that year. A lot of people moved on to different parks, different occupations altogether. Murder at the edge of the world wasn't in the job description, and a lot of us felt like we were moments away from walking into our own deaths that day. Not me, though. I stuck with the district and still work in that unforgiving desert to this day. I have a lot of cool and weird stories, but this is definitely the darkest thing to ever happen on the job.
My wife and I met when we were undergraduates in college. We had totally different majors, but I think the free-thinking lifestyle of being a student showed us that we both had a lot in common, especially in regards to morals, personal values, and where we both saw ourselves later in life. By the time we graduated, we'd been dating a year, and everything started moving much faster after that. We moved in together after graduating. Inside another year, Mary was pregnant with our first kiddo. Let's fast forward another 10 years. We're both working corporate jobs in the city, with a 10-year-old son named James and an 8-year-old daughter named Sylvia. This is pretty much where things kick off. The city had always felt suffocating, a constant din of noise and chaos that just wore us down. Mary and I would often daydream about escaping it all, finding a secluded spot where we could raise our kids in peace. It was a fantasy that we'd indulged in since our dating days back in college, and that one only grew more appealing with time. I hated all of it. The commute, the mortgage, the endless taxes and bills, accrued purely just from living in a high-demand area. My college experience turned me on some radical thinking, mostly that of off-the-grid living, self-sustained practices, not bending over for any local or national government. I work hard, and I feel like I should have something to show for it all. That's when fate intervened. Mary's father passed away, leaving her the family cabin in his will. It was a remote place, 75 miles outside the city limits, nestled in a small community on the mountainside. Some of the homes had lights and water, while others relied on generators and wells. Our cabin fell into that latter category. It was a small price to pay, though, the chance to live off the grid. It was a very humble cabin, something Mary's father and grandfather had built back in the day. I'm talking the late 1950s. It really only had 2 rooms. They were big though, with a small bathroom and then a larger outhouse on the edge of the property. Being 4 of us in the family, this really wasn't ideal, but Mary and I had it in our heads that we could do some light remodeling, turn it into exactly what we both needed. The square footage was good. We just needed to convert it for less of a hunting headquarters and more of a family home. I was beyond excited to begin the making changes of what I envisioned to be a perfect life. We packed up our lives and made the move, trading pavement for dirt roads, and skyscrapers for towering trees. The cabin did need a lot of work, but we were both eager to put in the effort. The kids, James and Sylvia, were excited to explore their new surroundings, and Mary and I were determined to make this new life a complete success. The truly beautiful part was that this wasn't any kind of huge investment for us. The cabin literally was handed over, deed and everything, so all we had to do was just pay to haul everything, a few $100s at most. Between our jobs and what we'd saved in the last 10 or 12 years, we had a healthy cushion to take our time and approach everything with this relaxed energy. It was ideal, truly everything we'd been hoping for, and it all came at once. The cabin itself was a charming but rustic affair, creaky floors, with a chimney that puffed out smoke like a grumpy old man. We spent those first few months cleaning and remodeling, trying to bring it back to the 21st century. My wife and I have wildly different skill sets, so while she took out the cobwebs and scraped the dust off everything, I knocked the paper-thin wall down that divided the home, cleaned up the residue, and then divided the master bedroom, which was more like a bunk room, large enough to sleep 10 grown men, then put 2 shorter walls allowing for my wife and I to share a bedroom, then James and Sylvia to share one as well. This was all just temporary, until I decided how exactly I wanted that floor plan to look. The kids would spend their days wandering through the wilderness, exploring the sparse neighborhood, getting to know the locals, but only when they weren't helping us. When we ran out of work for them to do, they'd check out the trails, walk the few meager houses in the area. The community that we lived in was nothing of the sort though. No gas station, no store, no hotels, nothing. No business, no commerce. One guy had a shed on his property that he called the supply shop. He kept extra stuff on hand and would sell it to folks in the area for a premium price. Things like nails, maple syrup, mason jars, mouse traps, that kind of thing. One day, as they were walking back from the mailboxes outside of town, they spotted a man lurking in the trees. He was near a cabin, his face hidden behind this bushy beard and a mop of unruly gray hair. James and Sylvia exchanged a nervous glance, but the man didn't seem to notice them. He was too busy staring at our cabin, his eyes fixed on our little family home, like a hawk on its prey. "Who's that?" James asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sylvia shook her head. "I don't know, but he's creepy." "Why is he watching our house?" "I don't know," Sylvia said again. That's when they quickened their pace, eager to get back to the safety of our cabin. Once they were inside, they recounted everything to Mary and I, all while eerily looking out the windows over our shoulder. As they spoke, I just imagined every single average mountain man or off-the-grid type of person. I just chalked it up to a curious neighbor. "Kids, it's just gotta be some old hermit," I said, dismissing their concerns. "He's probably just wandering around looking at his new neighbors. We've had power tools running over here for the better part of 6 weeks." Mary nodded in agreement. There are plenty of people like that up here. They just want to be left alone. The kids accepted our explanation, but I could tell that they were still uneasy. They've always been city kids. This whole new world was full of unknowns. Seeing a big, shadowy man off in the trees probably would have scared me at their age too. So I did my best to just be understanding. At the same time, I was trying to showcase what off the grid requires: to be tough, rugged, logical, fearless. Our move was going to require a little different outlook, and I was more than happy to help them achieve that. I made a mental note to reach out to a few neighbors, clear the air, and hopefully put everybody at ease. As the days continued to pass, we settled into our new routine. Kids exploring the woods, Mary tending to her budding garden, and I worked on fixing up the interior of the cabin. We'd occasionally see Marty. That's what the kids started calling him, lurking around the edges of the property. He never approached us, he never spoke, but his presence was always felt. I learned that the kids had asked some others in the area about him, some of the neighbors that were a little more friendly. The story went that Marty had moved up here 20 years ago with his wife, who died suddenly about 5 years prior. After her death, Marty then turned into this complete recluse, stopped talking completely, was only seen sporadically on his property or in the trees throughout the community. He apparently had enough know-how to keep himself alive and well on his own without ever having to venture back into town for any real supplies. He purchased gas when he needed it from the shopkeeper in town, the guy with the shed, but besides that, Marty didn't need help from anybody. It was a slow burning tension though, one that simmered just below the surface. We tried to ignore it, focus on our new lifestyle, but it was hard to shake that feeling that we were being watched, because, well, we were. Almost at any hour of the day, one of us could look outside and find that old man hiding in the trees, standing still to prevent us from potentially seeing him. At first, it was something that I could explain away, but after 3 months of steady creeping, didn't really know what else to make of it. One night, we heard the generator sputter and then die. "Great," I muttered, getting up from the couch. "Just what we need." Mary then followed me outside, where we stared at the dark shape of the generator right from our porch. It was this old thing, very prone to breakdowns. But fortunately for us, we've been lucky so far, but now, not so much. I had some skills in regard to woodworking, but electrical and mechanical problems, that's where my knowledge would start to dry up. I'd have to go back inside for a few tools before I could actually even take a crack at it. "Hey, I'll go take a look," I said, grabbing a flashlight from the kitchen counter. Mary nodded, with her eyes flickering towards the trees. "Careful." I knew what she was thinking. Marty might be out there, watching us, waiting for his chance. But I pushed the thought aside and headed out into the darkness. Little did I know our lives were about to take a drastic turn. I squatted before the generator, started to work the exterior panel off so I could just look at the wiring. I also made a mental note to check the gas and the fuel cap. Maybe and hopefully it was just something simple. Maybe the vibration of the machine had rattled the cap loose, made it shut down. I methodically went over everything until I found the problem. It was exactly what I was hoping for, a very, very simple fix. The issue from what I was looking at was that somebody definitely messed with the generator, loosened the cap, then yanked a handful of cables, unplug the main power line to the house, and lastly, flick the power button off for good measure. I checked the ground around in the area, but didn't find anything. Didn't see any boot prints or any kind of calling cards. Then I checked the perimeter of the property. Nobody. So then I just called it at night and went back inside. I didn't mention any of my concerns to Mary or the kids, but I was certain that somebody had paid us a visit and sabotaged our only source of power. To say I was on edge was a drastic understatement. It wasn't long until we had our next run-in with our neighbor. Mary and I were working on hanging the door in the kids' room, which was one of the last tasks that we planned for our update. Next, we were going to refocus on the exterior, work on getting some better furniture for each room to better serve the family itself. With the door installation almost complete, the final screws tightened into place, Mary and I exchanged a satisfied glance, our minds shifting to the next project on our list. But before we could even take a step back to admire our handiwork, the kids burst through the front door, their faces pale and frightened. They were out of breath, talking a mile a minute about whatever just happened to them. My wife and I did our best to calm them down, get them coherent so we could figure out exactly what was going on. Dad, James exclaimed, out of breath. Marty had a gun. He was pointing it at us. My heart skipped a beat as I started to put it all together. Wait, what happened? Sylvia's eyes were wide with fear. We were walking in the woods and he came out of nowhere. He chased us. Mary's voice was laced with concern. Are you kids okay? I didn't hesitate. Stay in the house. I'll go talk to Marty. The kids nodded, still shaken, as I headed out into the cool mountain air. I knew exactly where Marty's cabin was, and I didn't need to follow a road to get there. The woods were dense, but I knew the route by heart, and I had this feeling I might run into Marty if I stuck to the trees, as that's where the kids said they saw him the most. I trudged headlong into the wilderness, empty-handed, looking for the guy that kept messing with my kids. This conversation was long overdue, but the mountain of work that the cabin had demanded prevented me from ever going to even saying hello. Now, we were at an impasse as neighbors. My suspicions were quickly confirmed. Just a couple of 100 yards in, Marty lurched through the underbrush, his eyes fixed on the ground. I called out to him. No response. Anger quickly flared up inside of me. Messing with the generator, messing with my kids, and now he wouldn't even acknowledge me. Something primal just snapped in me, and suddenly I was over the edge. I found myself running, hollering out through the trees. Marty, stop right there, goddammit! Finally, he turned around, his eyes narrowing at me. What do you want? He shouted back. I could see the shotgun in his hands. My heart began to race. Of course he was armed. My kids had literally told me he had a gun, but for some reason, I wasn't expecting that to be the truth. I guess I thought maybe it was just some kind of misunderstanding. No, he had a gun, and an illegal one at that. He held the remnants of a homemade sawed-off 12-gauge between his wrinkled hands. You need to stay the fuck away from my family. You're scaring my kids, was all I said. Marty's face twisted into a snarl. Then you keep your fucking kids on your property. It's real simple. I took cover behind a tree, not wanting to get blasted. If you come near my property again or speak to my children again, I'm calling the sheriff. You're not welcome here. My kids have done nothing wrong to you. You want to make this into something, fine. We'll make it into something. Marty's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't move. Keep your family away from my property. That's all I ask. With that, he turned and disappeared into the trees. I watched him go, my heart still racing. I knew I had to protect my family, but I also knew that Marty was unhinged and very dangerous. I couldn't believe how heated that exchange was, and neither of us had really even communicated anything, like a classic neighbor dispute. This was the kind of shit that I wanted to move away from when I left the city, but here I was again, dealing with that same crap. I made my way back to the cabin, mind racing with worst case scenarios. I flipped on all the external lights, grabbed my rifle, and loaded it up. It was time to take matters in my own hands, even though I didn't know exactly what that meant, but I knew that I needed to be ready for anything. This guy didn't hesitate to get crazy when the time called for it, so I figured I needed to do the same. As I placed the rifle on the mantle, Mary approached me, her eyes very worried. What happened out there? I took a deep breath. Marty's lost it. He's dangerous, and we need to be prepared. The kids were watching, their faces pale. I knew I had to keep them safe no matter what it took. I didn't make a big boisterous show or anything, but I just made sure the windows were covered, the doors were locked, flashlights placed near every door. I also made this little bug out bag for my family just in case we had to take off for whatever reason. Hey, we'll get through this, I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. Stick together, we'll make it through. He's just an old man. He's not going to actually do anything. But as I looked out into the darkness, that feeling that we were in danger grew and grew. Marty was out there, watching us, waiting for his next move. I remember it dawned on me then that I didn't even know why this was happening. Were my children really even that close to your property? I mean, had they been doing something else they weren't telling me about? I questioned them a bit, but they were adamant they hadn't done anything more than walk around in the woods. We all hung out in the living room for the rest of that night and slept in each other's company. The next morning, Mary and I went over our options and decided on a course of action. Sitting around and waiting wasn't really on the table anymore. We decided to call the sheriff and make a report, as well as to get the scoop from any other locals. After making our call and explaining the situation, we were told that the sheriff would be out to our location within the hour. Our next move was my idea. I wanted to get any information on Marty, so I decided to approach some of the others that lived nearby. I hopped in the truck and buzzed over to Walter's house, the guy with the shed out front he called a store. I went there because I knew this guy the most out of the people that lived in our area. We were actually on a first name basis, and on top of that, I knew for sure that he'd be home. He was the retired type, made being home a full-time responsibility. He came out to greet me even before I got out of my vehicle. "Hey there, need something from the shop?" He called down, nodding to the shed. "Was always looking to make a few bucks." "Not today, Walter. I'm actually looking for information." Walter laughed and waved me up the steps. "I don't really have a whole lot of knowledge, but I'll see if I can help," he said. I didn't waste any time, just got right into the thick of it. I told him about all the early run-ins with Marty and how they were slowly escalating over time, even about the generator mishap. I mentioned the gun, the property disputes, everything that I could remember. Walter just went stoic as he took it all in. "Well, what do you think?" I asked when I was finished. "Well, Martin was never right after his wife died," he started. Then Walter went on to tell me his own story, filled in a lot of the gaps. It turned out that just before Marty's wife died, the two of them were bickering a lot. Marty's drinking was at an all-time high. He was cruising into town every single day to hit a bar or pick up a case of beer. His wife was really the only one keeping him in check. And suddenly she was just dead. No story, no funeral. Marty was just telling everyone that his wife died last night. He didn't even seem that upset. Everyone living on the mountain thought that was a little strange, but didn't know Marty well enough to question him anymore. The general consensus was that he murdered his wife. When the other residents reached out to law enforcement, they assured everyone that Marty reached out to them with the news as well. Everything was copacetic on their end. Still, it was weird, because no coroner came by, no body removal, nothing. Marty just said she was dead, and that seemed to be it. No one ever saw her corpse. This is when Marty's behavior got really erratic. He started to patrol the woods around his home. He'd gotten into a few pissing matches with other locals that lived up there. It was always the same thing. Stay away from Marty's property. Don't come near Marty's property.
Everyone else seemed to see a heartbroken, perhaps mentally unwell old man. I saw a guy trying to hide something. As Walter and I continued to talk, we put some pieces together, and he was inclined to believe me. When I said I had to go back to my house and meet the sheriff, Walt asked to go with, so he could do his part and make a statement and hopefully get everything figured out. Neither of us were prepared for just how deep this grave went. The sheriff took everything down that we said, even offered up some of his own hearsay that he'd required over the last 5 years, and told us he'd be in touch. From our house, he went straight to Marty's, and from there, everything exploded. I don't know how it all occurred, but Marty ended up arrested by the end of the week. It turned out Marty's wife was found buried just under 2 feet of loose soil, and it definitely wasn't a beautiful or ceremonious burial. No, not at all. He drug her body to the edge of his property line, pushed a little dirt over, and called it a day. The really telling part was the multiple bullet holes found in her bones. She'd clearly been shot to death. The whole story was this. 5 years prior to my family moving out there, Marty and his wife were having a rough patch, just like Walter described. What wasn't public was that Marty's wife was telling him that she was leaving, going back to South Texas or New Mexico, somewhere along the border, was getting back together with an old boyfriend of hers. What she had with Marty had dried up. He was now just a miserable, drunk, bitter old man. Marty heard a threat one too many times, decided to do away with the woman for good. What she didn't know was that Marty had actually killed the boyfriend she spoke of many, many years ago, like in 1981. There had been something of a love triangle between Marty and his wife and whoever this third man was. The wife originally with the third man, but Marty wooed her away, then they moved away. But before they did, Marty went back to that man's house, attacked him before shooting him as well. They left town and miraculously, no one ever got fingered for that murder. After that, they lived a relatively normal life before deciding to move up on the mountain, where Marty slowly but surely lost his mind over time. We were living next to a guy who had killed not one, but 2 people in his life, and seemingly had gotten away with both. As the story rolled out over the next couple of weeks, we were blown away to bear witness to such a sick, mind-blowing event. What started out as our little daydream lifestyle quickly devolved into solving a multiple murder that stretched through the decades. I guess Marty had given himself up pretty much right away, much to the surprise of our little off-grid community. The courts couldn't be kind to him, as he was every bit of 70 if it were. Any amount of time behind bars would be a life sentence, so that's what he was given. We still live in the cabin, and I've come to enjoy every aspect of our rural lifestyle. Mary homeschooled the kids, and we're all very grateful to have that whole Marty fiasco behind us. We didn't realize just how close we came to tragedy. The guy literally pointed a shotgun at my children and had the nerve to pull the trigger. It turns out, it doesn't really matter where you live, the city or off-grid. There are still crazy people residing in both. I have an off-the-grid story, but not in the usual fashion. I never lived off-grid per se, but I existed off-grid for many, many years as a young man. I dropped out of college and started hitchhiking around my state. I was around 18, which was around the same time that I quit wearing shoes. I was this free-spirited type with long hair, covered in these shitty DIY stick and poke tattoos. I'm a musician at heart, so I would just hit the road with a guitar or banjo, land wherever the wind took me. I did this until I was 21 or 22, and usually hitchhiked back and forth between my hometown, which was in South Dakota, and either went to Denver or Fort Collins, Colorado. These were happening places for a small town kid like me, ripe with drugs, cool people, all kinds of different musical shows. Catch a concert and make a few $100s playing on the street in Denver, and I could be high the whole time. This quickly became ritualistic,
and a way of life for me in my most impressionable years. I'll never forget the night that I met Chaz. It was a warm summer evening in downtown Denver. I was playing my guitar on the corner of 16th and Champa. I had just finished a set and was packing up my gear when I heard a voice behind me. This caught me off guard because it was a man. I figured I was about to be robbed. Usually the only people who lingered to talk after a show were single girls, so it being a man was a little suspicious. Also, there had been a string of muggings in the area, so I was being extra cautious with whoever was behind me. "Hey, pretty good. You play like a real musician does." I turned around to see this tall, lanky guy with a messy mop of hair and a big, wide grin. He was carrying a battered old guitar case. Looked like he'd been on the road for a while too. I immediately let my guard down in the moment. Shit, it felt like I was looking in the mirror. I knew this guy just wanted to talk shop, maybe even buy me a beer, so I took the bait and ran with it. "Hey, thanks, man," I said, shouldering my pack. "Try my best, it's not easy out here. There's lots of stiff competition." We introduced ourselves and Chaz told me that he was a musician too. We started talking about music, life on the road, and everything in between. It felt like we'd known each other for years and years. He was from Kansas, also from a small town, and got out of town the only way he knew how, playing music. He tried to start a few bands and failed, so hit the road as a solo gig, never looked back. Colorado cities were like a magnet at the time for wandering souls like ourselves, so it was purely happenstance that we just happened to meet up that night. Chaz opened up the conversation only because he liked the way I picked the strings. From that night on, Chaz and I were inseparable. We spent the next 3 years traveling around the central US, playing music, hitchhiking, and seeing all the sights we could see. We lived a colorful life, always on the move, never staying in one place for too long. We did this largely without phones or technology of any kind, just our instruments, some clothes, and whatever money we could scrounge up with our talent. Those years were incredible because we really got to learn how the other played, and by doing so, truly learned how to complement one another. We got many high praises from people all over the country. But as the holidays would approach, we'd always make our way back to our respective hometowns to spend our time with friends and family. It was a ritual that we both looked forward to, a chance to recharge our batteries and get ready for another year on the road. We also like to hide out from those winter months, as Colorado and some of the other places we like to reside in were pretty unforgiving during the cold season. Snow, ice, frigid temperatures. We lived on the street, didn't even wear shoes if we didn't have to. We weren't built or prepared for any kind of experience like that. So a home retreat was always in order for some time around Thanksgiving. This year was no different than any other. I just got back to my hometown, a small town in South Dakota, was settling in my parents' old house. Was looking forward to having a few weeks of relaxation, some good home cooking, maybe even play a few local gigs. I like to come home and really fine-tune whatever it was I've been working on. That way when I hit the road again in the spring, I'd be much sharper and ready for a whole set repertoire. Then, on a cold winter evening, late in the season, my phone rang. It was Chaz. We usually didn't start making plans until March or April, so he was a little early to be reaching out. I figured something was up. He had some kind of question, or maybe he just missed me. Whatever the case, I answered and said hello. "Hey man, how's it going?" he asked, his voice crackling with excitement. "It's going, Chaz," I replied, laughing. "Just enjoying my downtime. How about you?" "I'm ready to hit the road soon, my friend," he said. "Been studying these railroad maps all winter, and I think I found a way for us to get to a music festival down south." My ears perked up at that. Music festival. That sounded like the stuff of dreams. What a perfect destination for our reunion trip. The fact that it was in the South was a little off-putting, but who knows? There's indie festivals all over the South. I quickly bit my tongue and waited to hear the rest of the details. "Tell me more," I said, curiosity piqued. And Chaz did. He explained that he found a route that would take us away from my hometown to the festival grounds, all by train. We'd have to hop a few freight trains, but he was confident we could make it. He went on that he actually caught a train back home when we split, and that's what gave him the whole idea. "All right, so what kind of festival?" I asked. "Indie, new wave, sludge pop, beach bum shit," he said as fast as he could. Exactly what I wanted to hear. I was hesitant at first, but Chaz's enthusiasm was just unrelenting. Before I knew it, I was agreeing to meet him at the local train yard next month. He literally had everything planned out, from when he needed to depart and when he would arrive, which train needed to hop on in order to be on time. Frankly, I was blown away, super impressed with how much time he thought about this and put into it. As we continued talking, I'll admit something though. Chaz sounded different, almost like something was off. His voice was tighter, more urgent. There was almost a hint of desperation in his tone. I didn't know what to make of it other than that maybe he was just excited. I wanted to ask about how things were going at home. Maybe something was wrong for him to be so focused on hypothetical train schedules, but I didn't want to pry. For being a roadie-ass hobo, he was kind of a private guy. Liked to keep his personal stuff to himself. He was my best friend, so I had nothing but respect for boundaries like that. So I pushed those thoughts aside. We were going on an adventure, and I couldn't wait to see what lay ahead. Chaz said he'd send me more information over the next couple of days, but for the most part, all the hard work was done. I just needed to pack up my stuff, get some extra strings, and make sure my hands were in working order for the next 8 months. I breathed a sigh of restlessness as I hung up, already ready for this trip. Little did I know, this journey would take us down a dark, dangerous path, one that would test our friendship and our resolve. But for now, all I could think about was the thrill of the ride, the rush of adrenaline as we hopped from train to train, and the music that would bring us together in the end. I got myself and my belongings ready over the next few weeks, patched up my backpack and patched up my jeans, tuned all my strings, even picked up a few extra sets just in case. I had all kinds of weird routines that I did before hitting the road. Meditating, exercising, weird stuff that prepared my mind and body for month after month of pretty rough living. I even fasted before I started my travels, just to shrink up my stomach and get ready for these sparse, meager meals. The day finally came, and it was time to meet Chaz in the rail station. It was a relatively open place for obvious reason, and I assumed Chaz would be riding in on a train. I stashed my stuff so it wasn't obvious that I was a hobo, just wandered up and down the tracks, looking for any sign of him. After an hour or so, I see a little dumpy SUV pull up down the way. Sure enough, Chaz pops out with all his stuff. He waves to the driver who waves back, then departs back toward town. I go over and greet my best friend, ask him about why he'd hitchhiked instead of rode a train. He explained the train schedules are rigid and none were coming this way. The quickest and surest way to get here on time was to hitchhike, and so here he was. Whatever the case, I was just glad to see him. Now we were ready to get this shit show rocking. "Come on, man, let's move," Chaz whispered, his eyes scanning the train station. "Our ride is waiting." I followed him, my heart racing with excitement. I'd been planning this for weeks, and finally, we were about to hop our first train together. We shouldered all of our stuff, instruments as well, and began that long jaunt down the tracks. I was sick with sweat, nervous as hell for something bad to happen. I don't know why. I just heard about all kinds of crazy horror stories about train hopping, everything from run-over accidents to getting teeth knocked out from the railway workers. I just kept close to Chaz and watched my back as we walked. We made our way down the line, avoiding detection by hiding behind crates and stacks of luggage. Finally, we found a quiet car with an open door. "In here," Chaz said, gesturing for me to enter. It was dingy as hell, just a rough wooden floor with some hay here and there. The cart was mostly full of pallets, but it had a little room for us to hide our belongings and sit down, and stretch out if we wanted to. We made sure to keep clear of the door just in case anyone came back to check on the car before departure. We settled in, our backpacks stashed in the corner. I couldn't believe it. We're actually doing this. We were train hopping out of my hometown. It was dead silent in there, and there was no sign of any workers, so we just shot the shit in there while we waited. Chaz said it could be a couple of hours before it was time. We caught up for a bit, talked about our holidays, and then he filled me in on the festival and that train hopping schedule. I was over the moon to be having such a discussion. The hours slowly passed by, but eventually the train rumbled to life. We chugged out of town, the scenery blurring by us outside through the crack in the compartment door. I scooted out from the wall so I could get a better look at the terrain as it went by. I knew once we were clear for the long haul, I'd probably break out my guitar and start jamming as the country went by. It was almost like something out of a music video. It made me emotional to even think about. "Dude, this is amazing," I said, grinning at Chaz. He smiled back, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I told you it would be." "You want to play some tunes?" I asked. He shook his head and got this funny look on his face. "Let's get high," he said instead. This was another commonality between us. Chaz and I both loved to get fucked up. It was one of the things that brought us together in Denver all those years ago. I'll admit, he was a little crazier than me, but I could hang with the best of them, with almost any poison. I figured he wanted to smoke some weed or pop some pills. At the most, break out an 8-ball of coke. Instead, he pulled out a drug that I'd never used before. Black, sticky heroin. I remember getting a jittery, nervous feeling all throughout my body, and for some reason, I instantly had to take a dump. Scary and exciting, just like that train ride. I figured this would be a perfect place to experiment. Chaz did the honors, as I had no idea how to even prepare a shot of heroin. Just watched in awe. He explained he started using in his last trip home, and it quickly became integral to his creative process. He loved playing music when he was high on it. He argued that all the greats use it during their prime, and frankly, I couldn't really argue. I wouldn't have anyway, as I love using too much to fuck it up. After he hit me with it, I just remember blasting off, feeling like my body was dripping away underneath the train as it rocketed along the earth. Such this euphoric sensation, truly indescribable. But that's what all us junkies say, isn't it? We start chasing that high and it's never coming back. All that tacky Hollywood bullshit. It was honestly amazing, and I fell in love with that draining rush instantly. We rode in silence for a while, watching the countryside roll by. We would talk occasionally, but mostly we were just zoned out and enjoying the ride, both literally and figuratively. Anytime anything cropped up in my head that I thought I should be concerned about, but nothing like that ever came to me. No anxiety, no panic, nothing but bliss. The hours ticked by. We got closer and closer to our next rail station. Then, Chaz stood up, his eyes fixed on something outside. I looked and saw the sun had gone down quite a bit. "Time to get out," he said, his voice low. We grabbed our packs and I followed him, my heart pounding. It was like all that stress from earlier had suddenly reappeared, now wanted to suffocate me. I gripped my guitar case with steady resolve, trying to quickly catch my breath, and did my best to be quiet and alert. We jumped off the train as it moved to the next station, our feet pounding the gravel. If the train had been moving any faster, we both would have eaten shit. There was a pile of rubble nearby, some kind of jackhammer concrete. If we'd fallen headlong into that, we both would have cracked our skulls and died right there on the first stop. We made our way through the station, avoiding detection by hiding behind pillars and these little alcoves. Finally, we found the next train that we needed to be on. Chaz was seriously badass at reading trains. I don't even know what he was looking for, whether it be icons or serial numbers of some kind. But he found us the right train every time without fail. We continued to repeat the process, hiding in a car, then waiting for the train to depart. This station seemed to have much more in the ways of employees though, as we could hear boots crunching on the gravel outside, occasional voices, shadows passing over the crack in the door. My heart was slamming at this point, terrified that we'd be discovered. Not only were we traveling illegally, but we also had heroin, which I suspected would land us in even deeper shit. We stashed our stuff deep in the cart and hid out in the back corner. Eventually, somebody came over and pulled the hatch open, took a look into the car. With the new light, I could see a little better. When I looked over to Chaz to see what we should do, I found him loading up another bullet full of heroin. I couldn't believe it, but I was honestly relieved. I wanted all this nonsense to dissolve the second that needle hit my vein. He had us both dosed up by the time the train was rolling down the railway, and I could tell it was a higher amount this time. I was swimming, teetering on total detachment from myself and the world around me. This time, though, we nodded off. Again, the most stereotypical junkie behavior on the chart, I know. I don't know how much time went by, at least a few hours, and then our lives were fucked up forever. Our peace was short-lived. When we awoke, we were being dragged off the train by rough hands, our bodies collecting a healthy array of splinters of various sizes, burying themselves deep all over our hips, stomach, chest, and neck. As I'm being dragged, my head is bouncing off every pallet corner around me, taking me out of that heroin delusion right into a concussive state. "What the hell?" I protested. My words were met with a punch to the gut. I tried to kick out, but someone caught my legs, and another person started drilling me in the groin with a closed fist. I lost all steam after that. I could hardly fucking breathe from the pain shooting through my body. Next, a boot found my face, and somebody did the favor of kicking my head in. Chaz and I were beaten mercilessly, our cries for help ignored by any and all that could hear them. They continued to drag us until we fell 5 feet onto hard ground below. That further knocked the wind out of me as I felt like I was drowning. Then came more fists, more boots, and I looked up to recognize our assailants were the railway workers. They kicked our asses inside and out for another 10 minutes before throwing all of our stuff into the dirt and telling us to get lost. We gathered up as much as we could and just limped our way out into the woods. Neither of us spoke as we stumbled into our next little town. We found a dingy bar where we bought some beer and cigarettes, then wandered the streets searching for a place to hide. It's pretty much our only option since getting removed from the train, just trying to recover as much as possible. We didn't know anyone in the town that we were in, didn't even know the name of it. No cell phones, no tablet, no nothing, just clothes, drugs, and instruments. Eventually we found an alley, dark and narrow. We wandered down a bit to get away from the businesses near the front of it. Found a pretty dingy looking dump in the back. We collapsed onto the ground, our bodies aching. It was pretty dark back there. Even had a dumpster to help get us out of sight of everything else. "Want to jam a bit?" I said. Chaz shook his head to me, his eyes dark. "I'd rather get high," he said. My heart skipped a beat as I watched him load up the needle. I didn't want to do this, but Chaz reassured me, his voice low and persuasive. We'd play music after we got that good and got that magic in us. I could now see how much of a toll this was taking on him. Chaz had been using maybe a little longer than he let on. He was gone, veiny, super pale. We shared that needle, the drug coursing through our veins like fire. I felt myself drifting away, my vision blurring again. We talked for a bit, but I really don't remember any of it. Again, he must have upped the ante, because I was absolutely blasted to hell in that shot. We never even pulled our guitars out, never played a single note on that fucking trip. Just did heroin 3 times, passed out in our own piss in the back of some shitty alley. When I awoke 8 hours later, Chaz was still beside me, his eyes glassy and unfocused. His chest was still, and he was unnaturally pale. "Chaz," I whispered, shaking him. "How long you been up?" He didn't respond. I thought maybe he was still high, so I shook him again. That's when I noticed how cold he was. The paleness, the chill on his skin. Something was wrong. Then I noticed the dried vomit on the side of his face, a touch of blood underneath his nose. I was looking at my best friend's dead body. Literally the syringe still in his lap that sent us to the moon. Panic set in. I scrambled to clean up all the drug paraphernalia. I couldn't be caught with this stuff. I didn't know what could happen to me, but I didn't know how much more heroin Chaz had in his stuff. And I would definitely piss dirty if this turned into some kind of investigation. There's no way I was getting caught up in anything crazy like that. So I just did the honest thing that I could think of. I stumbled out of the alley with my heart racing, reported Chaz's body to the proper authorities. I did it anonymously, just saying I saw a young man laying in the back of the alley between such and such bars. I was in total shock, teetering on losing my grip on reality. I had the jitters from all the heroin, and I was absolutely starving for some kind of real food. I got a meal somewhere with my last few dollars and found a place to spend the night. I got my shit together. I slept in a park, hidden away in the dark, and cried the entire night. I know I only had one option, to go back home. This was a worst case scenario. The music festival wasn't even on my radar. Chaz ODing was not part of the plan, and now I was thrown to the wind. He and I had courted chaos for the better part of 3 years, so that kind of thing catching up to us was partially expected. Still, it was a brutal thing to endure in a town I didn't even know, with zero access to any kind of resources or any kind of support. I hitchhiked home, mourned Chaz every mile of the way. I didn't even know who to call to tell. We traveled together as companions, but I didn't know anything about his home life or his family. I wasn't even sure of his last name or the town he actually lived in. I wish I could tell you that I got myself together after this whole experience, but I didn't. I actually got much, much worse for the next few years. I stopped traveling around as much, stayed home, getting plastered every night. I gave up music, just started partying and getting tanked with my buddies. It was the only way to cope with the reality that I met out there. I did clean myself up, but only within the last couple of years. Been with the help of podcasts and YouTube channels like this one. Thanks for listening.